Red Nails. 1. The skull on the crag. The woman on the horse reined in her weary steed. It stood with its legs wide-braced, its head drooping, as if it found even the weight of the gold-tasseled, red-leather bridle too heavy. The woman drew a booted foot out of the silver stirrup and swung down from the gilt-worked saddle. She made the reins fast to the fork of a sapling and turned about, hands on her hips, to survey her surroundings. They were not inviting. Giant trees hemmed in the small pool where her horse had just drunk. Clumps of undergrowth limited the vision that quested under the somber twilight of the lofty arches formed by intertwining branches. The woman shivered with a twitch of her magnificent shoulders, and then cursed. She was tall, full-bosomed and large-limbed, with compact shoulders. Her whole figure reflected an unusual strength, without detracting from the femininity of her appearance. She was all woman, in spite of her bearing and her garments. The latter were incongruous, in view of her present environs. Instead of a skirt, she wore short, wide-legged silk breeches, which ceased a hand's breadth short of her knees, and were upheld by a wide silken sash worn as a girdle. Flaring-topped boots of soft leather came almost to her knees, and a low-necked, wide-collared, wide-sleeved silk shirt completed her costume. On one shapely hip she wore a straight, double-edged sword, and on the other, a long dirk. Her unruly golden hair, cut square at her shoulders, was confined by a band of crimson satin. Against the background of somber, primitive forest, she posed with an unconscious picturesqueness, bizarre and out of place. She should have been posed against a background of sea clouds, painted masts, and wheeling gulls. There was the color of the sea in her wide eyes. And that was as it should have been, because this was Valeria of the Red Brotherhood, whose deeds are celebrated in song and ballad wherever seafarers gather. She strove to pierce the sullen green roof of the arched branches and see the sky, which presumably lay about it, but presently gave it up with a muttered oath. Leaving her horse tied, she strode off toward the east, glancing back toward the pool from time to time in order to fix her route in her mind. The silence of the forest depressed her. No birds sang in the lofty boughs, nor did any rustling in the bushes indicate the presence of any small animals. For leagues she had traveled in a realm of brooding stillness, broken only by the sounds of her own flight. She had slaked her thirst at the pool, but she felt the gnawings of hunger and began looking about for some of the fruit on which she had sustained herself since exhausting the food she had brought in her saddlebags. Ahead of her, presently, she saw an outcropping of dark, flint-like rock that sloped upward into what looked like a rugged crag rising among the trees. Its summit was lost to view amidst a cloud of encircling leaves. Perhaps its peak rose above the treetops, and from it she could see what lay beyond, if indeed anything lay beyond but more of this apparently illimitable forest through which she had ridden for so many days. A narrow ridge formed a natural ramp that led up the steep face of the crag. After she had ascended some 50 feet, she came to the belt of leaves that surrounded the rock. The trunks of the trees did not crowd close to the crag, but the ends of their lower branches extended about it, veiling it with their foliage. She groped on in leafy obscurity, not able to see either above or below her. But presently she glimpsed blue sky, and a moment later came out in the clear, hot sunlight and saw the forest roof stretching away under her feet. She was standing on a broad shelf which was about even with the treetops, and from it rose a spire-like jut that was the ultimate peak of the crag she had climbed. But something else caught her attention at the moment. Her foot had struck something in the litter of blown dead leaves which carpeted the shelf. She kicked them aside and looked down on the skeleton of a man. She ran an experienced eye over the bleached frame, but saw no broken bones nor any sign of violence. The man must have died a natural death, though why he should have climbed a tall crag to die she could not imagine. She scrambled up to the summit of the spire and looked toward the horizons. The forest roof, which looked like a floor from her vantage point, was just as impenetrable as from below. She could not even see the pool by which she had left her horse. She glanced northward in the direction from which she had come. She saw only the rolling green ocean stretching away and away, with only a vague blue line in the distance to hint of the hill range she had crossed days before to plunge into this leafy waste. West and east the view was the same, though the blue hill line was lacking in those directions. But when she turned her eyes southward, she stiffened and caught her breath. A mile away in that direction, the forest thinned out and ceased abruptly, giving way to a cactus-dotted plain. And in the midst of that plain rose the walls and towers of a city. Valeria swore in amazement. This passed belief. She would not have been surprised to sight human habitations of another sort, the beehive-shaped huts of the black people, or the cliff dwellings of the mysterious brown race which legends declared inhabited some country of this unexplored region. But it was a startling experience to come upon a walled city here, so many long weeks' march from the nearest outposts of any sort of civilization. Her hands tiring from clinging to the spire-like pinnacle, she let herself down on the shelf, frowning in indecision. She had come far, from the camp of the mercenaries by the border town of Sukhmet, amidst the level grasslands, where desperate adventurers of many races guard the Stygian frontier against the raids that come up like a red wave from Darfar. Her flight had been blind, into a country of which she was wholly ignorant. And now she wavered between an urge to ride directly to that city in the plain, and the instinct of caution which prompted her to skirt it widely and continue her solitary flight. Her thoughts were scattered by the rustling of the leaves below her. She wheeled cat-like, snatched at her sword, and then she froze motionless, staring wide-eyed at the man before her. He was almost a giant in stature, muscles rippling smoothly under his skin, which the sun had burned brown. His garb was similar to hers, except that he wore a broad leather belt instead of a girdle. Broadsword and poniard hung from this belt. "Conan the Cimmerian!" ejaculated the woman. "What are you doing on my trail?" He grinned hardly, and his fierce blue eyes burned with a light any woman could understand, as they ran over her magnificent figure, lingering on the swell of her splendid breasts beneath the light shirt, and the clear white flesh displayed between breeches and boot-tops. "Don't you know?" he laughed. "Haven't I made my admiration for you plain ever since I first saw you?" "A stallion could have made it no plainer," she answered disdainfully. "But I never expected to encounter you so far from the ale-barrels and meat-pots of Sukhmet. Did you really follow me from Zarallo's camp, or were you whipped forth for a rogue?" He laughed at her insolence and flexed his mighty biceps. "You know Zarallo didn't have enough knaves to whip me out of camp," he grinned. "Of course I followed you. Lucky thing for you, too, wench. When you knifed that Stygian officer, you forfeited Zarallo's favor and protection, and you outlawed yourself with the Stygians." "I know it," she replied sullenly. "But what else could I do? You know what my provocation was?" "Sure," he agreed. "If I'd been there, I'd have knifed him myself. But if a woman must live in the war camps of men, she can expect such things." Valeria stamped her booted foot and swore. "Why won't men let me live a man's life?" "That's obvious." Again his eager eyes devoured her. "But you were wise to run away. The Stygians would have had you skinned. That officer's brother followed you, faster than you thought, I don't doubt. He wasn't far behind you when I caught up with him. His horse was better than yours. He'd have caught you and cut your throat within a few more miles." "Well?" she demanded. "Well, what?" He seemed puzzled. "What of the Stygian?" "Why, what do you suppose?" he returned impatiently. "I killed him, of course, and left his carcass for the vultures. That delayed me, though, and I almost lost your trail when you crossed the rocky spurs of the hills. Otherwise I'd have caught up with you long ago." "And now you think you'll drag me back to Zarallo's camp?" she sneered. "Don't talk like a fool," he grunted. "Come, girl, don't be such a spitfire. I'm not like that Stygian you knifed, and you know it." "A penniless vagabond," she taunted. He laughed at her. "What do you call yourself? You haven't enough money to buy a new seat for your breeches. Your disdain doesn't deceive me. You know I've commanded bigger ships and more men than you ever did in your life. As for being penniless, what rover isn't most of the time? I've squandered enough gold in the seaports of the world to fill a galleon. You know that, too." "Where are the fine ships and the bold lads you commanded now?" she sneered. "At the bottom of the sea, mostly," he replied cheerfully. "The Zingarans sank my last ship off the Shemite shore. That's why I joined Zarallo's Free Companions. But I saw I'd been stung when we marched to the Darfar border. The pay was poor, and the wine was sour, and I don't like black women. And that's the only kind that came to our camp at Sukhmet. Rings in their noses and their teeth filed. Bah! Why did you join Zarallo? Sukhmet's a long way from salt water." "Red Ortho wanted to make me his mistress," she answered sullenly. "I jumped overboard one night and swam ashore when we were anchored off the Kushite coast. Off Subhela it was. There a Shemite trader told me that Zarallo had brought his free companies south to guard the Darfar border. No better employment offered. I joined an eastbound caravan and eventually came to Sukhmet." "It was madness to plunge southward as you did," commented Conan. "But it was wise, too, for Zarallo's patrols never thought to look for you in this direction. Only the brother of the man you killed happened to strike your trail." "And now what do you intend doing?" she demanded. "Turn west," he answered. "I've been this far south, but not this far east. Many days traveling to the west will bring us to the open savannas, where the black tribes graze their cattle. I have friends among them. We'll get to the coast and find a ship. I'm sick of the jungle." "Then be on your way," she advised. "I have other plans." "Don't be a fool!" He showed irritation for the first time. "You can't keep on wandering through this forest." "I can if I choose." "But what do you intend doing?" "That's none of your affair," she snapped. "Yes, it is," he answered calmly. "Do you think I've followed you this far to turn around and ride off empty-handed? Be sensible, wench. I'm not going to harm you." He stepped toward her, and she sprang back, whipping out her sword. "Keep back, you barbarian dog! I'll spit you like a roast pig." He halted, reluctantly, and demanded, "Do you want me to take that toy away from you and spank you with it?" "Words! Nothing but words!" she mocked, lights like the gleam of the sun on blue water dancing in her reckless eyes. He knew it was the truth. No living man could disarm Valeria of the Brotherhood with his bare hands. He scowled, his sensations a tangle of conflicting emotions. He was angry, yet he was amused and filled with admiration for her spirit. He burned with eagerness to seize that splendid figure and crush it in his iron arms, yet he greatly desired not to hurt the girl. He was torn between a desire to shake her soundly and a desire to caress her. He knew if he came any nearer, her sword would be sheathed in his heart. He had seen Valeria kill too many men in border forays and tavern brawls to have any illusions about her. He knew she was as quick and ferocious as a tigress. He could draw his broadsword and disarm her, beat the blade out of her hand, but the thought of drawing a sword on a woman, even without intent of injury, was extremely repugnant to him. "Blast your soul, you hussy!" he exclaimed in exasperation. "I'm going to take off your—" He started toward her, his angry passion making him reckless, and she poised herself for a deadly thrust. Then came a startling interruption to a scene at once ludicrous and perilous. "What's that?" It was Valeria who exclaimed, but they both started violently, and Conan wheeled like a cat, his great sword flashing into his hand. Back in the forest had burst forth an appalling medley of screams. The screams of horses in terror and agony. Mingled with their screams, there came the snap of splintering bones. "Lions are slaying the horses!" cried Valeria. "Lions nothing!" snorted Conan, his eyes blazing. "Did you hear a lion roar? Neither did I. Listen at those bones snap. Not even a lion could make that much noise killing a horse." He hurried down the natural ramp, and she followed, their personal feud forgotten in the adventurer's instinct to unite against common peril. The screams had ceased when they worked their way downward through the green veil of leaves that brushed the rock. "I have found your horse tied by the pool back there," he muttered, treading so noiselessly that she no longer wondered how he had surprised her on the crag. "I tied mine beside it and followed the tracks of your boots. Watch now." They had emerged from the belt of leaves and stared down into the lower reaches of the forest. Above them, the green roof spread its dusky canopy. Below them, the sunlight filtered in just enough to make a jade-tinted twilight. The giant trunks of trees less than 100 yards away looked dim and ghostly. "The horses should be beyond that thicket over there," whispered Conan, and his voice might have been a breeze moving through the branches. "Listen." Valeria had already heard, and a chill crept through her veins, so she unconsciously laid her white hand on her companion's muscular brown arm. From beyond the thicket came the noisy crunching of bones and the loud rending of flesh, together with the grinding, slobbering sounds of a horrible feast. "Lions wouldn't make that noise," whispered Conan. "Something's eating our horses, but it's not a lion. Crom!" The noise stopped suddenly, and Conan swore softly. A sudden risen breeze was blowing from them directly toward the spot where the unseen slayer was hidden. "Here it comes," muttered Conan, half lifting his sword. The thicket was violently agitated, and Valeria clutched Conan's arm hard. Ignorant of jungle lore, she yet knew that no animal she had ever seen could have shaken the tall brush like that. "It must be as big as an elephant," muttered Conan, echoing her thought. "What the devil?" His voice trailed away in stunned silence. Through the thicket was thrust a head of nightmare and lunacy. Grinning jaws bared rows of dripping yellow tusks. Above the yawning mouth wrinkled a saurian-like snout. Huge eyes, like those of a python 1,000 times magnified, stared unwinkingly at the petrified humans clinging to the rock above it. Blood smeared the scaly, flabby lips and dripped from the huge mouth. The head, bigger than that of a crocodile, was further extended on a long, scaled neck on which stood up rows of serrated spikes, and after it, crushing down the briars and saplings, waddled the body of a titan, a gigantic barrel-bellied torso on absurdly short legs. The whitish belly almost raked the ground, while the serrated backbone rose higher than Conan could have reached on tiptoe. A long, spiked tail, like that of a gargantuan scorpion, trailed out behind. "Back up the crag, quick!" snapped Conan, thrusting the girl behind him. "I don't think he can climb, but he can stand on his hind legs and reach us." With a snapping and rending of bushes and saplings, the monster came hurtling through the thickets, and they fled up the rock before him like leaves blown before a wind. As Valeria plunged into the leafy screen, a backward glance showed her the Titan rearing up fearsomely on his massive hinder legs, even as Conan had predicted. The sight sent panic racing through her. As he reared, the beast seemed more gigantic than ever. His snouted head towered among the trees. Then Conan's iron hand closed on her wrist, and she was jerked headlong into the blinding welter of the leaves and out again into the hot sunshine above, just as the monster fell forward with his front feet on the crag, with an impact that made the rock vibrate. Behind the fugitives, the huge head crashed through the twigs, and they looked down for a horrifying instant at the nightmare visage framed among the green leaves, eyes flaming, jaws gaping. Then the giant tusks clashed together futilely, and after that the head was withdrawn, vanishing from their sight as if it had sunk in a pool. Peering down through broken branches that scraped the rock, they saw it squatting on its haunches at the foot of the crag, staring unblinkingly up at them. Valeria shuddered. "How long do you suppose he'll crouch there?" Conan kicked the skull on the leaf-strewn shelf. "That fellow must have climbed up here to escape him, or one like him. He must have died of starvation. There are no bones broken. That thing must be a dragon, such as the black people speak of in their legends. If so, it won't leave here until we're both dead." Valeria looked at him blankly, her resentment forgotten. She fought down a surging of panic. She had proved her reckless courage 1,000 times in wild battles on sea and land, on the blood-slippery decks of burning warships, in the storming of walled cities, and on the trampled sandy beaches where the desperate men of the Red Brotherhood bathed their knives in one another's blood in their fights for leadership. But the prospect now confronting her congealed her blood. A cutlass stroke in the heat of battle was nothing. But to sit idle and helpless on a bare rock until she perished of starvation, besieged by a monstrous survival of an elder age, the thought sent panic throbbing through her brain. "He must leave to eat and drink," she said helplessly. "He won't have to go far to do either," Conan pointed out. "He's just gorged on horse meat. And like a real snake, he can go for a long time without eating or drinking again. But he doesn't sleep after eating like a real snake, it seems. Anyway, he can't climb this crag." Conan spoke imperturbably. He was a barbarian, and the terrible patience of the wilderness and its children was as much a part of him as his lusts and rages. He could endure a situation like this with a coolness impossible to a civilized person. "Can't we get into the trees and get away? Traveling like apes through the branches?" she asked desperately. He shook his head. "I thought of that. The branches that touch the crag down there are too light. They'd break with our weight. Besides, I have an idea that devil could tear up any tree around here by its roots." "Well, are we going to sit here on our rumps until we starve like that?" she cried furiously, kicking the skull clattering across the ledge. "I won't do it. I'll go down there and cut his damned head off." Conan had seated himself on a rocky projection at the foot of the spire. He looked up with a glint of admiration at her blazing eyes and tense, quivering figure. But, realizing that she was in just the mood for any madness, he let none of his admiration sound in his voice. "Sit down," he grunted, catching her by the wrist and pulling her down on his knee. She was too surprised to resist as he took her sword from her hand and shoved it back in its sheath. "Sit still and calm down. You'd only break your steel on his scales. He'd gobble you up at one gulp or smash you like an egg with that spiked tail of his. We'll get out of this jam some way, but we shan't do it by getting chewed up and swallowed." She made no reply, nor did she seek to repulse his arm from about her waist. She was frightened, and the sensation was new to Valeria of the Red Brotherhood. So she sat on her companion's, or captor's, knee, with a docility that would have amazed Zarallo, who had anathematized her as a she-devil out of hell's seraglio. Conan played idly with her curly yellow locks, seemingly intent only upon his conquest. Neither the skeleton at his feet nor the monster crouching below disturbed his mind or dulled the edge of his interest. The girl's restless eyes, roving the leaves below them, discovered splashes of color among the green. It was fruit, large, darkly crimson globes suspended from the boughs of a tree whose broad leaves were a peculiarly rich and vivid green. She became aware of both thirst and hunger, though thirst had not assailed her until she knew she could not descend from the crag to find food and water. "We need not starve," she said. "There is fruit we can reach." Conan glanced where she pointed. "If we ate that, we wouldn't need the bite of a dragon," he grunted. "That's what the black people of Kush call the apples of Derketa. Derketa is the queen of the dead. Drink a little of the juice, or spill it on your flesh, and you'd be dead before you could tumble to the foot of this crag." "Oh!" She lapsed into dismayed silence. There seemed no way out of their predicament, she reflected gloomily. She saw no way of escape, and Conan seemed to be concerned only with her supple waist and curly tresses. If he was trying to formulate a plan of escape, he did not show it. "If you'll take your hands off me long enough to climb up on that peak," she said presently, "you'll see something that will surprise you." He cast her a questioning glance, then obeyed with a shrug of his massive shoulders. Clinging to the spire-like pinnacle, he stared out over the forest roof. He stood a long moment in silence, posed like a bronze statue on the rock. "It's a walled city, right enough," he muttered presently. "Was that where you were going when you tried to send me off alone to the coast?" "I saw it before you came. I knew nothing of it when I left Sukhmet." "Who'd have thought to find a city here? I don't believe the Stygians ever penetrated this far. Could black people build a city like that? I see no herds on the plain, no signs of cultivation or people moving about." "How could you hope to see all that at this distance?" she demanded. He shrugged his shoulders and dropped down on the shelf. "Well, the folk of the city can't help us just now, and they might not if they could. The people of the Black Countries are generally hostile to strangers. Probably stick us full of spears." He stopped short and stood silent, as if he had forgotten what he was saying, frowning down at the crimson spheres gleaming among the leaves. "Spears!" he muttered. "What a blasted fool I am not to have thought of that before! That shows what a pretty woman does to a man's mind." "What are you talking about?" she inquired. Without answering her question, he descended to the belt of leaves and looked down through them. The great brute squatted below, watching the crag with the frightful patience of the reptile folk. So might one of his breed have glared up at their troglodyte ancestors, treed on a high-flung rock in the dim dawn ages. Conan cursed him without heat, and began cutting branches, reaching out and severing them as far from the end as he could reach. The agitation of the leaves made the monster restless. He rose from his haunches and lashed his hideous tail, snapping off saplings as if they had been toothpicks. Conan watched him warily from the corner of his eye, and just as Valeria believed the dragon was about to hurl himself up on the crag again, the Cimmerian drew back and climbed up to the ledge with the branches he had cut. There were 3 of these, slender shafts about 7 feet long, but not larger than his thumb. He had also cut several strands of tough, thin vine. "Branches too light for spear hafts, and creepers no thicker than cords," he remarked, indicating the foliage about the crag. "It won't hold our weight, but there's strength in union. That's what the Aquilonian renegades used to tell us Cimmerians when they came into the hills to raise an army to invade their own country. But we always fight by clans and tribes." "What the devil has that got to do with those sticks?" she demanded. "You wait and see." Gathering the sticks in a compact bundle, he wedged his poniard hilt between them at one end. Then, with the vines, he bound them together, and when he had completed his task, he had a spear of no small strength, with a sturdy shaft 7 feet in length. "What good will that do?" she demanded. "You told me that a blade couldn't pierce his scales." "He hasn't got scales all over him," answered Conan. "There's more than one way of skinning a panther." Moving down to the edge of the leaves, he reached the spear up and carefully thrust the blade through one of the apples of Derketa, drawing aside to avoid the darkly purple drops that dripped from the pierced fruit. Presently, he withdrew the blade and showed her the blue steel stained a dull purplish crimson. "I don't know whether it will do the job or not," quoth he. "There's enough poison there to kill an elephant, but, well, we'll see." Valeria was close behind him as he let himself down among the leaves. Cautiously holding the poisoned pike away from him, he thrust his head through the branches and addressed the monster. "What are you waiting down there for, you misbegotten offspring of questionable parents?" was one of his more printable queries. "Stick your ugly head up here again, you long-necked brute! Or do you want me to come down there and kick you loose from your illegitimate spine?" There was more of it, some of it couched in eloquence that made Valeria stare in spite of her profane education among the seafarers. And it had its effect on the monster. Just as the incessant yapping of a dog worries and enrages more constitutionally silent animals, so the clamorous voice of a man rouses fear in some bestial bosoms and insane rage in others. Suddenly, and with appalling quickness, the mastodonic brute reared up on its mighty hind legs and elongated its neck and body in a furious effort to reach this vociferous pygmy, whose clamor was disturbing the primeval silence of its ancient realm. But Conan had judged his distance with precision. Some 5 feet below him, the mighty head crashed terribly but futilely through the leaves, and as the monstrous mouth gaped like that of a great snake, Conan drove his spear into the red angle of the jawbone hinge. He struck downward with all the strength of both arms, driving the long poniard blade to the hilt in flesh, sinew, and bone. Instantly the jaws clashed convulsively together, severing the triple-pieced shaft and almost precipitating Conan from his perch. He would have fallen but for the girl behind him, who caught his sword belt in a desperate grasp. He clutched at a rocky projection and grinned his thanks back at her. Down on the ground the monster was wallowing like a dog with pepper in its eyes. He shook his head from side to side, pawed at it, and opened his mouth repeatedly to its widest extent. Presently he got a huge front foot on the stump of the shaft and managed to tear the blade out. Then he threw up his head, jaws wide and spouting blood, and glared up at the crag with such concentrated and intelligent fury that Valeria trembled and drew her sword. The scales along his back and flanks turned from rusty brown to a dull, lurid red. Most horribly, the monster's silence was broken. The sounds that issued from his blood-streaming jaws did not sound like anything that could have been produced by an earthly creation. With harsh, grating roars, the dragon hurled himself at the crag that was the citadel of his enemies. Again and again his mighty head crashed upward through the branches, snapping vainly on empty air. He hurled his full, ponderous weight against the rock until it vibrated from base to crest. And rearing upright, he gripped it with his front legs like a man and tried to tear it up by the roots as if it had been a tree. This exhibition of primordial fury chilled the blood in Valeria's veins. But Conan was too close to the primitive himself to feel anything but a comprehending interest. To the barbarian, no gulf existed between himself and other men and the animals, as existed in the conception of Valeria. The monster below them, to Conan, was merely a form of life differing from himself mainly in physical shape. He attributed to it characteristics similar to his own, and saw in its wrath a counterpart of his rages, in its roars and bellowings merely reptilian equivalents to the curses he had bestowed upon it. Feeling a kinship with all wild things, even dragons, it was impossible for him to experience the sick horror which assailed Valeria at the sight of the brute's ferocity. He sat watching it tranquilly and pointed out the various changes that were taking place in its voice and actions. "The poison's taking hold," he said with conviction. "I don't believe it. To Valeria, it seemed preposterous to suppose that anything, however lethal, could have any effect on that mountain of muscle and fury. "There's pain in his voice," declared Conan. "First he was merely angry because of the stinging in his jaw. Now he feels the bite of the poison. Look, he's staggering. He'll be blind in a few more minutes. What did I tell you?" For suddenly the dragon had lurched about and went crashing off through the bushes. "Is he running away?" inquired Valeria uneasily. "He's making for the pool." Conan sprang up, galvanized into swift activity. "The poison makes him thirsty. Come on. He'll be blind in a few moments, but he can smell his way back to the foot of the crag, and if our scent's here still, he'll sit there until he dies. And others of his kind may come at his cries. Let's go." "Down there?" Valeria was aghast. "Sure. We'll make for the city. They may cut our heads off there, but it's our only chance. We may run into 1,000 more dragons on the way, but it's sure death to stay here. If we wait until he dies, we may have 12 more to deal with. After me, in a hurry." He went down the ramp as swiftly as an ape, pausing only to aid his less agile companion, who, until she saw the Cimmerian climb, had fancied herself the equal of any man in the rigging of a ship or on the sheer face of a cliff. They descended into the gloom below the branches and slid to the ground silently, though Valeria felt as if the pounding of her heart must surely be heard from far away. A noisy gurgling and lapping beyond the dense thicket indicated that the dragon was drinking at the pool. "As soon as his belly is full, he'll be back," muttered Conan. "It may take hours for the poison to kill him, if it does at all." Somewhere beyond the forest, the sun was sinking to the horizon. The forest was a misty twilight place of black shadows and dim vistas. Conan gripped Valeria's wrist and glided away from the foot of the crag. He made less noise than a breeze blowing among the tree trunks, but Valeria felt as if her soft boots were betraying their flight to all the forest. "I don't think he can follow a trail," muttered Conan. "But if a wind blew our body scent to him, he could smell us out." "Mitra grant that the wind blow not," Valeria breathed. Her face was a pallid oval in the gloom. She gripped her sword in her free hand, but the feel of the shagreen-bound hilt inspired only a feeling of helplessness in her. They were still some distance from the edge of the forest when they heard a snapping and crashing behind them. Valeria bit her lip to check a cry. "He's on our trail," she whispered fiercely. Conan shook his head. "He didn't smell us at the rock, and he's blundering about through the forest trying to pick up our scent. Come on, it's the city or nothing now. He could tear down any tree we'd climb. If only the wind stays down." They stole on until the trees began to thin out ahead of them. Behind them, the forest was a black, impenetrable ocean of shadows. The ominous crackling still sounded behind them as the dragon blundered in his erratic course. "There's the plain ahead," breathed Valeria. "A little more and we'll—" "Crom!" swore Conan. "Mitra!" whispered Valeria. Out of the south, a wind had sprung up. It blew over them directly into the black forest behind them. Instantly, a horrible roar shook the woods. The aimless snapping and crackling of the bushes changed to a sustained crashing as the dragon came like a hurricane straight toward the spot from which the scent of his enemies was wafted. "Run!" snarled Conan, his eyes blazing like those of a trapped wolf. "It's all we can do!" Sailor's boots are not made for sprinting, and the life of a pirate does not train one for a runner. Within 100 yards, Valeria was panting and reeling in her gait, and behind them the crashing gave way to a rolling thunder as the monster broke out of the thickets and into the more open ground. Conan's iron arm about the woman's waist half lifted her. Her feet scarcely touched the earth as she was borne along at a speed she could never have attained herself. If he could keep out of the beast's way for a bit, perhaps that betraying wind would shift. But the wind held, and a quick glance over his shoulder showed Conan that the monster was almost upon them, coming like a war galley in front of a hurricane. He thrust Valeria from him with a force that sent her reeling a dozen feet to fall in a crumpled heap at the foot of the nearest tree, and the Cimmerian wheeled in the path of the thundering Titan. Convinced that his death was upon him, the Cimmerian acted according to his instinct and hurled himself full at the awful face that was bearing down on him. He leaped, slashing like a wildcat, felt his sword cut deep into the scales that sheathed the mighty snout, and then a terrific impact knocked him rolling and tumbling for 50 feet with all the wind and half the life battered out of him. How the stunned Cimmerian regained his feet, not even he could ever have told. But the only thought that filled his brain was of the woman lying dazed and helpless almost in the path of the hurtling fiend. And before the breath came whistling back into his gullet, he was standing over her with his sword in his hand. She lay where he had thrown her, but she was struggling to a sitting posture. Neither tearing tusks nor trampling feet had touched her. It had been a shoulder or front leg that struck Conan, and the blind monster rushed on, forgetting the victims whose scent it had been following, in the sudden agony of its death throes. Headlong on its course it thundered until its low-hung head crashed into a gigantic tree in its path. The impact tore the tree up by the roots and must have dashed the brains from the misshapen skull. Tree and monster fell together, and the dazed humans saw the branches and leaves shaken by the convulsions of the creature they covered, and then grow quiet. Conan lifted Valeria to her feet, and together they started away at a reeling run. A few moments later they emerged into the still twilight of the treeless plain. Conan paused for an instant and glanced back at the ebon fastness behind them. Not a leaf stirred, nor a bird chirped. It stood as silent as it must have stood before man was created. "Come on," muttered Conan, taking his companion's hand. "It's touch and go now. If more dragons come out of the woods after us—" He did not have to finish the sentence. The city looked very far away across the plain, farther than it had looked from the crag. Valeria's heart hammered until she felt as if it would strangle her. At every step she expected to hear the crashing of the bushes and see another colossal nightmare bearing down upon them. But nothing disturbed the silence of the thickets. With the first mile between them and the woods, Valeria breathed more easily. Her buoyant self-confidence began to thaw out again. The sun had set, and darkness was gathering over the plain, lightened a little by the stars that made stunted ghosts out of the cactus growths. "No cattle, no ploughed fields," muttered Conan. "How do these people live?" "Perhaps the cattle are in pens for the night," suggested Valeria, "and the fields and grazing pastures are on the other side of the city." "Maybe," he grunted. "I didn't see any from the crag, though." The moon came up behind the city, etching walls and towers blackly in the yellow glow. Valeria shivered. Black against the moon, the strange city had a somber, sinister look. Perhaps something of the same feeling occurred to Conan, for he stopped, glanced about him, and grunted. "We stop here. No use coming to their gates in the night. They probably wouldn't let us in. Besides, we need rest, and we don't know how they'll receive us. A few hours' sleep will put us in better shape to fight or run." He led the way to a bed of cactus which grew in a circle, a phenomenon common to the southern desert. With his sword he chopped an opening and motioned Valeria to enter. "We'll be safe from snakes here, anyhow." She glanced fearfully back toward the black line that indicated the forest some 6 miles away. "Suppose a dragon comes out of the woods?" "We'll keep watch," he answered, though he made no suggestion as to what they would do in such an event. He was staring at the city a few miles away. Not a light shone from spire or tower. A great black mass of mystery, it reared cryptically against the moonlit sky. Lie down and sleep. I'll keep the first watch." She hesitated, glancing at him uncertainly, but he sat down cross-legged in the opening, facing toward the plain, his sword across his knees, his back to her. Without further comment, she lay down in the sand inside the spiky circle. "Wake me when the moon is at its zenith," she directed. He did not reply nor look toward her. Her last impression as she sank into slumber was of his muscular figure, immobile as a statue hewn out of bronze, outlined against the low-hanging stars. 2. By the blaze of the fire jewels. Valeria awoke with a start to the realization that a gray dawn was stealing over the plain. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. Conan squatted beside the cactus, cutting off the thick pears and dexterously twitching out the spikes. "You didn't awake me," she accused. "You let me sleep all night." "You were tired," he answered. "Your posterior must have been sore, too, after that long ride. You pirates aren't used to horseback." "What about yourself?" she retorted. "I was a Cossack before I was a pirate," he answered. "They live in the saddle. I snatch naps like a panther watching beside the trail for a deer to come by. My ears keep watch while my eyes sleep." And indeed, the giant barbarian seemed as much refreshed as if he had slept the whole night on a golden bed. Having removed the thorns and peeled off the tough skin, he handed the girl a thick, juicy cactus leaf. "Skin your teeth in that pear. It's food and drink to a desert man. I was a chief of the Zwagirs once, desert men who live by plundering the caravans." "Is there anything you haven't been?" inquired the girl, half in derision and half in fascination. "I've never been king of an Hyborian kingdom," he grinned, taking an enormous mouthful of cactus, "but I've dreamed of being even that. I may be, too, some day. Why shouldn't I?" She shook her head in wonder at his calm audacity and fell to devouring her pear. She found it not unpleasing to the palate and full of cool and thirst-satisfying juice. Finishing his meal, Conan wiped his hands in the sand, rose, ran his fingers through his thick black mane, hitched at his sword-belt, and said, "Well, let's go. If the people in that city are going to cut our throats, they may as well do it now, before the heat of the day begins." His grim humor was unconscious, but Valeria reflected that it might be prophetic. She, too, hitched her sword-belt as she rose. Her terrors of the night were past. The roaring dragons of the distant forest were like a dim dream. There was a swagger in her stride as she moved off beside the Cimmerian. Whatever perils lay ahead of them, their foes would be men, and Valeria of the Red Brotherhood had never seen the face of the man she feared. Conan glanced down at her as she strode along beside him with her swinging stride that matched his own. "You walk more like a hillman than a sailor," he said. "You must be an Aquilonian. The sons of Darfar never burnt your white skin brown. Many a princess would envy you." "I am from Aquilonia," she replied. His compliments no longer irritated her. His evident admiration pleased her. For another man to have kept her watch while she slept would have angered her. She had always fiercely resented any man's attempting to shield or protect her because of her sex. But she found a secret pleasure in the fact that this man had done so, and he had not taken advantage of her fright and the weakness resulting from it. After all, she reflected, her companion was no common man. The sun rose behind the city, turning the towers to a sinister crimson. "Black last night against the moon," grunted Conan, his eyes clouding with the abysmal superstition of the barbarian. "Blood red as a threat of blood against the sun this dawn. I do not like this city." But they went on, and as they went, Conan pointed out the fact that no road ran to the city from the north. "No cattle have trampled the plain on this side of the city," said he. "No plowshare has touched the earth for years. maybe centuries. But look, once this plain was cultivated. Valeria saw the ancient irrigation ditches he indicated, half-filled in places and overgrown with cactus. She frowned with perplexity as her eyes swept over the plain that stretched on all sides of the city to the forest edge, which marched in a vast, dim ring. Vision did not extend beyond that ring. She looked uneasily at the city. No helmets or spearheads gleamed on battlements, no trumpet sounded, no challenge rang from the towers. A silence as absolute as that of the forest brooded over the walls and minarets. The sun was high above the eastern horizon when they stood before the great gate in the northern wall, in the shadow of the lofty rampart. Rust flecked the iron bracings of the mighty bronze portal. Spider-webs glistened thickly on hinge and sill and bolted panel. "It hasn't been open for years," exclaimed Valeria. "A dead city," grunted Conan. "That's why the ditches were broken and the plain untouched." "But who built it? Who dwelt here? Where did they go? Why did they abandon it?" "Who can say? Maybe an exiled clan of Stygians built it. Maybe not. It doesn't look like Stygian architecture. Maybe the people were wiped out by enemies, or a plague exterminated them." "In that case, their treasures may still be gathering dust and cobwebs in there," suggested Valeria, the acquisitive instincts of her profession waking in her, prodded, too, by feminine curiosity. "Can we open the gate? Let's go in and explore a bit." Conan eyed the heavy portal dubiously, but placed his massive shoulder against it and thrust with all the power of his muscular calves and thighs. With a rasping screech of rusty hinges, the gate moved ponderously inward, and Conan straightened and drew his sword. Valeria stared over his shoulder and made a sound indicative of surprise. They were not looking into an open street or court as one would have expected. The opened gate, or door, gave directly into a long, broad hall, which ran away and away until its vista grew indistinct in the distance. It was of heroic proportions, and the floor of a curious red stone, cut in square tiles, that seemed to smolder as if with a reflection of flames. The walls were of a shiny green material. "Jade, or I'm a Shemite," swore Conan. "Not in such quantity," protested Valeria. "I've looted enough from the Khitan caravans to know what I'm talking about," he asserted. "That's jade." The vaulted ceiling was of lapis lazuli, adorned with clusters of great green stones that gleamed with a poisonous radiance. "Green firestones," growled Conan. "That's what the people of Punt call them. They're supposed to be the petrified eyes of those prehistoric snakes the ancients called golden serpents. They glow like a cat's eyes in the dark. At night this hall would be lighted by them, but it would be a hellishly weird illumination. Let's look around. We might find a cache of jewels." "Shut the door," advised Valeria. "I'd hate to have to outrun a dragon down this hall." Conan grinned and replied, "I don't believe the dragons ever leave the forest." But he complied, and pointed out the broken bolt on the inner side. "I thought I heard something snap when I shoved against it. That bolt's freshly broken. Rust has eaten nearly through it. If the people ran away, why should it have been bolted on the inside?" "They undoubtedly left by another door," suggested Valeria. She wondered how many centuries had passed since the light of outer day had filtered into that great hall through the open door. Sunlight was finding its way somehow into the hall, and they quickly saw the source. High up in the vaulted ceiling, skylights were set in slot-like openings, translucent sheets of some crystalline substance. In the splotches of shadow between them, the green jewels winked like the eyes of angry cats. Beneath their feet, The dully lurid floors smoldered with changing hues and colors of flame. It was like treading the floors of hell with evil stars blinking overhead. 3 balustraded galleries ran along on each side of the hall, one above the other. "A 4-storied house," grunted Conan, "and this hall extends to the roof. It's long as a street. I seem to see a door at the other end." Valeria shrugged her white shoulders. "Your eyes are better than mine, then, though I'm accounted sharp-eyed among the sea rovers." They turned into an open door at random and traversed a series of empty chambers, floored like the hall, and with walls of the same green jade, or of marble or ivory or chalcedony, adorned with friezes of bronze, gold, or silver. In the ceilings the green fire gems were set, and their light was as ghostly and elusive as Conan had predicted. Under the witch-fire glow the intruders moved like spectres. Some of the chambers lacked this illumination, and their doorways showed black as the mouth of the pit. These Conan and Valeria avoided, keeping always to the lighted chambers. Cobwebs hung in the corners, but there was no perceptible accumulation of dust on the floor, or on the tables and seats of marble, jade, or carnelian which occupied the chambers. Here and there were rugs of that silk known as khitan, which is practically indestructible. Nowhere did they find any windows or doors opening into streets or courts. Each door merely opened into another chamber or hall. "Why don't we come to a street?" grumbled Valeria. "This palace, or whatever we're in, must be as big as the king of Turan-Saraglio." "They must not have perished of plague," said Conan, meditating upon the mystery of the empty city. "Otherwise we'd find skeletons. Maybe it became haunted, and everybody got up and left. Maybe—" "Maybe hell," broke in Valeria rudely. "We'll never know. Look at these friezes. They portray men. What race do they belong to?" Conan scanned them and shook his head. "I never saw people exactly like them. But there's the smack of the East about them. Vendaya, maybe, or Kosala." "Were you a king in Kosala?" she asked, masking her keen curiosity with derision. "No, but I was a war chief of the Afghulis who live in the Himalayan mountains above the borders of Vendaya. These people favor the Kosalans. But why should Kosalans be building a city this far to west?" The figures portrayed were those of slender, olive-skinned men and women, with finely chiseled, exotic features. They wore filmy robes and many delicate jeweled ornaments, and were depicted mostly in attitudes of feasting, dancing, or love-making. "Easterners, all right," grunted Conan. "But from where, I don't know. They must have lived a disgustingly peaceful life, though, or they'd have scenes of wars and fights. Let's go up that stair." It was an ivory spiral that wound up from the chamber in which they were standing. They mounted 3 flights and came into a broad chamber on the 4th floor, which seemed to be the highest tier in the building. Skylights in the ceiling illuminated the room, in which light the fire gems winked pallidly. Glancing through the doors, they saw, except on one side, a series of similarly lighted chambers. This other door opened upon a balustraded gallery that overhung a hall much smaller than the one they had recently explored on the lower floor. "Hell!" Valeria sat down disgustedly on a jade bench. "The people who deserted this city must have taken all their treasures with them. I'm tired of wandering through these bare rooms at random." "All these upper chambers seem to be lighted," said Conan. "I wish we could find a window that overlooked the city. Let's have a look through that door over there." "You have a look," advised Valeria. "I'm going to sit here and rest my feet." Conan disappeared through the door opposite that one opening upon the gallery, and Valeria leaned back with her hands clasped behind her head and thrust her booted legs out in front of her. These silent rooms and halls, with their gleaming green clusters of ornaments and burning crimson floors, were beginning to depress her. She wished they could find their way out of the maze into which they had wandered and emerge into a street. She wondered idly what furtive, dark feet had glided over those flaming floors in past centuries. How many deeds of cruelty and mystery those winking ceiling gems had blazed down upon. It was a faint noise that brought her out of her reflections. She was on her feet with her sword in her hand before she realized what had disturbed her. Conan had not returned, and she knew it was not he that she had heard. The sound had come from somewhere beyond the door that opened onto the gallery. Soundlessly in her soft leather boots, she glided through it, crept across the balcony, and peered down between the heavy balustrades. A man was stealing along the hall. The sight of a human being in this supposedly deserted city was a startling shock. Crouching down behind the stone balusters, with every nerve tingling, Valeria glared down at the stealthy figure. The man in no way resembled the figures depicted on the friezes. He was slightly above middle height, very dark, though not negroid. He was naked but for a scanty silk clout that only partly covered his muscular hips, and a leather girdle, a hand's breadth broad, about his lean waist. His long black hair hung in lank strands about his shoulders, giving him a wild appearance. He was gaunt, but knots and cords of muscle stood out on his arms and legs, without that fleshy padding that presents a pleasing symmetry of contour. He was built with an economy that was almost repellent. Yet it was not so much his physical appearance as his attitude that impressed the woman who watched him. He slunk along, stooped in a semi-crouch, his head turning from side to side. He grasped a wide-tipped blade in his right hand, and she saw it shake with the intensity of the emotion that gripped him. He was afraid, trembling in the grip of some dire terror. When he turned his head, she caught the blaze of wild eyes among the lank strands of black hair. He did not see her. On tiptoe he glided across the hall and vanished through an open door. A moment later she heard a choking cry, and then silence fell again. Consumed with curiosity, Valeria glided along the gallery until she came to a door above the one through which the man had passed. It opened into another, smaller gallery that encircled a large chamber. This chamber was on the 3rd floor, and its ceiling was not so high as that of the hall. It was lighted only by the firestones, and their weird green glow left the spaces under the balcony in shadows. Valeria's eyes widened. The man she had seen was still in the chamber. He lay face down on a dark crimson carpet in the middle of the room. His body was limp, his arms spread wide. His curved sword lay near him. She wondered why he should lie there so motionless. Then her eyes narrowed as she stared down at the rug on which he lay. Beneath and about him, the fabric showed a slightly different color, a deeper, brighter crimson. Shivering slightly, she crouched down closer behind the balustrade, intently scanning the shadows under the overhanging gallery. They gave up no secret. Suddenly, another figure entered the grim drama. He was a man similar to the first, and he came in by a door opposite that which gave upon the hall. His eyes glared at the sight of the man on the floor, and he spoke something in a staccato voice that sounded like "Chickmek." The other did not move. The man stepped quickly across the floor, bent, gripped the fallen man's shoulder, and turned him over. A choking cry escaped him as the head fell back limply, disclosing a throat that had been severed from ear to ear. The man let the corpse fall back upon the blood-stained carpet and sprang to his feet, shaking like a wind-blown leaf. His face was an ashy mask of fear. But with one knee flexed for flight, he froze suddenly, became as immobile as an image staring across the chamber with dilated eyes. In the shadows beneath the balcony, a ghostly light began to glow and grow, a light that was not part of the firestone gleam. Valeria felt her hair stir as she watched it, for, dimly visible in the throbbing radiance, there floated a human skull. And it was from this skull, human yet appallingly misshapen, that the spectral light seemed to emanate. It hung there like a disembodied head, conjured out of night and the shadows, growing more and more distinct, human, and yet not human as she knew humanity. The man stood motionless, an embodiment of paralyzed horror, staring fixedly at the apparition. The thing moved out from the wall, and a grotesque shadow moved with it. Slowly the shadow became visible as a man-like figure, whose naked torso and limbs shone whitely, with the hue of bleached bones. The bare skull on its shoulders grinned eyelessly, in the midst of its unholy nimbus, and the man confronting it seemed unable to take his eyes from it. He stood still, his sword dangling from nerveless fingers. On his face, the expression of a man bound by the spells of a mesmerist. Valeria realized that it was not fear alone that paralyzed him. Some hellish quality of that throbbing glow had robbed him of his power to think and act. She herself, safely above the scene, felt the subtle impact of a nameless emanation that was a threat to sanity. The horror swept toward its victim, and he moved at last, but only to drop his sword and sink to his knees, covering his eyes with his hands. Dumbly he awaited the stroke of the blade that now gleamed in the apparition's hand as it reared above him, like death triumphant over mankind. Valeria acted according to the first impulse of her wayward nature. With one tigerish movement she was over the balustrade and dropping to the floor behind the awful shape. It wheeled at the thud of her soft boots on the floor, but even as it turned, her keen blade lashed down, and a fierce exultation swept her as she felt the edge cleave solid flesh and mortal bone. The apparition cried out gurglingly and went down, severed through the shoulder, breastbone, and spine, and as it fell, the burning skull rolled clear, revealing a lank mop of black hair and a dark face twisted in the convulsions of death. Beneath the horrific masquerade there was a human being, a man similar to the one kneeling supinely on the floor. The latter looked up at the sound of the blow and the cry, and now he glared in wild-eyed amazement at the white-skinned woman who stood over the corpse with a dripping sword in her hand. He staggered up, yammering as if the sight had almost unseated his reason. She was amazed to realize that she understood him. He was gibbering in the Stygian tongue, though in a dialect unfamiliar to her.
"Who are you? Whence come you? What do you in Xuchotl?"
Then rushing on, without waiting for her to reply.
"But you are a friend. Goddess or devil, it makes no difference. You have slain the burning skull. It was but a man beneath it after all. We deemed it a demon they conjured up out of the catacombs. Listen."
He stopped short in his ravings and stiffened, straining his ears with painful intensity. The girl heard nothing.
"We must hasten," he whispered. "They are west of the great hall. They may be all around us here. They may be creeping upon us even now."
He seized her wrist in a convulsive grasp she found hard to break.
"Whom do you mean by they?" she demanded.
He stared at her uncomprehendingly for an instant, as if he found her ignorance hard to understand.
"They," he stammered vaguely. Why, the people of Jotalanc, the clan of the man you slew, they who dwell by the eastern gate."
"You mean to say this city is inhabited?" she exclaimed.
Aye.
He was writhing in the impatience of apprehension.
"Come away, come quick. We must return to Tekutli."
"Where is that?" she demanded.
"The quarter by the western gate."
He had her wrist again and was pulling her toward the door through which he had first come. Great beads of perspiration dripped from his dark forehead, and his eyes blazed with terror.
"Wait a minute,"
she growled, flinging off his hand. "Keep your hands off me, or I'll split your skull! What's all this about? Who are you? Where would you take me?" He took a firm grip on himself, casting glances to all sides, and began speaking so fast his words tripped over each other.
"My name is Techotl. I am of Tekutli. I and this man who lies with his throat cut came into the halls of silence to try and ambush some of the Shotalankas. But we became separated, and I returned here to find him with his gullet slit. The burning skull did it, I know, just as he would have slain me had you not killed him. But perhaps he was not alone. Others may be stealing from Shotalank. The gods themselves blanch at the fate of those they take alive."
At the thought he shook as with an ague, and his dark skin grew ashy. Valeria frowned puzzledly at him. She sensed intelligence behind this rigmarole, but it was meaningless to her. She turned toward the skull, which still glowed and pulsed on the floor, and was reaching a booted toe tentatively toward it, when the man who called himself Techotl sprang forward with a cry.
"Do not touch it! Do not even look at it! Madness and death lurk in it. The wizards of Shotalank understand its secret. They found it in the catacombs, where lie the bones of terrible kings who ruled in Shukotl in the black centuries of the past. To gaze upon it freezes the blood and withers the brain of a man who understands not its mystery. To touch it causes madness and destruction."
She scowled at him uncertainly. He was not a reassuring figure with his lean, muscle-knotted frame and snaky locks. In his eyes, behind the glow of terror, lurked a weird light she had never seen in the eyes of a man wholly sane. Yet he seemed sincere in his protestations.
"Come,"
he begged, reaching for her hand, and then recoiling as he remembered her warning.
"You are a stranger. How you came here I do not know, but if you were a goddess or a demon, come to aid Tekutli, you would know all the things you have asked me. You must be from beyond the great forest, whence our ancestors came. But you are our friend, or you would not have slain my enemy. Come quickly, before the Shotalankas find us and slay us."
From his repellent, impassioned face she glanced to the sinister skull, smoldering and glowing on the floor near the dead man. It was like a skull seen in a dream, undeniably human, yet with disturbing distortions and malformations of contour and outline. In life, the wearer of that skull must have presented an alien and monstrous aspect. Life? It seemed to possess some sort of life of its own. Its jaws yawned at her and snapped together. Its radiance grew brighter, more vivid, yet the impression of nightmare grew too. It was a dream. All life was a dream. It was Techotl's urgent voice which snapped Valeria back from the dim gulfs whither she was drifting.
"Do not look at the skull! Do not look at the skull!"
It was a far cry from across unreckoned voids. Valeria shook herself like a lion shaking his mane. Her vision cleared. Techotl was chattering.
"In life, it housed the awful brain of a king of magicians. It still holds the life and fire of magic drawn from outer spaces."
With a curse, Valeria leaped, lithe as a panther, and the skull crashed to flaming bits under her swinging sword. Somewhere in the room, or in the void, or in the dim reaches of her consciousness, an inhuman voice cried out in pain and rage. Techotl's hand was plucking at her arm, and he was gibbering.
"You have broken it! You have destroyed it! Not all the black arts of Shotalank can rebuild it. Come away! Come away quickly, now!"
"But I can't go," she protested. "I have a friend somewhere nearby." The flare of his eyes cut her short as he stared past her with an expression grown ghastly. She wheeled just as 4 men rushed through as many doors, converging on the pair in the center of the chamber. They were like the others she had seen, the same knotted muscles bulging on otherwise gaunt limbs, the same lank blue-black hair, the same mad glare in their wide eyes. They were armed and clad like Techotl, but on the breast of each was painted a white skull. There were no challenges or war cries. Like blood-mad tigers, the men of Xotalanc sprang at the throats of their enemies. T'Chotl met them with the fury of desperation, ducked the swipe of a wide-headed blade, and grappled with the wielder, and bore him to the floor where they rolled and wrestled in murderous silence. The other three swarmed on Valeria, their weird eyes red as the eyes of mad dogs. She killed the first who came within reach before he could strike a blow, her long straight blade splitting his skull even as his own sword lifted for a stroke. She sidestepped a thrust, even as she parried a slash. Her eyes danced and her lips smiled without mercy. Again she was Valeria of the Red Brotherhood, and the hum of her steel was like a bridal song in her ears. Her sword darted past a blade that sought to parry, and sheathed 6 inches of its point in a leather-guarded midriff. The man gasped agonizedly and went to his knees, but his tall mate lunged in ferocious silence, raining blow on blow so furiously that Valeria had no opportunity to counter. She stepped back coolly, parrying the strokes and watching for her chance to thrust home. He could not long keep up that flailing whirlwind. His arm would tire, his wind would fail. He would weaken, falter, and then her blade would slide smoothly into his heart. A sidelong glance showed her T'Chotl kneeling on the breast of his antagonist and striving to break the other's hold on his wrist and to drive home a dagger. Sweat beaded the forehead of the man facing her, and his eyes were like burning coals. Smite as he would, he could not break past nor beat down her guard. His breath came in gusty gulps, his blows began to fall erratically. She stepped back to draw him out, and felt her thighs locked in an iron grip. She had forgotten the wounded man on the floor. Crouching on his knees, he held her with both arms locked about her legs, and his mate croaked in triumph and began working his way around to come at her from the left side. Valeria wrenched and tore savagely, but in vain. She could free herself of this clinging menace with a downward flick of her sword, but in that instant the curved blade of the tall warrior would crash through her skull. The wounded man began to worry at her bare thigh with his teeth, like a wild beast. She reached down with her left hand and gripped his long hair, forcing his head back so that his white teeth and rolling eyes gleamed up at her. The tall Xotalanc cried out fiercely and leaped in, smiting with all the fury of his arm. Awkwardly she parried the stroke, and it beat the flat of her blade down on her head so that she saw sparks flash before her eyes and staggered. Up went the sword again with a low, beast-like cry of triumph, and then a giant form loomed behind the Xotalanc, and steel flashed like a jet of blue lightning. The cry of the warrior broke short, and he went down like an ox beneath the poleaxe, his brains gushing from his skull that had been split to the throat.
"Conan!"
gasped Valeria. In a gust of passion she turned on the Xotalanc whose long hair she still gripped in her left hand.
"Dog of hell!"
Her blade swished as it cut the air in an upswinging arc with a blur in the middle, and the headless body slumped down, spurting blood. She hurled the severed head across the room.
"What the devil's going on here?"
Conan bestrode the corpse of the man he had killed, broadsword in hand, glaring about him in amazement. T'Chotl was rising from the twitching figure of the last Xotalanc, shaking red drops from his dagger. He was bleeding from the stab deep in the thigh. He stared at Conan with dilated eyes.
"What is all this?"
Conan demanded again, not yet recovered from the stunning surprise of finding Valeria engaged in a savage battle with these fantastic figures in a city he had thought empty and uninhabited. Returning from an aimless exploration of the upper chambers to find Valeria missing from the room where he had left her, he had followed the sounds of strife that burst on his dumbfounded ears.
"5 dead dogs!"
exclaimed T'Chotl, his flaming eyes reflecting a ghastly exultation.
5 slain! 5 crimson nails for the black pillar. The gods of blood be thanked.
He lifted quivering hands on high, and then, with the face of a fiend, he spat on the corpses and stamped on their faces, dancing in his ghoulish glee. His recent allies eyed him in amazement, and Conan asked in the Aquilonian tongue, "Who is this madman?" Valeria shrugged her shoulders. "He says his name's T'Chotl. From his babblings I gather that his people live at one end of this crazy city, and these others at the other end. Maybe we'd better go with him. He seems friendly, and it's easy to see that the other clan isn't." T'Chotl had ceased his dancing and was listening again, his head tilted sidewise, dog-like, triumph struggling with fear in his repellent countenance.
"Come away now," he whispered. "We have done enough. 5 dead dogs. My people will welcome you. They will honor you. But come, it is far to Tekutli. At any moment the Shotalankas may come on us in numbers too great even for your swords."
"Lead the way," grunted Conan. T'Chotl instantly mounted a stair leading up to the gallery, beckoned them to follow him, which they did, moving rapidly to keep on his heels. Having reached the gallery, he plunged into a door that opened toward the west and hurried through chamber after chamber, each lighted by skylights or green fire jewels.
"What sort of place can this be?" muttered Valeria under her breath.
"Crom knows," answered Conan. "I've seen his kind before, though. They live on the shores of Lake Zawad, near the border of Kush. They're a sort of mongrel Stygians, mixed with another race that wandered into Stygia from the east some centuries ago and were absorbed by them. They're called Tlazitlans. I'm willing to bet it wasn't they who built this city, though." T'Chotl's fear did not seem to diminish as they drew away from the chamber where the dead men lay. He kept twisting his head on his shoulders to listen for sounds of pursuit, and stared with burning intensity into every doorway they passed. Valeria shivered in spite of herself. She feared no man, but the weird floor beneath her feet, the uncanny jewels over her head, dividing the lurking shadows among them, the stealth and terror of their guide, impressed her with a nameless apprehension, a sensation of lurking, inhuman peril.
"They may be between us and Tekutli," he whispered once. "We must beware, lest they be lying in wait."
"Why don't we get out of this infernal palace and take to the streets?" demanded Valeria.
"There are no streets in Shukotl," he answered. "No squares nor open courts. The whole city is built like one giant palace under one great roof. The nearest approach to a street is the Great Hall, which traverses the city from the north gate to the south gate. The only doors opening into the outer world are the city gates, through which no living man has passed for 50 years.
"How long have you dwelt here?" asked Conan.
"I was born in the castle of Tekutli 35 years ago. I have never set foot outside the city. For the love of the gods, let us go silently. These halls may be full of lurking devils. Olmec shall tell you all when we reach Tekutli."
So in silence they glided on, with the green firestones blinking overhead and the flaming floors smoldering under their feet. And it seemed to Valeria as if they fled through hell, guided by a dark-faced, lank-haired goblin. Yet it was Conan who halted them as they were crossing an unusually wide chamber. His wilderness-bred ears were keener even than the ears of T'Chotl, whetted though these were by a lifetime of warfare in these silent corridors. "You think some of your enemies may be ahead of us, lying in ambush?"
"They prowl through these rooms at all hours," answered T'Chotl, "as do we. The halls and chambers between Tekutli and Shotalank are a disputed region, owned by no man. We call it the Halls of Silence. Why do you ask?"
"Because men are in the chambers ahead of us," answered Conan. "I heard steel clink against stone." Again a shaking seized T'Chotl, and he clenched his teeth to keep them from chattering. "Perhaps they are your friends," suggested Valeria.
"We dare not chance it,"
he panted, and moved with frenzied activity. He turned aside and glided through a doorway on the left, which led into a chamber from which an ivory staircase wound down into darkness.
"This leads to an unlighted corridor below us,"
he hissed, great beads of perspiration standing out on his brow.
"They may be lurking there, too. It may all be a trick to draw us into it, but we must take the chance that they have laid their ambush in the rooms above. Come swiftly now."
Softly as phantoms they descended the stair and came to the mouth of a corridor black as night. They crouched there for a moment, listening, and then melted into it. As they moved along, Valeria's flesh crawled between her shoulders in momentary expectation of a sword thrust in the dark. But for Conan's iron fingers gripping her arm, she had no physical cognizance of her companions. Neither made as much noise as a cat would have made. The darkness was absolute. One hand, outstretched, touched a wall, and occasionally she felt a door under her fingers. The hallway seemed interminable. Suddenly they were galvanized by a sound behind them. Valeria's flesh crawled anew, for she recognized it as the soft opening of a door. Men had come into the corridor behind them. Even with the thought, she stumbled over something that felt like a human skull. It rolled across the floor with an appalling clatter.
"Run!"
yelped Techotl, a note of hysteria in his voice, and was away down the corridor like a flying ghost. Again Valeria felt Conan's hand bearing her up and sweeping her along as they raced after their guide. Conan could see in the dark no better than she, but he possessed a sort of instinct that made his course unerring. Without his support and guidance she would have fallen or stumbled against the wall. Down the corridor they sped, while the swift patter of flying feet drew closer and closer. And then suddenly Techotl panted,
"Here is the stair! After me! Quick! Oh, quick!"
His hand came out of the dark and caught Valeria's wrist as she stumbled blindly on the stairs. She felt herself half dragged, half lifted up the winding stair, while Conan released her and turned on the steps, his ears and instincts telling him their foes were hard at their backs, and the sounds were not all those of human feet. Something came writhing up the steps, something that slithered and rustled and brought a chill in the air with it. Conan lashed down with his great sword, and felt the blade shear through something that might have been flesh and bone, and cut deep into the stair beneath. Something touched his foot that chilled like the touch of frost, and then the darkness beneath him was disturbed by a frightful thrashing and lashing, and a man cried out in agony. The next moment Conan was racing up the winding staircase and through a door that stood open at the head. Valeria and Techotl were already through, and Techotl slammed the door and shot a bolt across it, the first Conan had seen since they left the outer gate. Then he turned and ran across the well-lighted chamber into which they had come, and as they passed through the farther door, Conan glanced back and saw the door groaning and straining under heavy pressure, violently applied from the other side. Though Techotl did not abate either his speed or his caution, he seemed more confident now. He had the air of a man who has come into familiar territory, within call of friends. But Conan renewed his terror by asking, "What was that thing I fought on the stairs?"
"The men of Xotalanc," answered Techotl, without looking back. "I told you the halls were full of them."
"That wasn't a man," grunted Conan. "It was something that crawled, and it was as cold as ice to the touch. I think I cut it asunder. It fell back on the men who were following us, and it must have killed one of them in its death throes." Techotl's head jerked back, his face ashy again. Convulsively he quickened his pace.
"It was the crawler! A monster they have brought out of the catacombs to aid them. What it is, we do not know, but we have found our people hideously slain by it. In Set's name, hasten! If they put it on our trail, it will follow us to the very doors of Tekotli."
"I doubt it," grunted Conan. "That was a shrewd cut, I doubt it, on the stair."
"Hasten, hasten!"
groaned T'Chotl. They ran through a series of green-lit chambers, traversed a broad hall, and halted before a giant bronze door. T'Chotl said,
"This is Tekotli."
3. The People of the Feud. T'Chotl smote on the bronze door with his clenched hand, and then turned sidewise, so that he could watch back along the hall.
"Men have been smitten down before this door, when they thought they were safe," he said.
"Why don't they open the door?" asked Conan.
"They are looking at us through the eye," answered T'Chotl. "They are puzzled at the sight of you."
He lifted his voice and called,
"Open the door, Cheselin! It is I, T'Chotl, with friends from the great world beyond the forest." "They will open," he assured his allies.
"They'd better do it in a hurry, then," said Conan grimly. "I hear something crawling along the floor beyond the hall." T'Chotl went ashy again and attacked the door with his fists, screaming,
"Open, you fools, open! The crawler is at our heels!"
Even as he beat and shouted, the great bronze door swung noiselessly back, revealing a heavy chain across the entrance, over which spearheads bristled and fierce countenances regarded them intently for an instant. Then the chain was dropped, and T'Chotl grasped the arms of his friends in a nervous frenzy, and fairly dragged them over the threshold. A glance over his shoulder just as the door was closing showed Conan the long, dim vista of the hall, and dimly framed at the other end, an ophidian shape that writhed slowly and painfully into view, flowing in a dull-hued length from a chamber door, its hideous blood-stained head wagging drunkenly. Then the closing door shut off the view. Inside the square chamber into which they had come, heavy bolts were drawn across the door, and the chain locked into place. The door was made to stand the battering of a siege. 4 men stood on guard, of the same lank-haired, dark-skinned breed as T'Chotl, with spears in their hands and swords at their hips. In the wall near the door there was a complicated contrivance of mirrors, which Conan guessed was the eye T'Chotl had mentioned, so arranged that a narrow, crystal-paned slot in the wall could be looked through from within without being discernible from without. The 4 guardsmen stared at the strangers with wonder, but asked no question, nor did T'Chotl vouchsafe any information. He moved with easy confidence now, as if he had shed his cloak of indecision and fear the instant he crossed the threshold. "Come," he urged his newfound friends, but Conan glanced toward the door. "What about those fellows who are following us? Won't they try to storm that door?" T'Chotl shook his head. "They know they cannot break down the door of the Eagle. They will flee back to Xotalanc with their crawling fiend. Come, I will take you to the rulers of Tekotli." One of the 4 guards opened the door opposite the one by which they had entered, and they passed through into a hallway which, like most of the rooms on that level, was lighted by both the slot-like skylights and the clusters of winking fire gems. But unlike the other rooms they had traversed, this hall showed evidences of occupation. Velvet tapestries adorned the glossy jade walls. Rich rugs were on the crimson floors, and the ivory seats, benches, and divans were littered with satin cushions. The hall ended in an ornate door, before which stood no guard. Without ceremony, T'Chotl thrust the door open and ushered his friends into a broad chamber, where some 30 dark-skinned men and women lounging on satin-covered couches sprang up with exclamations of amazement. The men, all except one, were of the same type as T'Chotl, and the women were equally dark and strange-eyed, though not unbeautiful in a weird, dark way. They wore sandals, golden breastplates, and scanty silk skirts supported by gem-crusted girdles, and their black manes, cut square at their naked shoulders, were bound with silver circlets. On a wide ivory seat on a jade dais sat a man and a woman who differed subtly from the others. He was a giant, with an enormous sweep of breast and the shoulders of a bull. Unlike the others, he was bearded, with a thick blue-black beard which fell almost to his broad girdle. He wore a robe of purple silk which reflected changing sheens of color with his every movement, and one wide sleeve, drawn back to his elbow, revealed a forearm massive with corded muscles. The band which confined his blue-black locks was set with glittering jewels. The woman beside him sprang to her feet with a startled exclamation as the strangers entered, and her eyes, passing over Conan, fixed themselves with burning intensity on Valeria. She was tall and lithe, by far the most beautiful woman in the room. She was clad more scantily even than the others, for instead of a skirt, she wore merely a broad strip of gilt-worked purple cloth fastened to the middle of her girdle, which fell below her knees. Another strip at the back of her girdle completed that part of her costume, which she wore with a cynical indifference. Her breastplates and the circlet about her temples were adorned with gems. In her eyes alone of all the dark-skinned people there lurked no brooding gleam of madness. She spoke no word after her first exclamation. She stood tensely, her hands clenched, staring at Valeria. The man on the ivory seat had not risen.
"Prince Olmec,"
spoke T'Challa, bowing low, with arms outspread and the palms of his hands turned upward.
"I bring allies from the world beyond the forest. In the chamber of Tezcoti, the burning skull slew Chicmac, my companion."
"The burning skull!" It was a shuddering whisper of fear from the people of Tezcoti.
"Aye! Then came I, and found Chicmac lying with his throat cut. Before I could flee, the burning skull came upon me, and when I looked upon it my blood became as ice, and the marrow of my bones melted. I could neither fight nor run. I could only await the stroke. Then came this white-skinned woman, and struck him down with her sword, and lo, it was only a dog of Xotalanc, with white paint upon his skin, and the living skull of an ancient wizard upon his head. Now that skull lies in many pieces, and the dog who wore it is a dead man."
An indescribably fierce exultation edged the last sentence, and was echoed in the low, savage exclamations from the crowding listeners.
"But wait!" exclaimed T'Challa. "There is more. While I talked with the woman, 4 Xotalancas came upon us. One I slew. There is the stab in my thigh to prove how desperate was the fight. 2 the woman killed. But we were hard-pressed when this man came into the fray and split the skull of the 4th. Aye, 5 crimson nails there are to be driven into the pillar of vengeance."
He pointed at a black column of ebony which stood behind the dais. Hundreds of red dots scarred its polished surface, the bright scarlet heads of heavy copper nails driven into the black wood.
5 red nails for 5 Xotalanca lives!"
exulted T'Challa, and their horrible exultation in the faces of the listeners made them inhuman. "Who are these people?" asked Olmec, and his voice was like the low, deep rumble of a distant bull. None of the people of Xuchotl spoke loudly. It was as if they had absorbed into their souls the silence of the empty halls and deserted chambers. "I am Conan, a Cimmerian," answered the barbarian briefly. "This woman is Valeria of the Red Brotherhood, an Aquilonian pirate. We are deserters from an army on the Darfar border far to the north, and are trying to reach the coast." The woman on the dais spoke loudly, her words tripping in her haste.
"You can never reach the coast. There is no escape from Xuchotl. You will spend the rest of your lives in the city."
"What do you mean?" growled Conan, clapping his hand to his hilt and stepping about so as to face both the dais and the rest of the room. "Are you telling us we're prisoners?" "She did not mean that," interposed Olmec. "We are your friends. we would not restrain you against your will, but I fear other circumstances will make it impossible for you to leave Xuchotl." His eyes flickered to Valeria, and he lowered them quickly. "This woman is Tassila," he said. "She is a princess of Tekutli. But let food and drink be brought our guests. Doubtless they are hungry and weary from their long travels." He indicated an ivory table, and after an exchange of glances, the adventurers seated themselves. The Cimmerian was suspicious. His fierce blue eyes roved about the chamber, and he kept his sword close to his hand. But an invitation to eat and drink never found him backward. His eyes kept wandering to Tassila, but the princess had eyes only for his white-skinned companion. Xuchotl, who had bound a strip of silk about his wounded thigh, placed himself at the table to attend to the wants of his friends, seeming to consider it a privilege and honor to see after their needs. He inspected the food and drink the others brought in gold vessels and dishes, and tasted each before he placed it before his guests. While they ate, Olmec sat in silence on his ivory seat, watching them from under his broad black brows. Tassila sat beside him, chin cupped in her hands, and her elbows resting on her knees. Her dark, enigmatic eyes, burning with a mysterious light, never left Valeria's supple figure. Behind her seat, a sullen, handsome girl waved an ostrich plume fan with a slow rhythm. The food was fruit of an exotic kind unfamiliar to the wanderers, but very palatable, and the drink was a light crimson wine that carried a heady tang. "You have come from afar," said Olmec at last. "I have read the books of our fathers. Aquilonia lies beyond the lands of the Stygians and the Shemites, beyond Argos and Zingara, and Cimmeria lies beyond Aquilonia." "We have each a roving foot," answered Conan carelessly. "How you won through the forest is a wonder to me," quoth Olmec. "In bygone days 1,000 fighting men scarcely were able to carve a road through its perils." "We encountered a bench-legged monstrosity about the size of a mastodon," said Conan casually, holding out his wine goblet, which Xuchotl filled with evident pleasure. "But when we'd killed it, we had no further trouble." The wine vessel slipped from Xuchotl's hand to crash on the floor. His dusky skin went ashy. Olmec started to his feet, an image of stunned amazement, and a low gasp of awe or terror breathed up from the others. Some slipped to their knees as if their legs would not support them. Only Tassila seemed not to have heard. Conan glared about him bewilderedly. "What's the matter? What are you gaping about?" You slew the dragon god?" "God? I killed a dragon. Why not? It was trying to gobble us up." "But dragons are immortal," exclaimed Olmec. "They slay each other, but no man ever killed a dragon. The 1,000 fighting men of our ancestors who fought their way to Xuchotl could not prevail against them. Their swords broke like twigs against their scales." "If your ancestors had thought to dip their spears in the poisonous juice of Derketa's apples," quoth Conan, with his mouth full, "and jab them in the eyes or mouth or somewhere like that, they'd have seen that dragons are not more immortal than any other chunk of beef. The carcass lies at the edge of the trees, just within the forest. If you don't believe me, go and look for yourself." Olmec shook his head, not in disbelief, but in wonder. "It was because of the dragons that our ancestors took refuge in Xuchotl," he said. "They dared not pass through the plain and plunge into the forest beyond. Scores of them were seized and devoured by the monsters before they could reach the city." "Then your ancestors didn't build Xuchotl?" asked Valeria. "It was ancient when they first came into the land. How long it had stood here, not even its degenerate inhabitants knew." "Your people came from Lake Zuad?" questioned Conan. "Aye. More than half a century ago, a tribe of the Tlazitlans rebelled against the Stygian king, and, being defeated in battle, fled southward. For many weeks they wandered over grasslands, desert, and hills, and at last they came into the great forest, 1,000 fighting men with their women and children. It was in the forest that the dragons fell upon them and tore many to pieces. So the people fled in a frenzy of fear before them, and at last came into the plain and saw the city of Xuchotl in the midst of it. They camped before the city, not daring to leave the plain, for the night was made hideous with the noise of the battling monsters throughout the forest. They made war incessantly upon one another, yet they came not into the plain. The people of the city shut their gates and shot arrows at our people from the walls. The Tlazitlans were imprisoned on the plain, as if the ring of the forest had been a great wall, for to venture into the woods would have been madness. That night there came secretly to their camp a slave from the city, one of their own blood, who with a band of exploring soldiers had wandered into the forest long before when he was a young man. The dragons had devoured all his companions, but he had been taken into the city to dwell in servitude. His name was Tolkemek. A flame lighted the dark eyes at mention of the name, and some of the people muttered obscenely and spat. He promised to open the gates to the warriors. He asked only that all captives taken be delivered into his hands. At dawn he opened the gates. The warriors swarmed in, and the halls of Xuchotl ran red. Only a few hundred folk dwelt there, decaying remnants of a once great race. Tolkemek said they came from the east long ago, from old Kosala, when the ancestors of those who now dwell in Kosala came up from the south and drove forth the original inhabitants of the land. They wandered far westward and finally found this forest-girdled plain, inhabited then by a tribe of black people. These they enslaved and set to building a city. From the hills to the east they brought jade and marble and lapis lazuli and gold, silver, and copper. Herds of elephants provided them with ivory. When their city was completed, they slew all the black slaves, and their magicians made a terrible magic to guard the city. For by their necromantic arts they recreated the dragons which had once dwelt in this lost land, and whose monstrous bones they found in the forest. Those bones they clothed in flesh and life, and the living beasts walked the earth as they walked it when time was young. But the wizards wove a spell that kept them in the forest, and they came not into the plain. So for many centuries the people of Xuchotl dwelt in their city, cultivating the fertile plain until their wise men learned how to grow fruit within the city, fruit which is not planted in soil, but obtains its nourishment out of the air. And then they let the irrigation ditches run dry, and dwelt more and more in luxurious sloth until decay seized them. They were a dying race when our ancestors broke through the forest and came into the plain. Their wizards had died, and the people had forgot their ancient necromancy. They could fight neither by sorcery nor the sword. Well, our fathers slew the people of Xuchotl, all except 100 which were given living into the hands of Tolkemek, who had been their slave. And for many days and nights the halls re-echoed to their screams under the agony of his tortures. So the Tlazitlans dwelt here, for a while in peace, ruled by the brothers Tukutli and Shotalang, and by Tolkemek. Tolkemek took a girl of the tribe to wife, and because he had opened the gates, and because he knew many of the arts of the Shotalans, he shared the rule of the tribe with the brothers who had led the rebellion and the flight. For a few years then they dwelt at peace within the city, doing little but eating, drinking, and making love, and raising children. There was no necessity to till the plain, for Tolkemec taught them how to cultivate the air-devouring fruits. Besides, the slaying of the Shortalans broke the spell that held the dragons in the forest, and they came nightly and bellowed about the gates of the city. The plain ran red with the blood of their eternal warfare, and it was then that— He bit his tongue in the midst of the sentence, then presently continued. But Valeria and Conan felt that he had checked an admission he had considered unwise. 5 years they dwelt in peace. Then— Olmec's eyes rested briefly on the silent woman at his side. Shortalanc took a woman to wife. A woman whom both Tekutli and old Tolkemec desired. In his madness, Tekutli stole her from her husband. Aye, she went willingly enough. Tolkemec, to spite Shortalanc, aided Tekutli. Shortalanc demanded that she be given back to him, and the council of the tribe decided that the matter should be left to the woman. She chose to remain with Tekutli. In wrath, Shortalanc sought to take her back by force, and the retainers of the brothers came to blows in the great hall. There was much bitterness. Blood was shed on both sides. The quarrel became a feud, the feud an open war. From the welter 3 factions emerged: Tekutli, Shortalanc, and Tolkemec. Already in the days of peace they had divided the city between them. Tekutli dwelt in the western quarter of the city, Shortalanc in the eastern, and Tolkemec with his family by the southern gate. Anger and resentment and jealousy blossomed into bloodshed and rape and murder. Once the sword was drawn, there was no turning back, for blood called for blood, and vengeance followed swift on the heels of atrocity. Tekutli fought with Shortalanc, and Tolkemec aided first one and then the other, betraying each faction as it fitted his purposes. Tekutli and his people withdrew into the quarter of the western gate, where we now sit. Xuchotl is built in the shape of an oval. Tekutli, which took its name from its prince, occupies the western end of the oval. The people blocked up all doors connecting the quarter with the rest of the city, except one on each floor, which could be defended easily. They went into the pits below the city and built a wall, cutting off the western end of the catacombs, where lie the bodies of the ancient Xuchotlans, and of those Tlazitlans slain in the feud. They dwelt as in a besieged castle, making sorties and forays on their enemies. The people of Shortalanc likewise fortified the eastern quarter of the city, and Tolkemec did likewise with the quarter by the southern gate. The central part of the city was left bare and uninhabited. Those empty halls and chambers became a battleground and a region of brooding terror. Tolkemec warred on both clans. He was a fiend in the form of a human, worse than Shortalanc. He knew many secrets of the city he never told the others. From the crypts of the catacombs he plundered the dead of their grisly secrets, secrets of ancient kings and wizards long forgotten by the degenerate Shortalans our ancestors slew. But all his magic did not aid him the night we of Tekutli stormed his castle and butchered all his people. Tolkemec we tortured for many days. His voice sank to a caressing slur, and a faraway look grew in his eyes, as if he looked back over the years to a scene which caused him intense pleasure. Aye, we kept the life in him until he screamed for death as for a bride. At last we took him living from the torture chamber, and cast him into a dungeon for the rats to gnaw as he died. From that dungeon, somehow, he managed to escape, and dragged himself into the catacombs. There, without doubt, he died, for the only way out of the catacombs beneath Tekutli is through Tekutli, and he never emerged by that way. His bones were never found, and the superstitious among our people swear that his ghost haunts the crypts to this day, wailing among the bones of the dead. 12 years ago we butchered the people of Tolkamek, but the feud raged on between Tecuhtli and Xotalanc, as it will rage until the last man, the last woman, is dead. It was 50 years ago that Tecuhtli stole the wife of Xotalanc. Half a century the feud has endured. I was born in it. All in this chamber, except Tassila, were born in it. We expect to die in it. We are a dying race, even as those Xotalans our ancestors slew. When the feud began, there were hundreds in each faction. Now we of Tecuhtli number only these you see before you, and the men who guard the 4 doors. 40 in all. How many Xotalancas there are we do not know, but I doubt if they are much more numerous than we. For 15 years no children have been born to us, and we have seen none among the Xotalancas. We are dying. But before we die, we will slay as many of the men of Xotalanc as the gods permit. And with his eyes blazing, Olmec spoke long of that grisly feud, fought out in silent chambers and dim halls, under the blaze of the green fire jewels, on floors smouldering with the flames of hell, and splashed with deeper crimson from severed veins. In that long butchery a whole generation had perished. Xotalanc was dead long ago, slain in a grim battle on an ivory stair. Tecuhtli was dead, flayed alive by the maddened Xotalancas who had captured him. Without emotion, Olmec told of hideous battles fought in black corridors, of ambushes on twisting stairs and red butcheries. With a redder, more abysmal gleam in his deep, dark eyes, he told of men and women flayed alive, mutilated and dismembered, of captives howling under tortures so ghastly that even the barbarous Cimmerian grunted. No wonder T'Chotl had trembled with the terror of capture. Yet he had gone forth to slay if he could, driven by hate that was stronger than his fear. Olmec spoke further of dark and mysterious matters, of black magic and wizardry conjured out of the black night of the catacombs, of weird creatures invoked out of darkness for horrible allies. In these things the Xotalancas had the advantage, for it was in the eastern catacombs where lay the bones of the greatest wizards of the ancient Xucotlans, with their immemorial secrets. Valeria listened with morbid fascination. The feud had become a terrible elemental power driving the people of Xuchotl inexorably on to doom and extinction. It filled their whole lives. They were born in it, and they expected to die in it. They never left their barricaded castle except to steal forth into the halls of silence that lay between the opposing fortresses, to slay and be slain. Sometimes the raiders returned with frantic captives, or with grim tokens of victory in fight. Sometimes they did not return at all, or returned only as severed limbs cast down before the bolted bronze doors. It was a ghastly, unreal nightmare existence these people lived, shut off from the rest of the world, caught together like rabid rats in the same trap, butchering one another through the years, crouching and creeping through the sunless corridors to maim and torture and murder. While Olmec talked, Valeria felt the blazing eyes of Tassila fixed upon her. The princess seemed not to hear what Olmec was saying. Her expression, as he narrated victories or defeats, did not mirror the wild rage or fiendish exultation that alternated on the faces of the other Tecuhtli. The feud that was an obsession to her clansmen seemed meaningless to her. Valeria found her indifferent callousness more repugnant than Olmec's naked ferocity. "And we can never leave the city," said Olmec. "For 50 years no one has ever left it except those—" Again he checked himself. "Even without the peril of the dragons," he continued, "we who were born and raised in the city would not dare leave it. We have never set foot outside the walls. We are not accustomed to the open sky and the naked sun. No. We were born in Xuchotl, and in Xuchotl we shall die." "Well," said Conan, "with your leave we'll take our chances with the dragons. This feud is none of our business. If you'll show us to the west gate, we'll be on our way." Tassila's hands clenched, and she started to speak, but Olmec interrupted her. "It is nearly nightfall. If you wander forth into the plain by night, you will certainly fall prey to the dragons." "We crossed it last night and slept in the open without seeing any," returned Conan. Tassila smiled mirthlessly. "You dare not leave Xuchotl." Conan glanced at her with instinctive antagonism. She was not looking at him, but at the woman opposite him. "I think they dare," retorted Olmec. "But look you, Conan and Valeria, the gods must have sent you to us to cast victory into the laps of the Tecuhtli. You are professional fighters. Why not fight for us? We have wealth in abundance. Precious jewels are as common in Xuchotl as cobblestones are in the cities of the world. Some the Xuchotlans brought with them from Kosala. Some, like the firestones, they found in the hills to the east. Aid us to wipe out the Shotalankas, and we will give you all the jewels you can carry." "And will you help us destroy the dragons?" asked Valeria. "With bows and poisoned arrows, 30 men could slay all the dragons in the forest." "Aye," replied Olmec promptly. "We have forgotten the use of the bow in years of hand-to-hand fighting. But we can learn again." "What do you say?" Valeria inquired of Conan. "We're both penniless vagabonds." He grinned heartily. "I'd as soon kill Shotalankas as anybody." "Then you agree?" exclaimed Olmec, while T'Chotl fairly hugged himself with delight. "Aye. And now suppose you show us chambers where we can sleep, so we can be fresh tomorrow for the beginning of the slaying." Olmec nodded and waved a hand, and T'Chotl and a woman led the adventurers into a corridor which led through a door off to the left of the jade dais. A glance back showed Valeria Olmec sitting on his throne, chin on knotted fist, staring after them. His eyes burned with a weird flame. Tassila leaned back in her seat, whispering to the sullen-faced maid, Yasala, who leaned over her shoulder, her ear to the princess's moving lips. The hallway was not so broad as most they had traversed, but it was long. Presently the woman halted, opened a door, and drew aside for Valeria to enter. "Wait a minute," growled Conan. "Where do I sleep?" T'Chotl pointed to a chamber across the hallway but one door farther down. Conan hesitated and seemed inclined to raise an objection, but Valeria smiled spitefully at him and shut the door in his face. He muttered something uncomplimentary about women in general, and strode off down the corridor after T'Chotl. In the ornate chamber where he was to sleep, he glanced up at the slot-like skylights. Some were wide enough to admit the body of a slender man, supposing the glass were broken. "Why don't the Shotalankas come over the roofs and shatter those skylights?" he asked. "They cannot be broken," answered T'Chotl. "Besides, the roofs would be hard to clamber over. They are mostly spires and domes and steep ridges." He volunteered more information about the castle of Tecuhtli. Like the rest of the city, it contained 4 stories, or tiers, of chambers, with towers jutting up from the roof. Each tier was named. Indeed, the people of Xuchotl had a name for each chamber, hall, and stair in the city, as people of more normal cities designate streets and quarters. In Tecuhtli, the floors were named the Eagle's Tier, the Ape's Tier, the Tiger's Tier, and the Serpent's Tier, in the order as enumerated, the Eagle's Tier being the highest, or 4th floor. "Who is Tassila?" asked Conan. "Olmec's wife?" T'Chotl shuddered and glanced furtively about him before answering. "No, she is Tassila. She was the wife of Xotalanc,
The woman took Kurtli's stole to start the feud."
"What are you talking about?" demanded Conan. "That woman is beautiful and young. Are you trying to tell me that she was a wife 50 years ago?"
"Aye, I swear it. She was a full-grown woman when Atlazatlans journeyed from Lake Zuad. It was because the king of Stygia desired her for a concubine that Xotalanc and his brother rebelled and fled into the wilderness. She is a witch who possesses the secret of perpetual youth."
"What's that?" asked Conan. T'Chotl shuddered again.
"Ask me not. I dare not speak. It is too grisly even for Xuchotl."
And, touching his finger to his lips, he glided from the chamber. 4. Scent of Black Lotus. Valeria unbuckled her sword belt and laid it with a sheathed weapon on the couch where she meant to sleep. She noted that the doors were supplied with bolts, and asked where they led.
"Those lead into adjoining chambers,"
answered the woman, indicating the doors on right and left.
"That one,"
pointing to a copper-bound door opposite that which opened into the corridor,
"leads to a corridor which runs to a stair that descends into the catacombs. Do not fear. Naught can harm you here."
"Who spoke of fear?" snapped Valeria. "I'd just like to know what sort of harbor I'm dropping anchor in. No, I don't want you to sleep at the foot of my couch. I'm not accustomed to being waited on, not by women anyway. You have my leave to go." Alone in the room, the pirate shot the bolts on all the doors, kicked off her boots, and stretched luxuriously out on the couch. She imagined Conan similarly situated across the corridor, but her feminine vanity prompted her to visualize him as scowling and muttering with chagrin as he cast himself on his solitary couch, and she grinned with gleeful malice as she prepared herself for slumber. Outside, night had fallen. In the halls of Xuchotl, the green fire jewels blazed like the eyes of prehistoric cats. Somewhere among the dark towers, a night wind moaned like a restless spirit. Through the dim passages, stealthy figures began stealing, like disembodied shadows. Valeria awoke suddenly on her couch. In the dusky emerald glow of the fire gems, she saw a shadowy figure bending over her. For a bemused instant, the apparition seemed part of the dream she had been dreaming. She had seemed to lie on the couch in the chamber as she was actually lying, while over her pulsed and throbbed a gigantic black blossom so enormous that it hid the ceiling. Its exotic perfume pervaded her being, inducing a delicious, sensuous languor that was something more and less than sleep. She was sinking into scented billows of insensible bliss when something touched her face. So supersensitive were her drugged senses that the light touch was like a dislocating impact, jolting her rudely into full wakefulness. Then it was that she saw not a gargantuan blossom, but a dark-skinned woman standing above her. With the realization came anger and instant action. The woman turned lithely, but before she could run, Valeria was on her feet and had caught her arm. She fought like a wildcat for an instant, and then subsided as she felt herself crushed by the superior strength of her captor. The pirate wrenched the woman around to face her, caught her chin with her free hand, and forced her captive to meet her gaze. It was the sullen Yasela, Tassila's maid. "What the devil were you doing bending over me? What's that in your hand?" The woman made no reply, but sought to cast away the object. Valeria twisted her arm around in front of her, and the thing fell to the floor. A great, black, exotic blossom on a jade-green stem, large as a woman's head, to be sure, but tiny beside the exaggerated vision she had seen. "The Black Lotus," said Valeria between her teeth. "The blossom whose scent brings deep sleep. You were trying to drug me. If you hadn't accidentally touched my face with the petals, you'd have... Why did you do it? What's your game?" Yasela maintained a sulky silence, and with an oath Valeria whirled her around, forced her to her knees, and twisted her arm up behind her back.
Tell me, or I'll tear your arm out of its socket."
Yasela squirmed in anguish as her arm was forced excruciatingly up between her shoulder blades, but a violent shaking of her head was the only answer she made.
"Slut!"
Valeria cast her from her to sprawl on the floor. The pirate glared at the prostrate figure with blazing eyes. Fear and the memory of Tassila's burning eyes stirred in her, rousing all her tigerish instincts of self-preservation. These people were decadent. Any sort of perversity might be expected to be encountered among them. But Valeria sensed here something that moved behind the scenes, some secret terror fouler than common degeneracy. Fear and revulsion of this weird city swept her. These people were neither sane nor normal. She began to doubt if they were even human. Madness smoldered in the eyes of them all except the cruel, cryptic eyes of Tassila, which held secrets and mysteries more abysmal than madness. She lifted her head and listened intently. The halls of Xuchotl were as silent as if it were in reality a dead city. The green jewels bathed the chamber in a nightmare glow, in which the eyes of the woman on the floor glittered eerily up at her. A thrill of panic throbbed through Valeria, driving the last vestige of mercy from her fierce soul.
"Why did you try to drug me?"
she muttered, grasping the woman's black hair and forcing her head back to glare into her sullen, long-lashed eyes.
"Did Tassila send you?"
No answer. Valeria cursed venomously and slapped the woman, first on one cheek and then the other. The blows resounded through the room, but Yasela made no outcry.
"Why don't you scream?"
demanded Valeria savagely.
"Do you fear someone will hear you? Whom do you fear? Tassila? Olmec? Conan?"
Yasela made no reply. She crouched, watching her captor with eyes baleful as those of a basilisk. Stubborn silence always fans anger. Valeria turned and tore a handful of cords from a nearby hanging.
"You sulky slut," she said between her teeth. "I'm going to strip you stark naked and tie you across that couch and whip you until you tell me what you were doing here and who sent you."
Yasela made no verbal protest, nor did she offer any resistance, as Valeria carried out the first part of her threat with a fury that her captive's obstinacy only sharpened. Then for a space there was no sound in the chamber except the whistle and crackle of hard-woven silken cords on naked flesh. Yasela could not move her fast-bound hands or feet. Her body writhed and quivered under the chastisement. Her head swayed from side to side in rhythm with the blows. Her teeth were sunk into her lower lip, and a trickle of blood began as the punishment continued. But she did not cry out. The pliant cords made no great sound as they encountered the quivering body of the captive. Only a sharp, crackling snap. But each cord left a red streak across Yasela's dark flesh. Valeria inflicted the punishment with all the strength of her war-hardened arm, with all the mercilessness acquired during a life where pain and torment were daily happenings, and with all the cynical ingenuity which only a woman displays toward a woman. Yasela suffered more, physically and mentally, than she would have suffered under a lash wielded by a man, however strong. It was the application of this feminine cynicism which at last tamed Yasela. A low whimper escaped from her lips, and Valeria paused, arm lifted, and raked back a damp yellow lock.
"Well, are you going to talk?" she demanded. "I can keep this up all night if necessary." "Mercy," whispered the woman. "I will tell."
Valeria cut the cords from her wrists and ankles, and pulled her to her feet. Yasela sank down on the couch, half reclining on one bare hip, supporting herself on her arm and writhing at the contact of her smarting flesh with the couch. She was trembling in every limb.
"Wine,"
she begged, dry-lipped, indicating with a quivering hand a gold vessel on an ivory table.
"Let me drink. I am weak with pain. Then I will tell you all."
Valeria picked up the vessel, and Yasela rose unsteadily to receive it. She took it, raised it toward her lips, then dashed the contents full into the Aquilonian's face. Valeria reeled backward, shaking and clawing the stinging liquid out of her eyes. Through a smarting mist she saw Yasela dart across the room, fling back a bolt, throw open the copper-bound door, and run down the hall. The pirate was after her instantly, sword out and murder in her heart. But Yasela had the start, and she ran with the nervous agility of a woman who has just been whipped to the point of hysterical frenzy. She rounded a corner in the corridor, yards ahead of Valeria, and when the pirate turned it, she saw only an empty hall, and at the other end a door that gaped blackly. A damp, mouldy scent reeked up from it, and Valeria shivered. That must be the door that led to the catacombs. Yasela had taken refuge among the dead. Valeria advanced to the door and looked down a flight of stone steps that vanished quickly into utter blackness. Evidently it was a shaft that led straight to the pits below the city, without opening upon any of the lower floors. She shivered slightly at the thought of the thousands of corpses lying in their stone crypts down there, wrapped in their moldering cloths. She had no intention of groping her way down those stone steps. Yasela doubtless knew every turn and twist of the subterranean tunnels. She was turning back, baffled and furious, when a sobbing cry welled up from the blackness. It seemed to come from a great depth, but human words were faintly distinguishable, and the voice was that of a woman.
"Oh, help! Help! In Set's name! Ah!"
It trailed away, and Valeria thought she caught the echo of a ghostly tittering. Valeria felt her skin crawl. What had happened to Yasela down there in the thick blackness? There was no doubt that it had been she who had cried out, but what peril could have befallen her? Was a Xotalanca lurking down there? Olmec had assured them that the catacombs below Tukultli were walled off from the rest, too securely for their enemies to break through. Besides, that tittering had not sounded like a human being at all. Valeria hurried back down the corridor, not stopping to close the door that opened on the stair. Regaining her chamber, she closed the door and shot the bolt behind her. She pulled on her boots and buckled her sword belt about her. She was determined to make her way to Conan's room and urge him, if he still lived, to join her in an attempt to fight their way out of that city of devils. But even as she reached the door that opened into the corridor, a long-drawn scream of agony rang through the halls, followed by the stamp of running feet and the loud clangor of swords. 5. 20 red nails. 2 warriors lounged in the guardroom on the floor known as the Tier of the Eagle. Their attitude was casual, though habitually alert. An attack on the great bronze door from without was always a possibility, but for many years no such assault had been attempted on either side.
"The strangers are strong allies," said one. "Olmec will move against the enemy tomorrow, I believe."
He spoke as a soldier in a war might have spoken. In the miniature world of Xuchotl, each handful of feudists was an army, and the empty halls between the castles was the country over which they campaigned. The other meditated for a space. "Suppose with their aid we destroy Xotalanc," he said. "What then, Shotmek?"
"Why," returned Shotmek, "we will drive red nails for them all. The captives we will burn and flay and quarter."
"But afterward," pursued the other, "after we have slain them all, will it not seem strange to have no foes to fight? All my life I have fought and hated the Xotalancas. With the feud ended, what is left?" Shotmek shrugged his shoulders. His thoughts had never gone beyond the destruction of their foes. They could not go beyond that. Suddenly, both men stiffened at a noise outside the door.
"To the door, Shotmek,"
hissed the last speaker.
"I shall look through the eye."
Shotmek, sword in hand, leaned against the bronze door, straining his ear to hear through the metal. His mate looked into the mirror. He started convulsively. Men were clustered thickly outside the door, grim, dark-faced men with swords gripped in their teeth, and their fingers thrust into their ears. One who wore a feathered headdress had a set of pipes which he set to his lips, and even as the Tecuhltli started to shout a warning, the pipes began to skin. The cry died in the guard's throat as the thin, weird piping penetrated the metal door and smote on his ears. Shotmek leaned frozen against the door, as if paralyzed in that position. His face was that of a wooden image, his expression one of horrified listening. The other guard, farther removed from the source of the sound, yet sensed the horror of what was taking place, the grisly threat that lay in that demoniac fifing. He felt the weird strains plucking like unseen fingers at the tissues of his brain, filling him with alien emotions and impulses of madness. But with a soul-tearing effort he broke the spell and shrieked a warning in a voice he did not recognize as his own. But even as he cried out, the music changed to an unbearable shrilling that was like a knife in the eardrums. Shotmek screamed in sudden agony, and all the sanity went out of his face like a flame blown out in a wind. Like a madman, he ripped loose the chain, tore open the door, and rushed out into the hall, sword lifted before his mate could stop him. A dozen blades struck him down, and over his mangled body the Shotalankas surged into the guardroom with a long-drawn, blood-mad yell that sent the unwanted echoes reverberating. His brain reeling from the shock of it all, the remaining guard leaped to meet them with goring spear. The horror of the sorcery he had just witnessed was submerged in the stunning realization that the enemy were in Tecuhltli, and as his spearhead ripped through a dark-skinned belly, he knew no more, for a swinging sword crushed his skull, even as wide-eyed warriors came pouring in from the chambers behind the guardroom. It was the yelling of men and the clanging of steel that brought Conan bounding from his couch, wide awake and broadsword in hand. In an instant he had reached the door and flung it open, and was glaring out into the corridor just as T'Chotl rushed up it, eyes blazing madly.
"The Shotalankas!"
he screamed, in a voice hardly human.
"They are within the door!"
Conan ran down the corridor, even as Valeria emerged from her chamber.
"What the devil is it?"
she called. "T'Chotl says the Shotalankas are in," he answered hurriedly. "That racket sounds like it." With Tecuhltli on their heels, they burst into the throne room and were confronted by a scene beyond the most frantic dream of blood and fury. 20 men and women, their black hair streaming and the white skulls gleaming on their breasts, were locked in combat with the people of Tecuhltli. The women on both sides fought as madly as the men, and already the room and the hall beyond were strewn with corpses. Olmec, naked but for a breechclout, was fighting before his throne, and as the adventurers entered, Tassila ran from an inner chamber with a sword in her hand. Shotmek and his mate were dead, so there was none to tell the Tecuhltli how their foes had found their way into their citadel. Nor was there any to say what had prompted that mad attempt. But the losses of the Shotalankas had been greater, their position more desperate, than the Tecuhltli had known. The maiming of their scaly ally, the destruction of the burning skull, and the news, gasped by a dying man, that mysterious white-skinned allies had joined their enemies, had driven them to the frenzy of desperation and the wild determination to die, dealing death to their ancient foes. The Tecuhltli, recovering from the first stunning shock of the surprise that had swept them back into the throne room and littered the floor with their corpses, fought back with an equally desperate fury, while the door guards from the lower floors came racing to hurl themselves into the fray. It was the death fight of rabid wolves, blind, panting, merciless. Back and forth it surged, from door to dais, blades whickering and striking into flesh, blood spurting, feet stamping the crimson floor where redder pools were forming. Ivory tables crashed over, seats were splintered, velvet hangings torn down were stained red. It was the bloody climax of a bloody half-century, and every man there sensed it. But the conclusion was inevitable. The Tecuhltli outnumbered the invaders almost 2-1, and they were heartened by that fact and by the entrance into the melee of their light-skinned allies. These crashed into the fray with the devastating effect of a hurricane plowing through a grove of saplings. In sheer strength, no 3 Tlazitlans were a match for Conan, and in spite of his weight he was quicker on his feet than any of them. He moved through the whirling, eddying mass with the surety and destructiveness of a grey wolf amidst a pack of alley curs, and he strode over a wake of crumpled figures. Valeria fought beside him, her lips smiling and her eyes blazing. She was stronger than the average man, and far quicker and more ferocious. Her sword was like a living thing in her hand. Where Conan beat down opposition by the sheer weight and power of his blows, breaking spears, splitting skulls, and cleaving bosoms to the breastbone, Valeria brought into action a finesse of swordplay that dazzled and bewildered her antagonists before it slew them. Again and again a warrior, heaving high his heavy blade, found her point in his jugular before he could strike. Conan, towering above the field, strode through the welter, smiting right and left, but Valeria moved like an elusive phantom, constantly shifting and thrusting and slashing as she shifted. Swords missed her again and again as the wielders flailed the empty air and died with her point in their hearts or throats, and her mocking laughter in their ears. Neither sex nor condition was considered by the maddened combatants. The 5 women of the Shotolankas were down with their throats cut before Conan and Valeria entered the fray, and when a man or woman went down under the stamping feet, there was always a knife ready for the helpless throat, or a sandaled foot eager to crush the prostrate skull. From wall to wall, from door to door rolled the waves of combat, spilling over into adjoining chambers. And presently, only Tecuhltli and their white-skinned allies stood upright in the great throne room. The survivors stared bleakly and blankly at each other, like survivors after Judgment Day or the destruction of the world. On legs wide-braced, hands gripping notched and dripping swords, blood trickling down their arms, they stared at one another across the mangled corpses of friends and foes. They had no breath left to shout, but a bestial mad howling rose from their lips. It was not a human cry of triumph. It was the howling of a rabid wolf pack stalking among the bodies of its victims. Conan caught Valeria's arm and turned her about. "You've got a stab in the calf of your leg," he growled. She glanced down, for the first time aware of a stinging in the muscles of her leg. Some dying man on the floor had fleshed his dagger with his last effort. "You look like a butcher yourself," she laughed. He shook a red shower from his hands. "Not mine. Oh, a scratch here and there. Nothing to bother about. But that calf ought to be bandaged." Olmec came through the litter, looking like a ghoul with his naked, massive shoulders splashed with blood, and his black beard dabbled in crimson. His eyes were red, like the reflection of flame on black water.
"We have won," he croaked dazedly. "The feud is ended. The dogs of Shotalank lie dead. Oh, for a captive to flay alive! Yet it is good to look upon their dead faces. 20 dead dogs. 20 red nails for the Black Column."
"You'd best see to your wounded," grunted Conan, turning away from him. "Here, girl, let me see that leg."
"Wait a minute."
She shook him off impatiently. The fire of fighting still burned brightly in her soul.
"How do we know these are all of them? These might have come on a raid of their own."
"They would not split the clan on a foray like this," said Olmec, shaking his head and regaining some of his ordinary intelligence. Without his purple robe, the man seemed less like a prince than some repellent beast of prey. "I will stake my head upon it that we have slain them all. There were less of them than I dreamed, and they must have been desperate. But how came they into Kutli?" Tassila came forward, wiping her sword on her naked thigh, and holding in her other hand an object she had taken from the body of the feathered leader of the Shotalankas.
"The pipes of madness," she said. "A warrior tells me that Shotmek opened the door to the Shotalankas and was cut down as they stormed into the guardroom. This warrior came to the guardroom from the inner hall just in time to see it happen, and to hear the last of a weird strain of music which froze his very soul. Tolkamek used to talk of these pipes, which the Shukotlans swore were hidden somewhere in the catacombs with the bones of the ancient wizard who used them in his lifetime. Somehow the dogs of Shotalank found them and learned their secret."
"Somebody ought to go to Shotalank and see if any remain alive," said Conan. "I'll go, if somebody will guide me." Olmec glanced at the remnants of his people. There were only 20 left alive, and of these, several lay groaning on the floor. Tassila was the only one of the Tecuhltli who had escaped without a wound. The princess was untouched, though she had fought as savagely as any. "Who will go with Conan to Shotalank?" asked Olmec. T'Chotl limped forward. The wound in his thigh had started bleeding afresh, and he had another gash across his ribs.
"I will go."
"No, you won't," vetoed Conan. "And you're not going either, Valeria. In a little while that leg will be getting stiff."
"I will go,"
volunteered a warrior, who was knotting a bandage about a slashed forearm. "Very well, Yanath. Go with the Cimmerian. And you too, Topal." Olmec indicated another man whose injuries were slight. "But first aid us to lift the badly wounded on these couches, where we may bandage their hurts." This was done quickly. As they stopped to pick up a woman who had been stunned by a war club, Olmec's beard brushed Topal's ear. Conan thought the prince muttered something to the warrior, but he could not be sure. A few moments later, he was leading his companions down the hall. Conan glanced back as he went out the door, at that shambles where the dead lay on the smoldering floor, blood-stained dark limbs knotted in attitudes of fierce muscular effort, dark faces frozen in masks of hate, glassy eyes glaring up at the green fire jewels which bathed the ghastly scene in a dusky emerald witchlight. Among the dead, the living moved aimlessly, like people moving in a trance. Conan heard Olmec call a woman and direct her to bandage Valeria's leg. The pirate followed the woman into an adjoining chamber, already beginning to limp slightly. Warily, the two Tecuhltli led Conan along the hall beyond the bronze door, and through chamber after chamber shimmering in the green fire. They saw no one, heard no sound. After they crossed the great hall which bisected the city from north to south, their caution was increased by the realization of their nearness to enemy territory. But chambers and halls lay empty to their wary gaze, and they came at last along a broad, dim hallway and halted before a bronze door similar to the eagle door of Tecuhltli. Gingerly they tried it, and it opened silently under their fingers. Awed, they stared into the green-lit chambers beyond. For 50 years no Tecuhltli had entered those halls save as a prisoner going to a hideous doom. To go to Shotalank had been the ultimate horror that could befall a man of the western castle. The terror of it had stalked through their dreams since earliest childhood. To Yanath and Topal, that bronze door was like the portal of hell. They cringed back, unreasoning horror in their eyes, and Conan pushed past them and strode into Shotalank. Timidly they followed him. As each man set foot over the threshold, he stared and glared wildly about him. but only their quick, hurried breathing disturbed the silence. They had come into a square guardroom, like that behind the eagle door of Tecuhltli, and similarly, a hall ran away from it to a broad chamber that was a counterpart of Olmec's throne room. Conan glanced down the hall with its rugs and divans and hangings, and stood listening intently. He heard no noise, and the rooms had an empty feel. He did not believe there were any Xotalankas left alive in Xuchotl. "Come on," he muttered, and started down the hall. He had not gone far when he was aware that only Yanath was following him. He wheeled back to see Topal standing in an attitude of horror, one arm out as if to fend off some threatening peril, his distended eyes fixed with hypnotic intensity on something protruding from behind a divan. "What the devil?" Then Conan saw what Topal was staring at, and he felt a faint twitching of the skin between his giant shoulders. A monstrous head protruded from behind the divan, a reptilian head, broad as the head of a crocodile, with down-curving fangs that projected over the lower jaw. But there was an unnatural limpness about the thing, and the hideous eyes were glazed. Conan peered behind the couch. It was a great serpent which lay there, limp in death, but such a serpent as he had never seen in his wanderings. The reek and chill of the deep black earth were about it, and its color was an indeterminable hue, which changed with each new angle from which he surveyed it. A great wound in the neck showed what had caused its death.
"It is the crawler," whispered Yanath.
"It's the thing I slashed on the stair," grunted Conan. "After it trailed us to the eagle door, it dragged itself here to die. How could the Xotalankas control such a brute?" The Tecuhltli shivered and shook their heads.
"They brought it up from the black tunnels below the catacombs. They discovered secrets unknown to Tecuhltli."
"Well, it's dead, and if they'd had any more of them, they'd have brought them along when they came to Tecuhltli. Come on." They crowded close at his heels as he strode down the hall and thrust on the silver-worked door at the other end. "If we don't find anybody on this floor," he said, "we'll descend into the lower floors. We'll explore Xotalanc from the roof to the catacombs. If Xotalanc is like Tecuhltli, all the rooms and halls in this tier will be lighted." "What the devil?" They had come into the broad throne chamber, so similar to that one in Tecuhltli. There were the same jade dais and ivory seat, the same divans, rugs, and hangings on the walls. No black, red-scarred columns stood behind the throne dais, but evidences of the grim feud were not lacking. Ranged along the wall behind the dais were rows of glass-covered shelves, and on those shelves hundreds of human heads, perfectly preserved, stared at the startled watchers with emotionless eyes, as they had stared for only the gods knew how many months and years. Topal muttered a curse, but Yanath stood silent, the mad light growing in his wide eyes. Conan frowned, knowing that Tlazitlan's sanity was hung on a hair trigger. Suddenly, Yanath pointed to the ghastly relics with a twitching finger.
"There is my brother's head," he murmured. "And there is my father's younger brother. And there beyond them is my sister's eldest son."
Suddenly he began to weep, dry-eyed, with harsh, loud sobs that shook his frame. He did not take his eyes from the heads. His sobs grew shriller, changed to frightful, high-pitched laughter, and that in turn became an unbearable screaming. Yanath was stark mad. Conan laid a hand on his shoulder, and as if the touch had released all the frenzy in his soul, Yanath screamed and whirled, striking at the Cimmerian with his sword. Conan parried the blow, and Topal tried to catch Yanath's arm, but the madman avoided him, and with froth flying from his lips, he drove his sword deep into Topal's body. Topal sank down with a groan, and Yanath whirled for an instant like a crazy dervish. Then he ran at the shelves and began hacking at the glass with his sword, screeching blasphemously. Conan sprang at him from behind, trying to catch him unaware and disarm him. But the madman wheeled and lunged at him, screaming like a lost soul. Realizing that the warrior was hopelessly insane, the Cimmerian sidestepped, and as the maniac went past, he swung a cut that severed the shoulder bone and breast, and dropped the man dead beside his dying victim. Conan bent over Topal, seeing that the man was at his last gasp. It was useless to seek to stanch the blood gushing from the horrible wound. "You're done for, Topal," grunted Conan. "Any word you want to send to your people?"
"Bend closer,"
gasped Topal, and Conan complied, and an instant later caught the man's wrist as Topal struck at his breast with a dagger. "Crom!" swore Conan. "Are you mad too?"
"Olmec ordered it,"
gasped the dying man.
"I know not why. As we lifted the wounded upon the couches, he whispered to me, bidding me to slay you as we returned to Tecuhltli."
And with the name of his clan on his lips, Topal died. Conan scowled down at him in puzzlement. This whole affair had an aspect of lunacy. Was Olmec mad too? Were all the Tecuhltli madder than he had realized? With a shrug of his shoulders, he strode down the hall and out of the bronze door, leaving the dead Tecuhltli lying before the staring, dead eyes of their kinsmen's heads. Conan needed no guide back through the labyrinth they had traversed. His primitive instinct of direction led him unerringly along the route they had come. He traversed it as warily as he had before, his sword in his hand, and his eyes fiercely searching each shadowed nook and corner. For it was his former allies he feared now, not the ghosts of the slain Shotalankas. He had crossed the great hall and entered the chambers beyond when he heard something moving ahead of him, something which gasped and panted and moved with a strange, floundering, scrambling noise. A moment later, Conan saw a man crawling over the flaming floor toward him, a man whose progress left a broad, bloody smear on the smoldering surface. It was T'Chotl, and his eyes were already glazing. From a deep gash in his breast, blood gushed steadily between the fingers of his clutching hand. With the other, he clawed and hitched himself along.
"Conan!"
he cried chokingly.
"Conan! Olmec has taken the yellow-haired woman."
"So that's why he told Topal to kill me," murmured Conan, dropping to his knees beside the man, who his experienced eye told him was dying. "Olmec isn't so mad as I thought." T'Chotl's groping fingers plucked at Conan's arm. In the cold, loveless, and altogether hideous life of the Tecuhltli, his admiration and affection for the invaders from the outer world formed a warm, human oasis, constituted a tie that connected him with a more natural humanity that was totally lacking in his fellows, whose only emotions were hate, lust, and the urge of sadistic cruelty.
"I sought to oppose him,"
gurgled T'Chotl, blood bubbling frothily to his lips.
"But he struck me down. He thought he had slain me, but I crawled away. Ah, Set, how far I have crawled in my own blood. Beware, Conan. Olmec may have set an ambush for your return. Slay Olmec. He is a beast. Take Valeria and flee. Fear not to traverse the forest. Olmec and Tassila lied about the dragons. They slew each other years ago, all save the strongest. For a dozen years there has been only one dragon. If you have slain him, there is naught in the forest to harm you. He was the god Olmec worshipped, and Olmec fed human sacrifices to him. the very old and the very young, bound and hurled from the wall. Hasten! Olmec has taken Valeria to the chamber of the—"
His head slumped down, and he was dead before it came to rest on the floor. Conan sprang up, his eyes like live coals. So that was Olmec's game, having first used the strangers to destroy his foes. He should have known that something of the sort would be going on in that black-bearded degenerate's mind. The Cimmerian started toward Tecuhltli with reckless speed. Rapidly he reckoned the numbers of his former allies. Only 21, counting Olmec, had survived that fiendish battle in the throne room. 3 had died since, which left 17 enemies with which to reckon. In his rage, Conan felt capable of accounting for the whole clan single-handed. But the innate craft of the wilderness rose to guide his berserk rage. He remembered T'Chotl's warning of an ambush. It was quite probable that the prince would make such provisions, on the chance that Topal might have failed to carry out his order. Olmec would be expecting him to return by the same route he had followed in going to Xotalanc. Conan glanced up at a skylight under which he was passing, and caught the blurred glimmer of stars. They had not yet begun to pale for dawn. The events of the night had been crowded into a comparatively short space of time. He turned aside from his direct course, and descended a winding staircase to the floor below. He did not know where the door was to be found that led into the castle on that level, but he knew he could find it. How he was to force the locks he did not know. He believed that the doors of Tecuhltli would all be locked and bolted, if for no other reason than the habits of half a century. But there was nothing else but to attempt it. Sword in hand, he hurried noiselessly on through a maze of green-lit or shadowy rooms and halls. He knew he must be near Tecuhltli when a sound brought him up short. He recognized it for what it was, a human being trying to cry out through a stifling gag. It came from somewhere ahead of him and to the left. In those deathly still chambers, a small sound carried a long way. Conan turned aside and went seeking after the sound, which continued to be repeated. Presently he was glaring through a doorway upon a weird scene. In the room into which he was looking, a low, rack-like frame of iron lay on the floor, and a giant figure was bound prostrate upon it. His head rested on a bed of iron spikes, which were already crimson-pointed with blood where they had pierced his scalp. A peculiar harness-like contrivance was fastened about his head, though in such a manner that the leather band did not protect his scalp from the spikes. This harness was connected by a slender chain to the mechanism that upheld a huge iron ball, which was suspended above the captive's hairy breast. As long as the man could force himself to remain motionless, the iron ball hung in its place. But when the pain of the iron points caused him to lift his head, the ball lurched downward a few inches. Presently, his aching neck muscles would no longer support his head in its unnatural position, and it would fall back on the spikes again. It was obvious that eventually the ball would crush him to a pulp, slowly and inexorably. The victim was gagged, and above the gag his great black ox eyes rolled wildly toward the man in the doorway, who stood in silent amazement. The man on the rack was Olmec, Prince of Tecuhltli. 6. The Eyes of Tassila. "Why did you bring me into this chamber to bandage my legs?" demanded Valeria. "Couldn't you have done it just as well in the throne room?" She sat on a couch with her wounded leg extended upon it, and the Tecuhltli woman had just bound it with silk bandages. Valeria's red-stained sword lay on the couch beside her. She frowned as she spoke. The woman had done her task silently and efficiently, but Valeria liked neither the lingering, caressing touch of her slim fingers, nor the expression in her eyes. "They have taken the rest of the wounded into the other chambers," answered the woman in the soft speech of the Tecuhltli women, which somehow did not suggest either softness or gentleness in the speakers. A little while before, Valeria had seen this same woman stab a Shotalanka woman through the breast and stamp the eyeballs out of a wounded Shotalanka man.
"They will be carrying the corpses of the dead down into the catacombs," she added, "lest the ghosts escape into the chambers and dwell there." "Do you believe in ghosts?" asked Valeria. "I know the ghost of Tolkemec dwells in the catacombs," she answered with a shiver. "Once I saw it, as I crouched in a crypt among the bones of a dead queen. It passed by in the form of an ancient man with flowing white beard and locks, and luminous eyes that blazed in the darkness. It was Tolkemec. I saw him living when I was a child, and he was being tortured."
Her voice sank to a fearful whisper.
"Olmec laughs, but I know Tolkemec's ghost dwells in the catacombs. They say it is rats which gnaw the flesh from the bones of the newly dead. But ghosts eat flesh. Who knows but that—"
She glanced up quickly as a shadow fell across the couch. Valeria looked up to see Olmec gazing down at her. The prince had cleansed his hands, torso, and beard of the blood that had splashed them. But he had not donned his robe, and his great, dark-skinned, hairless body and limbs renewed the impression of strength, bestial in its nature. His deep black eyes burned with a more elemental light, and there was the suggestion of a twitching in the fingers that tugged at his thick, blue-black beard. He stared fixedly at the woman, and she rose and glided from the chamber. As she passed through the door, she cast a look over her shoulder at Valeria, a glance full of cynical derision and obscene mockery. "She has done a clumsy job," criticized the prince, coming to the divan and bending over the bandage. "Let me see." With a quickness amazing in one of his bulk, he snatched her sword and threw it across the chamber. His next move was to catch her in his giant arms. Quick and unexpected as the move was, she almost matched it. For even as he grabbed her, her dirk was in her hand, and she stabbed murderously at his throat. More by luck than skill, he caught her wrist, and then began a savage wrestling match. She fought him with fists, feet, knees, teeth, and nails. With all the strength of her magnificent body, and all the knowledge of hand-to-hand fighting she had acquired in her years of roving and fighting on sea and land. It availed her nothing against his brute strength. She lost her dirk in the first moment of contact, and thereafter found herself powerless to inflict any appreciable pain on her giant attacker. The blaze in his weird black eyes did not alter, and their expression filled her with fury, fanned by the sardonic smile that seemed carved upon his bearded lips. Those eyes and that smile contained all the cruel cynicism that seethes below the surface of a sophisticated and degenerate race, and for the first time in her life, Valeria experienced fear of a man. It was like struggling against some huge elemental force. His iron arms thwarted her efforts with an ease that sent panic racing through her limbs. He seemed impervious to any pain she could inflict. Only once, when she sank her white teeth savagely into his wrist so that the blood started, did he react. And that was to buffet her brutally upon the side of the head with his open hand, so that stars flashed before her eyes, and her head rolled on her shoulders. Her skirt had been torn open in the struggle, and with cynical cruelty he rasped his thick beard across her bare breasts, bringing the blood to suffuse the fair skin, and fetching a cry of pain and outraged fury from her. Her convulsive resistance was useless. She was crushed down on a couch, disarmed and panting, her eyes blazing up at him like the eyes of a trapped tigress. A moment later he was hurrying from the chamber, carrying her in his arms. She made no resistance, but the smoldering of her eyes showed that she was unconquered in spirit at least. She had not cried out. She knew that Conan was not within call, and it did not occur to her that any in Tecuhltli would oppose their prince. But she noticed that Olmec went stealthily with his head on one side as if listening for sounds of pursuit, and he did not return to the throne chamber. He carried her through a door that stood opposite that through which he had entered, crossed another room, and began stealing down a hall. As she became convinced that he feared some opposition to the abduction, she threw back her head and screamed at the top of her lusty voice. She was rewarded by a slap that half-stunned her, and Olmec quickened his pace to a shambling run. But her cry had been echoed, and twisting her head about, Valeria, through the tears and stars that partly blinded her, saw Techotl limping after them. Olmec turned with a snarl, shifting the woman to an uncomfortable and certainly undignified position under one huge arm, where he held her writhing and kicking vainly like a child.
"Olmec," protested Techotl, "you cannot be such a dog as to do this thing. She is Conan's woman. She helped us slay the Xotalankas, and—"
Without a word, Olmec balled his free hand into a huge fist and stretched the wounded warrior senseless at his feet. Stooping, and hindered not at all by the struggles and imprecations of his captive, he drew Techotl's sword from its sheath and stabbed the warrior in the breast. Then, casting aside the weapon, he fled on along the corridor. He did not see a woman's dark face peer cautiously after him from behind a hanging. It vanished, and presently Techotl groaned and stirred, rose dazedly, and staggered drunkenly away, calling Conan's name. Olmec hurried on down the corridor and descended a winding ivory staircase. He crossed several corridors and halted at last in a broad chamber whose doors were veiled with heavy tapestries, with one exception: a heavy bronze door similar to the door of the Eagle on the upper floor. He was moved to rumble, pointing to it. "That is one of the outer doors of Tekutli. For the first time in 50 years it is unguarded. We need not guard it now, for Xotalank is no more."
"Thanks to Conan and me, you bloody rogue!" sneered Valeria, trembling with fury and the shame of physical coercion. "You treacherous dog! Conan will cut your throat for this!"
Olmec did not bother to voice his belief that Conan's own gullet had already been severed according to his whispered command. He was too utterly cynical to be at all interested in her thoughts or opinions. His flame-lit eyes devoured her, dwelling burningly on the generous expanses of clear white flesh exposed where her shirt and breeches had been torn in the struggle. "Forget Conan," he said thickly. "Olmec is lord of Xuchotl. Xotalank is no more. There will be no more fighting. We shall spend our lives in drinking and love-making. First, let us drink." He seated himself on an ivory table and pulled her down on his knee, like a dark-skinned satyr with a white nymph in his arms. Ignoring her un-nymph-like profanity, he held her helpless with one great arm about her waist, while the other reached across the table and secured a vessel of wine. "Drink!" he commanded, forcing it to her lips as she writhed her head away. The liquor slopped over, stinging her lips, splashing down on her naked breasts. "Your guest does not like your wine, Olmec," spoke a cool, sardonic voice. Olmec stiffened. Fear grew in his flaming eyes. Slowly he swung his great head about and stared at Tassila, poised negligently in the curtained doorway, one hand on her smooth hip. Valeria twisted herself about in his iron grip, and when she met the burning eyes of Tassila, a chill tingled along her supple spine. New experiences were flooding Valeria's proud soul that night. Recently she had learned to fear a man. Now she knew what it was to fear a woman. Olmec sat motionless, a gray pallor growing under his swarthy skin. Tassila brought her other hand from behind her and displayed a small gold vessel. "I feared she would not like your wine, Olmec," purred the princess, "so I brought some of mine. Some I brought with me long ago from the shores of Lake Zuad. Do you understand, Olmec?" Beads of sweat stood out suddenly on Olmec's brow. His muscles relaxed, and Valeria broke away and put the table between them. But though reason told her to dart from the room, some fascination she could not understand held her rigid, watching the scene. Tassila came toward the seated prince with a swaying, undulated walk that was mockery in itself. Her voice was soft, slurringly caressing, but her eyes gleamed. Her slim fingers stroked his beard lightly. "You are selfish, Olmec," she crooned, smiling. "You would keep our handsome guest to yourself, though you knew I wished to entertain her. You are much at fault, Olmec." The mask dropped for an instant. Her eyes flashed. Her face was contorted, and with an appalling show of strength, her hand locked convulsively in his beard and tore out a great handful. This evidence of unnatural strength was no more terrifying than the momentary bearing of the hellish fury that raged under her bland exterior. Olmec lurched up with a roar and stood swaying like a bear, his mighty hands clenching and unclenching. "Slut!" His booming voice filled the room. "Witch! She-devil! Tekutli should have slain you 50 years ago. Begone! I have endured too much from you. This white-skinned wench is mine. Get hence before I slay you!" The princess laughed and dashed the blood-stained strands into his face. Her laughter was less merciful than the ring of flint on steel. "Once you spoke otherwise, Olmec," she taunted. "Once, in your youth, you spoke words of love. Aye, you were my lover once, years ago, and because you loved me, you slept in my arms beneath the enchanted lotus, and thereby put into my hands the chains that enslaved you. You know you cannot withstand me. You know I have but to gaze into your eyes with the mystic power a priest of Stygia taught me long ago, and you are powerless. You remember the night beneath the black lotus that waved above us, stirred by no worldly breeze. You scent again the unearthly perfumes that stole and rose like a cloud about you to enslave you. You cannot fight against me. You are my slave as you were that night, as you shall be so long as you shall live, Olmec of Xuchotl." Her voice had sunk to a murmur like the rippling of a stream running through starlit darkness. She leaned close to the prince and spread her long tapering fingers upon his giant breast. His eyes glazed. His great hands fell limply to his sides. With a smile of cruel malice, Tassila lifted the vessel and placed it to his lips. "Drink!" Mechanically the prince obeyed. And instantly the glaze passed from his eyes, and they were flooded with fury, comprehension, and an awful fear. His mouth gaped, but no sound issued. For an instant he reeled on buckling knees, and then fell in a sodden heap on the floor. His fall jolted Valeria out of her paralysis. She turned and sprang toward the door, but with a movement that would have shamed a leaping panther, Tassila was before her. Valeria struck at her with her clenched fist, and all the power of her supple body behind the blow. It would have stretched a man senseless on the floor. But with a lithe twist of her torso, Tassila avoided the blow and caught the pirate's wrist. The next instant Valeria's left hand was imprisoned, and holding her wrists together with one hand, Tassila calmly bound them with a cord she drew from her girdle. Valeria thought she had tasted the ultimate in humiliation already that night, but her shame at being manhandled by Olmec was nothing to the sensations that now shook her supple frame. Valeria had always been inclined to despise the other members of her sex, and it was overwhelming to encounter another woman who could handle her like a child. She scarcely resisted at all when Tassila forced her into a chair, and drawing her bound wrists down between her knees, fastened them to the chair. Casually stepping over Olmec, Tassila walked to the bronze door and shot the bolt and threw it open, revealing a hallway without. "Opening upon this hall," she remarked, speaking to her feminine captive for the first time, "there is a chamber which in old times was used as a torture room. When we retired into Tukutli, we brought most of the apparatus with us. But there was one piece too heavy to move. It is still in working order. I think it will be quite convenient now." An understanding flame of terror rose in Olmec's eyes. Tassila strode back to him, bent and gripped him by the hair. "He is only paralyzed temporarily," she remarked conversationally. "He can hear, think, and feel. Aye, he can feel very well indeed." With which sinister observation she started toward the door, dragging the giant bulk with an ease that made the pirate's eyes dilate. She passed into the hall and moved down it without hesitation, presently disappearing with her captive into a chamber that opened into it, and whence shortly thereafter issued the clank of iron. Valeria swore softly and tugged vainly, with her legs braced against the chair. The cords that confined her were apparently unbreakable. Tassila presently returned, alone. Behind her, a muffled groaning issued from the chamber. She closed the door, but did not bolt it. Tassila was beyond the grip of habit, as she was beyond the touch of other human instincts and emotions. Valeria sat dumbly, watching the woman in whose slim hands, the pirate realized, her destiny now rested. Tassila grasped her yellow locks and forced back her head, looking impersonally down into her face. But the glitter in her dark eyes was not impersonal. "I have chosen you for a great honor," she said. "You shall restore the youth of Tassila. Oh, you stare at that. My appearance is that of youth, but through my veins creeps the sluggish chill of approaching age, as I have felt it 1,000 times before. I am old. So old I do not remember my childhood. But I was a girl once, and a priest of Stygia loved me and gave me the secret of immortality and youth everlasting. He died then, some said by poison. But I dwelt in my palace by the shores of Lake Zawad, and the passing years touched me not. So at last a king of Stygia desired me, and my people rebelled and brought me to this land. Olmec called me a princess. I am not of royal blood. I am greater than a princess. I am Tassila, whose youth your own glorious youth shall restore." Valeria's tongue clove to the roof of her mouth. She sensed here a mystery darker than the degeneracy she had anticipated. The taller woman unbound the Aquilonian's wrists and pulled her to her feet. It was not fear of the dominant strength that lurked in the princess's limbs that made Valeria a helpless, quivering captive in her hands. It was the burning, hypnotic, terrible eyes of Tassila. 7. He comes from the dark. "Well, I'm a Cushite." Conan glared down at the man on the iron rack. "What the devil are you doing on that thing?" Incoherent sounds issued from behind the gag, and Conan bent and tore it away, evoking a bellow of fear from the captive. For his action caused the iron ball to lurch down until it nearly touched the broad breast.
"Be careful, for Set's sake,"
begged Olmec. "What for?" demanded Conan. "Do you think I care what happens to you? I only wish I had time to stay here and watch that chunk of iron grind your guts out. But I'm in a hurry. Where's Valeria?"
"Loose me," urged Olmec. "I will tell you all."
"Tell me first."
"Never."
The prince's heavy jaws set stubbornly. "All right." Conan seated himself on a nearby bench. "I'll find her myself, after you've been reduced to a jelly." I believe I can speed up that process by twisting my sword point around in your ear," he added, extending the weapon experimentally.
"Wait!"
Words came in a rush from the captive's ashy lips.
"Tassila took her from me. I've never been anything but a puppet in Tassila's hands."
"Tassila?" snorted Conan, and spat. "Why, the filthy—"
No, no, panted Olmec. "It's worse than you think. Tassila is old, centuries old. She renews her life and her youth by the sacrifice of beautiful young women. That's one thing that has reduced the clan to its present state. She will draw the essence of Valeria's life into her own body, and bloom with fresh vigor and beauty."
"Are the doors locked?" asked Conan, thumbing his sword edge.
"Aye, but I know a way to get into Tekutli. Only Tassila and I know, and she thinks me helpless and you slain. Free me, and I swear I will help you rescue Valeria. Without my help you cannot win into Tekutli. For even if you tortured me into revealing the secret, you couldn't work it. Let me go, and we will steal on Tassila and kill her before she can work magic, before she can fix her eyes on us. A knife thrown from behind will do the trick. I should have killed her thus long ago, but I fear that without her to aid us, the Shotalankas would overcome us. She needed my help too. That's the only reason she let me live this long. Now neither needs the other, and one must die. I swear that when we have slain the witch, you and Valeria shall go free without my harm. My people will obey me when Tassila is dead."
Conan stooped and cut the ropes that held the prince, and Olmec slid cautiously from under the great ball and rose, shaking his head like a bull and muttering imprecations as he fingered his lacerated scalp. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two men presented a formidable picture of primitive power. Olmec was as tall as Conan, and heavier. But there was something repellent about the Tlazitlan, something abysmal and monstrous that contrasted unfavorably with the clean-cut, compact hardness of the Cimmerian. Conan had discarded the remnants of his tattered, blood-soaked shirt, and stood with his remarkable muscular development impressively revealed. His great shoulders were as broad as those of Olmec, and more cleanly outlined, and his huge breast arched with a more impressive sweep to a hard waist that lacked the paunchy thickness of Olmec's midsection. He might have been an image of primal strength cut out of bronze. Olmec was darker, but not from the burning of the sun. If Conan was a figure out of the dawn of time, Olmec was a shambling, somber shape from the darkness of time's pre-dawn. "Lead on," demanded Conan, "and keep ahead of me. I don't trust you any farther than I can throw a bull by the tail." Olmec turned and stalked on ahead of him, one hand twitching slightly as it plucked at his matted beard. Olmec did not lead Conan back to the bronze door, which the prince naturally supposed Tassila had locked, but to a certain chamber on the border of Tekutli. "This secret has been guarded for half a century," he said. "Not even our own clan knew of it, and the Shotalankas never learned. Tekutli himself built this secret entrance, afterwards slaying the slaves who did the work, for he feared that he might find himself locked out of his own kingdom some day because of the spite of Tassila, whose passion for him soon changed to hate. But she discovered the secret, and barred the hidden door against him one day as he fled back from an unsuccessful raid, and the Shotalankas took him and flayed him. But once, spying upon her, I saw her enter Tekutli by this route, and so learned the secret." He pressed upon a gold ornament in the wall, and a panel swung inward, disclosing an ivory stair leading upward. "This stair is built within the wall," said Olmec. "It leads up to a tower upon the roof, and thence other stairs wind down to the various chambers. Hasten!" "After you, comrade," retorted Conan satirically, swaying his broadsword as he spoke, and Olmec shrugged his shoulders and stepped onto the staircase. Conan instantly followed him, and the door shut behind them. Far above, a cluster of fire jewels made the staircase a well of dusky dragonlight. They mounted until Conan estimated that they were above the level of the 4th floor, and then came out into a cylindrical tower, in the domed roof of which was set the bunch of fire jewels that lighted the stair. Through gold-barred windows, set with unbreakable crystal panes, the first windows he had seen in Xuchotl, Conan got a glimpse of high ridges, domes, and more towers, looming darkly against the stars. He was looking across the roofs of Xuchotl. Olmec did not look through the windows. He hurried down one of the several stairs that wound down from the tower, and when they had descended a few feet, this stair changed into a narrow corridor that wound tortuously on for some distance. It ceased at a steep flight of steps leading downward. There Olmec paused. Up from below, muffled but unmistakable, welled a woman's scream, edged with fright, fury, and shame. And Conan recognized Valeria's voice. In the swift rage roused by that cry, and the amazement of wondering what peril could wring such a shriek from Valeria's reckless lips, Conan forgot Olmec. He pushed past the prince and started down the stair. Awakening instinct brought him about again, just as Olmec struck with his great mallet-like fist. The blow, fierce and silent, was aimed at the base of Conan's brain. But the Cimmerian wheeled in time to receive the buffet on the side of his neck instead. The impact would have snapped the vertebra of a lesser man. As it was, Conan swayed backward, but even as he reeled, he dropped his sword, useless at such close quarters, and grasped Olmec's extended arm, dragging the prince with him as he fell. Headlong they went down the steps together, in a revolving whirl of arms and heads and bodies. And as they went, Conan's iron fingers found and locked in Olmec's bull throat. The barbarian's neck and shoulder felt numb from the sledge-like impact of Olmec's huge fist, which had carried all the strength of the massive forearm, thick triceps, and great shoulder. But this did not affect his ferocity to any appreciable extent. Like a bulldog, he hung on grimly, shaken and battered and beaten against the steps as they rolled, until at last they struck an ivory panel door at the bottom with such an impact that they splintered it its full length and crashed through its ruins. But Olmec was already dead, for those iron fingers had crushed out his life and broken his neck as they fell. Conan rose, shaking the splinters from his great shoulder, blinking blood and dust out of his eyes. He was in the great throne room. There were 15 people in that room besides himself. The first person he saw was Valeria. A curious black altar stood before the throne dais. Ranged about it, 7 black candles in golden candlesticks sent up oozing spirals of thick green smoke, disturbingly scented. These spirals united in a cloud near the ceiling, forming a smoky arch above the altar. On that altar lay Valeria, stark naked, her white flesh gleaming in shocking contrast to the glistening ebon stone. She was not bound. She lay at full length, her arms stretched out above her head to their fullest extent. At the head of the altar knelt a young man, holding her wrists firmly. A young woman knelt at the other end of the altar, grasping her ankles. Between them, she could neither rise nor move. 11 men and women of Tecuhltli knelt dumbly in a semicircle, watching the scene with hot, lustful eyes. On the ivory throne seat, Tassila lolled. Bronze bowls of incense rolled their spirals about her. The wisps of smoke curled about her naked limbs like caressing fingers. She could not sit still. She squirmed and shifted about with sensuous abandon, as if finding pleasure in the contact of the smooth ivory with her sleek flesh. The crash of the door as it broke beneath the impact of the hurtling bodies caused no change in the scene. The kneeling men and women merely glanced incuriously at the corpse of their prince and at the man who rose from the ruins of the door, then swung their eyes greedily back to the writhing white shape on the black altar. Tassila looked insolently at him and sprawled back on her seat, laughing mockingly. "Slut!" Conan saw red. His hands clenched into iron hammers as he started for her. With his first step, something clanged loudly, and steel bit savagely into his leg. He stumbled and almost fell, checked in his headlong stride. The jaws of an iron trap had closed on his leg, with teeth that sank deep and held. Only the ridged muscles of his calf saved the bone from being splintered. The accursed thing had sprung out of the smoldering floor without warning. He saw the slots now, in the floor where the jaws had lain, perfectly camouflaged.
"Fool!" laughed Tassila. "Did you think I would not guard against your possible return? Every door in this chamber is guarded by such traps. Stand there and watch now, while I fulfill the destiny of your handsome friend. Then I will decide your own."
Conan's hand instinctively sought his belt, only to encounter an empty scabbard. His sword was on the stair behind him. His poniard was lying back in the forest, where the dragon had torn it from his jaw. The steel teeth in his leg were like burning coals, but the pain was not as savage as the fury that seethed in his soul. He was trapped like a wolf. If he had had his sword, he would have hewn off his leg and crawled across the floor to slay Tassila. Valeria's eyes rolled toward him with mute appeal, and his own helplessness sent red waves of madness surging through his brain. Dropping on the knee of his free leg, he strove to get his fingers between the jaws of the trap, to tear them apart by sheer strength. Blood started from beneath his fingernails, but the jaws fitted close about his leg in a circle whose segments joined perfectly, contracted until there was no space between his mangled flesh and the fanged iron. The sight of Valeria's naked body added flame to the fire of his rage. Tassila ignored him. Rising languidly from her seat, she swept the ranks of her subjects with a searching glance and asked, "Where are Shamek, Zlanath, and Tachik?" "They did not return from the catacombs, Princess," answered a man. "Like the rest of us, they bore the bodies of the slain into the crypts, but they have not returned. Perhaps the ghost of Tolkamek took them."
"Be silent, fool," she ordered hastily. "The ghost is a myth."
She came down from her dais, playing with a thin, gold-hilted dagger. Her eyes burned like nothing on the hither side of hell. She paused beside the altar and spoke in the tense stillness. "Your life shall make me young, white woman," she said. "I shall lean upon your bosom and place my lips over yours, and slowly, slowly, sink this blade through your heart, so that your life, fleeing your stiffening body, shall enter mine, making me bloom again with youth and with life everlasting." Slowly, like a serpent arching toward its victim, she bent down through the writhing smoke, closer and closer over the now motionless woman, who stared up into her glowing dark eyes that grew larger and deeper, blazing like black moons in the swirling smoke. The kneeling people gripped their hands and held their breath, tense for the bloody climax, and the only sound was Conan's fierce panting as he strove to tear his leg from the trap. All eyes were glued on the altar and the white figure there. The crash of a thunderbolt could hardly have broken the spell, yet it was only a low cry that shattered the fixity of the scene and brought all whirling about. A low cry, yet one to make the hair stand up stiffly on the scalp. They looked, and they saw. Framed in the door to the left of the dais stood a nightmare figure. It was a man, with a tangle of white hair and a matted white beard that fell over his breast. Rags only partly covered his gaunt frame, revealing half-naked limbs strangely unnatural in appearance. The skin was not like that of a normal human. There was a suggestion of scaliness about it, as if the owner had dwelt long under conditions almost antithetical to those conditions under which human life ordinarily thrives. And there was nothing at all human about the eyes that blazed from the tangle of white hair. They were great, gleaming discs that stared unwinkingly, luminous, whitish, and without a hint of normal emotion or sanity. The mouth gaped, but no coherent words issued, only a high-pitched tittering.
"Tolkamek,"
whispered Tassila, livid, while the others crouched in speechless horror.
"No myth, then, no ghost. Set, you have dwelt for 12 years in darkness, 12 years among the bones of the dead. What grisly food did you find? What mad travesty of life did you live in the stark blackness of that eternal night? I see now why Shamak and Zlanath and Tashik did not return from the catacombs, and never will return. But why have you waited so long to strike? Were you seeking something in the pits? Some secret weapon you knew was hidden there? And have you found it at last?"
That hideous tittering was Tolkamek's only reply, as he bounded into the room with a long leap that carried him over the secret trap before the door. By chance, or by some faint recollection of the ways of Xuchotl, he was not mad as a man is mad. He had dwelt apart from humanity so long that he was no longer human. Only an unbroken thread of memory embodied in hate and the urge for vengeance had connected him with the humanity from which he had been cut off, and held him lurking near the people he hated. Only that thin string had kept him from racing and prancing off forever into the black corridors and realms of the subterranean world he had discovered long ago.
"You sought something hidden," whispered Tassila, cringing back. "And you have found it. You remember the feud. After all these years of blackness, you remember."
For in the lean hand of Tolkamek now waved a curious jade-hued wand, on the end of which glowed a knob of crimson shaped like a pomegranate. She sprang aside as he thrust it out like a spear, and a beam of crimson fire lanced from the pomegranate. It missed Tassila, but the woman holding Valeria's ankles was in the way. It smote between her shoulders. There was a sharp crackling sound, and the ray of fire flashed from her bosom and struck the black altar with a snapping of blue sparks. The woman toppled sidewise, shriveling and withering like a mummy, even as she fell. Valeria rolled from the altar on the other side and started for the opposite wall on all fours, for hell had burst loose in the throne room of dead Olmec. The man who had held Valeria's hands was the next to die. He turned to run, but before he had taken half a dozen steps, Tolkamek, with an agility appalling in such a frame, bounded around to a position that placed the man between him and the altar. Again the red fire beam flashed, and the Tecuhtli rolled lifeless to the floor as the beam completed its course with a burst of blue sparks against the altar. Then began slaughter. Screaming insanely, the people rushed about the chamber, caromming from one another, stumbling and falling, and among them Tolkamek capered and pranced, dealing death. They could not escape by the doors, for apparently the metal of the portals served like the metal-veined stone altar to complete the circuit for whatever hellish power flashed like thunderbolts from the witch wand the ancient waved in his hand. When he caught a man or a woman between him and a door or the altar, that one died instantly. He chose no special victim. He took them as they came, with his rags flapping about his wildly gyrating limbs, and the gusty echoes of his tittering sweeping the room above the screams. And bodies fell like falling leaves about the altar and at the doors. One warrior in desperation rushed at him, lifting a dagger, only to fall before he could strike. But the rest were like crazed cattle, with no thought for resistance and no chance of escape. The last Tukulti except Tassila had fallen, when the princess reached the Cimmerian and the girl who had taken refuge beside him. Tassila bent and touched the floor, pressing a design upon it. Instantly the iron jaws released the bleeding limb and sank back into the floor.
"Slay him if you can,"
she panted, and pressed a heavy knife into his hand.
"I have no magic to withstand him."
With a grunt he sprang before the woman, not heeding his lacerated leg in the heat of the fighting lust. Tolkemec was coming toward him, his weird eyes ablaze, but he hesitated at the gleam of the knife in Conan's hand. Then began a grim game, as Tolkemec sought to circle about Conan and get the barbarian between him and the altar or a metal door, while Conan sought to avoid this and drive home his knife. The women watched tensely, holding their breath. There was no sound except the rustle and scrape of quick-shifting feet. Tolkemec pranced and capered no more. He realized that grimmer game confronted him than the people who had died screaming and fleeing. In the elemental blaze of the barbarian's eyes he read an intent deadly as his own. Back and forth they weaved, and when one moved, the other moved, as if invisible threads bound them together. But all the time Conan was getting closer and closer to his enemy. Already the coiled muscles of his thighs were beginning to flex for a spring when Valeria cried out. For a fleeting instant a bronze door was in line with Conan's moving body. The red line leaped, searing Conan's flank as he twisted aside, and even as he shifted he hurled the knife. Old Tolkemec went down, truly slain at last, the hilt vibrating on his breast. Tassila sprang, not toward Conan, but toward the wand where it shimmered like a live thing on the floor. But as she leaped, so did Valeria, with a dagger snatched from a dead man, and the blade, driven with all the power of the pirate's muscles, impaled the princess of Tukulti so that the point stood out between her breasts. Tassila screamed once and fell dead, and Valeria spurned the body with her heel as it fell. "I had to do that much, for my own self-respect," panted Valeria, facing Conan across the limp corpse. "Well, this cleans up the feud," he grunted. "It's been a hell of a night. Where did these people keep their food? I'm hungry." "You need a bandage on that leg." Valeria ripped a length of silk from a hanging and knotted it about her waist, then tore off some smaller strips, which she bound efficiently about the barbarian's lacerated limb. "I can walk on it," he assured her. "Let's be gone. It's dawn outside this infernal city. I've had enough of Shakotl. It's well the breed exterminated itself. I don't want any of their accursed jewels. They might be hunted." "There is enough clean loot in the world for you and me," she said, straightening to stand tall and splendid before him. The old blaze came back in his eyes, and this time she did not resist as he caught her fiercely in his arms. "It's a long way to the coast," she said presently, withdrawing her lips from his. "What matter?" he laughed. "There's nothing we can't conquer. We'll have our feet on a ship's deck before the Stygians open their ports for the trading season. And then we'll show the world what plundering means."
Wolves Beyond the Border. Draft A. Chapter 1. It was the mutter of a drum that awakened me. I lay still amongst the brush where I had taken refuge, straining my ears to locate it, for such sounds are elusive in the deep forest. In the dense woods about me there was no sound. Above me, the tangled vines and brambles bent close to form a massed roof, and above them there loomed the higher, gloomier arch of the branches of the great trees. Not a star shone through that leafy vault. Low-hanging clouds seemed to press down upon the very tree-tops. There was no moon. The night was dark as a witch's hate. The better for me. If I could not see my enemies, neither could they see me. But the whisper of that ominous drum stole through the night. Thrum, thrum, thrum. A steady monotone that seemed to hint at grisly secrets. I could not mistake the sound. Only one drum in the world makes just that deep, menacing, sullen thunder. The war drum of the Picts, those wild, painted savages who haunt the wilderness beyond the borders of the Westermark. And I was beyond that border, alone, and concealed in a brambly covert in the midst of the great forest where those naked fiends have reigned since time's earliest dawns. Now I located the sound. The drum was beating southwestward of my position, and I believed at no great distance. Quickly I girt my belt closer, settled war-axe and knife in their beaded sheaths, strung my heavy bow, and saw that my buckskin quiver of arrows was in place at my left hip, groping with my fingers in the utter darkness, and then I crawled from the thicket and went warily in the direction of the drum. That it personally concerned me I did not believe. If the forest men had discovered me, their discovery would have been announced by a sudden knife in my throat, not by a drum beating in the distance. But the throb of a war drum had a significance no forest runner could ignore. Its sullen pulsing was a warning and a threat, a promise of doom for those white-skinned invaders whose lonely cabins and axe-marked clearings menaced the immemorial solitude of the wilderness. It meant fire and death and torture, flaming arrows dropping like falling stars through the midnight sky, and the dripping axe crunching through skulls of men and women and children. So through the blackness of the nighted forest I went, feeling my way delicately among the mighty boles, sometimes creeping on hands and knees, and now and then my heart in my throat when a creeper brushed across my face or groping hand. For there are huge serpents in that forest which sometimes hang by their tails from branches high above and so snare their prey. But the beings I sought were more terrible than any serpent, and as the drum grew louder, I went as cautiously as if I treaded on naked swords. And presently I glimpsed a red gleam among the trees, and heard a mutter of fierce voices mingling with the snarl of the drum. Whatever weird ceremony might be taking place yonder under the black trees, it was likely that they had outposts scattered about the place, and I knew how silent and motionless a Pict could stand, merging with the natural forest growth even in dim light, and unsuspected until his blade was through his victim's heart. My flesh crawled at the thought of colliding with one such grim sentry in the darkness, and I drew my knife and held it extended before me. But I knew that not even a Pict could see me in that blackness of tangled forest roof and cloud-massed sky. The light danced and flickered and revealed itself as a fire before which silhouettes crossed and recrossed, like black devils against the red fires of hell. And presently I crouched close in a dense thicket of alders and brambles, and looked into a black-walled glade and the figures that moved therein. There were 40 or 50 Picts, naked but for loincloths, and hideously painted, who squatted in a wide semicircle, facing the fire, with their backs to me. By the hawk feathers in their thick black manes, I knew them to be of the Hawk clan, or Skondaga. In the midst of the glade there was a crude altar made of rough stones heaped together, and at the sight of this I shuddered, for I had seen these Pictish altars before, all charred with fire and stained with blood, in empty and deserted glades, but none knew exactly for what they were used, not even the oldest frontiersmen. But now I instinctively knew that I was about to witness confirmation of the horrible tales told about them
and the feathered shamans who used them. One of these devils was dancing between the fire and the altar, a slow, shuffling dance that caused his plumes to swing and sway about him, but I could tell nothing of his features in the uncertain light of the flames. Between him and the ring of squatting warriors stood a man who differed from the others so much that it was evident he was not a Pict. For he was tall as I, and they are a squat race, and his skin was light on the play of the fire. But he was clad in doe-skin loincloth and moccasins, and there was a hawk feather in his hair, so I knew he must be a Sacandaga, one of those white savages who dwell in small clans in the great forest, generally at war with the Picts, but sometimes at peace. The Picts are a white race too, in that they are not black, nor brown, nor yellow, but they are black-eyed and black-haired and dark of skin, and neither they nor the Sacandagas are spoken of as white by the people of Westermark, who only designate thus a man of Hyborian blood. Now as I watched, I saw 3 Picts drag a man into the ring of firelight. Another Pict, naked and blood-stained, whom they cast down upon the altar, bound hand and foot. Then the shaman began dancing again, weaving intricate patterns about the altar and the man upon it, and the warrior who beat the drum wrought himself into a frenzy, and presently, down from a branch overhanging the glade, dropped one of those great serpents of which I spoke. The firelight glistened on its scales as it writhed toward the altar, its beady eyes glittered, and its forked tongue darted in and out, but the warriors showed no fear, though it passed within a few feet of some of them. And that was strange, for ordinarily these serpents are the only things a Pict fears. The monster reared its head up on arched neck above the altar, and it and the shaman faced one another across the trembling body of the prisoner. The shaman danced with a writhing of body and arms, scarcely moving his feet, and as he danced, the great serpent danced, weaving and swaying as though mesmerized. And presently it reared higher and began looping itself about the altar and the man upon it. Upon his body was hidden by its shimmering folds, and only his head was visible, and the great head of the serpent swaying close above it. Then the shaman cried out shrilly and cast something upon the fire, and a great green cloud of smoke billowed up and rolled about the altar, so that it hid the pair upon it. But in the midst of that cloud I saw a hideous writhing and altering, and for a moment I could not tell which was the serpent and which the man, and a shuddering sigh swept over the assembled Picts like a wind moaning through nighted branches. Then the smoke cleared, and man and snake lay limply on the altar, and I thought both were dead. But the shaman dragged them from the stones and let them fall limply on the earth, and he cut the rawhide thongs that bound the man, and began to dance and chant above them. And presently the man moved, but he did not rise. His head swayed from side to side, and I saw his tongue dart out and in again. And Mitra, he began to wriggle away from the fire, as a great snake crawls on his belly. And the serpent was suddenly shaken with convulsions, and arched its neck, and reared up almost its full length, and then fell back, and tried again and again, horribly like a man trying to rise and stand and walk upright, after being deprived of his limbs. And the wild howling of the Picts shook the night. I was sick where I crouched among the bushes, and fought an urge to retch. I had heard tales of this ghastly ceremony. The shaman had transferred the soul of a captured enemy into a serpent, so that his foe should dwell in the body of a serpent throughout his next reincarnation. And so they writhed and agonized side by side, the man and the serpent, until a sword flashed in the hand of the shaman, and both heads fell together. And gods, it was the serpent's trunk which but quivered and jerked and then lay still, and the man's body which rolled and nodded and thrashed like a beheaded snake.
Then the shaman sprang up and faced the ring of warriors, and threw up his head and howled like a wolf. And the firelight fell full on his face, and I recognized him. And at that recognition, all thought of my personal peril was swept away, and with it recollection of my mission. For that shaman was old Garreau of the Hawks, he who burnt alive my friend John Galter's son. In the lust of my hate I acted almost instinctively, whipped up my bow, notched an arrow, and loosed, all in an instant. The firelight was uncertain, but the range was not great, and we of the Westermark live by twang of bow. But he moved just as I loosed. Old Garreau yowled like a cat and reeled back, and his warriors howled with amazement to see a shaft quivering suddenly in his shoulder. The tall, light-skinned warrior wheeled, and Mitra, he was a white man. The horrid shock of that surprise held me paralyzed for a moment, and it almost undone me. For the Picts instantly sprang up and rushed into the forest like panthers, knowing the general direction from which the shaft had come, if not the actual spot. Then I jerked out of the spell of my amazement and horror, sprang up and raced away, ducking and dodging among trees which I avoided more by instinct than anything else, for it was dark as ever. But I knew the Picts could not strike my trail in the dark, but must hunt as blindly as I fled. I headed southward, and behind me presently I heard a hideous howling, whose blood-mad fury was enough to freeze the blood, even of a forest runner. And I believed that they had plucked my arrow from the shaman's shoulder, and discovered it to be a white man's shaft. But I fled on, my heart pounding from fear and excitement, and the horror of the nightmare I had witnessed. And that a white man, a Hyborian, should have stood there as a welcome and evidently honored guest was so monstrous, I wondered if, after all, the whole thing were a nightmare. For never before had a white man observed a Pictish ceremony save as a prisoner or a spy, as I had. And what monstrous thing it portended I knew not. But I was shaken with foreboding and horror at the thought. And because of my horror, I went more carelessly than is my wont, seeking haste at the expense of stealth, and occasionally blundering into a tree I could have avoided had I taken more care. And I doubt it was the noise of this blundering which brought the Pict upon my trail, for he could not have seen me or my footprints in that blackness. But once he had crept to within a score of feet of me, he located me by the faint noises I made, and came like a devil of the black night. I knew of him first by the swift, faint pad of his naked feet across the ground, and wheeled, and could not even make out the dim bulk of him, but knew that he must have seen me, for they see like cats in the dark. But he could not have seen me very well, for he impaled himself on the knife I thrust out blindly, and his death yell rang like a note of doom under the forest roof as he went down, and was answered by a score of wild shouts behind me. And I turned and ran for it, abandoning stealth for speed, and trusting to luck that I would not dash out my brains against a tree stem in the darkness. But I had come to a place where there was little underbrush, and something almost like light filtered in through the branches, for the clouds were clearing a little. And through this forest I fled like a damned soul pursued by demons, until the yells grew fainter and fell away behind me. For in a straightaway race, no Pict can match the long legs of a white forest runner. And presently, as I advanced, I saw a glimmer through the trees far ahead of me, and knew it was the light of the first outpost of Shohira. Chapter 2. Perhaps before continuing with this chronicle of the bloody years, it might be well were I to give an account of myself, and the reason for which I traversed the Pictish wilderness, by night and alone. My name is Galt, Hagar's son. I was born in the province of Conquering, but when I was 5 years of age, the Picts broke over Black River and stormed Fort Tusculum, and slew all within save one man, and drove all the settlers of the province east of Thunder River. Conquering was never reconquered, and became again part of the wilderness, inhabited only by wild beasts and wild men. The people of Konojihara scattered throughout the Westermark, in Skohira, Konawaga, or Oriskany, but many of them went southward and settled near Fort Thandara, an isolated outpost on the Warhorse River, my family among them. There they were later joined by other settlers for whom the older provinces were too thickly inhabited, and presently there grew up in the province of Thandara. It was known as the Free Province of Thandara, because it was not ruled by grant or patent of any lord, as were the other provinces, since its people had cut it out of the wilderness without aid of the nobility. We paid no taxes to any baron beyond the Bossonian marches, who claimed the land by right of royal grant. Our governor was not appointed by any lord, but we elected him ourselves, from our own number, and he was responsible only to the king. We manned the forts with our own men, and sustained ourselves in war as in peace. And Mitra knows war was a constant state of affairs, for our neighbors were the wild panther, alligator, and otter tribes of Picts, and there was never peace between us. But we throve, and seldom questioned what went on east of the marches in the kingdom once our grandsires had come. But at last an event in Aquilonia did touch upon us in the wilderness. Word came of civil war, and a fighting man risen to wrest the throne from the ancient dynasty. And sparks from that conflagration set the frontier ablaze, and turned neighbor against neighbor, and brother against brother. And so I was hastening alone through the stretch of wilderness that separated Thandara from Skohira, with news that might well change the destiny of all the Westermark. I crossed Sword River in the early dawn, wading through the shallows, and was challenged by an outpost on the other bank. When he knew I was from Thandara, "By Mitra," quoth he, "your business must be urgent that you cross the Hawk country instead of coming by the longer road." For Thandara was separated from the other provinces by the little wilderness east of us, but no Picts dwelt there, and there was a road through it into the Bossonian marches, and thence ran road to the other provinces. Then he desired me to tell him the state of affairs in Thandara, for he swore they and Skohira knew naught definite. But I told him that I knew little, having been on a long scout into Pictish country, and desired to be told if Hakon Strom's son was in the fort. For I knew not how events were shaping in Skohira, and wished to be acquainted with the situation before I spoke. He told me he was not in the fort, but was at the town of Skondara, which lay a few miles east of the fort. "I hope Thandara declares for Conan," said he with an oath, "for I tell you plainly it is our political complexion. Even now our army lies beyond Skondara, waiting the onslaught of Baron Brocas of Tor. But for the necessity of watching the cursed Picts, we would all be there." I said not, but was surprised, for Brocas was lord of Konawaga, and not Skohira, whose patroon was Lord Thespius of Corman. Thespius, I knew, was away in Aquilonia fighting in the civil war raging there, and I wondered that Brocas was not so employed. I borrowed a horse from the fort, went on to Skondara, a handsome town for a frontier village, with neat houses of squared logs, some painted, but not so much as a ditch or palisade about it, which was strange to me. For we of Thandara built our dwelling places for defense, and there is not so much as a village in all our province. At the tavern I was told that Hakon Strom's son had ridden to Orkley Creek, where the militia army of Skohira lay encamped, but would return shortly. So, being hungry and weary, I ate a meal in the tap-room, and then lay down in a corner and slept, and was so slumbering when Hakon Strom's son returned, close to sunset. He was a tall man, rangy and broad-shouldered, like most Westlanders, and clad in buckskin hunting shirt and fringed leggins and moccasins, like myself. When I named myself and told him that I had word for him, he looked at me closely, and bade me sit with him at a table in the corner, where mine host brought us leathern jacks of ale. "What is the word you bring me?" he asked. "Has no word come through of the state of affairs in Thandara?" "No sure word, only rumors." "Very well. This is the word I bring you from Brant, Drago's son, governor of Thandara, and the council of captains. Thandara has declared for Conan,
and stands ready to aid his friends." At that he smiled and sighed as if in relief, and grasped my brown hand warmly with his own rugged fingers. "Good!" he exclaimed. "A doubt has gone from my mind. We knew that whichever way Thundara went, that province would not go quietly. We have enemies on all sides, and dreaded a raid from the south over the Hawk country, in case Thundara held fast to Numidides." "What man of Thundara could forget Conan?" said I. "Nay, I was but a child in Conajahara, but I remember him when he was a forest runner and a scout there. When his rider came into Thundara telling us that Conan had struck for the throne and asking our support, he asked no volunteers, saying he knew all our men were needed to guard our frontier. We sent him one phrase: 'Tell Conan we have not forgotten Conajahara.' Later came the Baron Atalius over the marches to crush us, but we ambushed him in the little wilderness and cut his host to pieces. The longbows of his Bosonians were useless. We harried them from behind trees and bushes, and then, working into close quarters, fell on them with war axe and knife and cut them to pieces. We drove the remnants beyond the border, and I do not think any will dare attack Thundara again." "I would I could say as much for Skohira," he said grimly. "Baron Thespius sent us word that we could do as we chose. He has declared for Conan and joined the rebel army, but he did not ask for any western levies. He removed the troops from the fort, however, and we manned it with our own foresters. Then Brocas moved against us. At least 9/10 of us in Skohira are for Conan, and the loyalists either keep silent or have fled into Caughnawaga, swearing they would return and cut our throats. In Caughnawaga, Brocas and the landowners are for Numidides, and the people who are for Conan are afraid to speak." I nodded. I had been in Caughnawaga before the revolt and was aware of conditions there. It was the largest, richest, and most thickly settled provinces in all the Westermark, and only there was there an extensive, comparatively, class of titled landholders. "Having crushed revolt among his own people," said Hakon, "Brocas thinks to subdue Skihiro. I think the black-jowled fool plans to rule all the Westermark as Numidides' viceroy. He has brought his army of Aquilonian men-at-arms, Bosonian archers, and Caughnawaga loyalists across the border, and now they lie at Koyaga, 10 miles beyond Orklaga Creek. We know when he will move against us. Ventrium, where our army lies, is full of refugees from the eastern country he has devastated. We do not fear him. He must cross Orklaga Creek to strike us, and we have fortified the west bank and blocked the road his cavalry must follow. We are outnumbered, but we will give him his needings." "That touches upon my mission," I said. "I am authorized by the governor of Thundara to offer the services of 150 Thundaran rangers. We look for no attack from Aquilonia, and we can spare that many men from our war with the Panther Picts." "Good," quoth he. "When the commandant of the fort hears of this—" "What?" quoth I. "Are you not the commandant?" "Nay," said he. "It is my brother Dirk, Strom's son." "Had I known, I would have given my message to him," I said. "But Brant, Drago's son, thought you were the commandant. However, it is as well." "Another jack of ale?" quoth Hakon, "and we'll start for the fort, so that Dirk shall hear your word first-hand." And I saw that Hakon was indeed not the man to command an outpost, for he was a brave man and strong, but too reckless and having a merry devil in his heart. "What of your landed gentry?" I asked, for though they are fewer in Skohira than in Caughnawaga, yet there are a few. "Gone over the border and joined Brocas," he answered, "all except Lord Valerian. His estate lies adjacent to this town. The other lords lie to the east. He has remained, and has disbanded his retainers and his Gunderman guardsmen, and promised to dwell quietly in Valerian Hall, taking no part one way or the other. He is alone at the hall, which stands south of the town, except for a few servants. Where his fighting men have gone, none knows, but he has sent them off. We were relieved when he declared his neutrality, for he is one of the few white men to whom the wild Picts will listen. If it had entered his head to stir them up against our borders,
We might be hard put to it to defend ourselves against them on one side, and Brocas on the other. Our nearest neighbors, the hawks, look on Valerian with great friendship, and the wild cats and turtles are not hostile to them. Behind them all, it is even said that he can visit the wolf-picts and come away alive. If true, that were strange indeed, for all men knew the ferocity of the great confederacy of allied clans known as the Wolf Tribe, which dwelt in the west beyond the hunting grounds of the 3 lesser tribes he had named. Mostly they held aloof from the frontier, but the threat of their invasion was ever a menace along the borders of Skohira. Hakon looked up as a tall man in trunk hose, boots, and scarlet cloak entered the taproom. "There is Lord Valerian now," he said. I stared and was on my feet. "That man?" I ejaculated. "I saw that man last night beyond the border, in a camp of the hawks, witnessing the sacrifice of a war victim." He turned pale and, "Damn you!" he ripped out fiercely. "You lie!" And whipping aside his cloak, he caught at the hilt of his sword. But before he could draw it, I closed with him and bore him to the floor, where he snarled and snapped like a beast at my throat, and failing there, caught at my throat with both hands. Then there was a stamp of feet, and men were dragging us apart, grasping my lord firmly, who stood white and panting with fury, still grasping my neckcloth in his fingers. "If this be true," began Hakon. "It is true," I exclaimed. "Look there! He has not had time to erase the paint from his bosom." His doublet and shirt had been torn open in the scuffle, and there, dim on his breast, showed the symbol of the skull which the Picts paint only when they mean war against the whites. He had sought to wash it off his skin, but Pictish paint stains strongly. "Take him to the jail," said Hakon, white to the lips. "Give me back my neckcloth," quoth I, but his lordship spat at me and thrust the cloth inside his shirt. "When it is returned to you, it shall be knotted in a hangman's noose about your rebel neck," he snarled, and then the men grasped him and took him away. Chapter 3. At the fort, we found a man who said he would take word back to Thandara, where he had kin, so I said I would remain in Skohira. Scouts gave news that Brocas still lay encamped at Koyaga and showed no signs of moving against us, which made me believe that he was waiting for Valerian to lead his Picts against the border and so catch the free men of Skohira between 2 fires. Valerian had been placed in the jail, a small building of hewn logs, and only one other prisoner there, a man in the cell next to him who had been placed there for drunkenness and fighting on the streets. Valerian said nothing, but sat in a corner and gnawed his nails, with his eyes like those of a jungle cat. I slept in the tavern that night, and had a room upstairs. During the night I was awakened by the forcing of my window, and sat up in bed demanding to know who it was. The next instant something rushed at me from the darkness, and then there was a piece of cloth around my neck, being twisted and strangling me. I groped for my hatchet and smote one blow, and the creature fell. When I had struck a light, I saw a misshapen ape-like creature lying on the floor, and knew it for a Chakan, one of those semi-human beings who dwell deep in the forests and smell out trails like bloodhounds. It still held my neckcloth in its misshapen hands, and by that I knew that it had been set upon my trail by Lord Valerian. Hakon and I hurried to the jail, and there found the guard lying before the door with his throat cut, and my lord gone. The drunkard in the next cell was nigh dead with fright, but he told us that a dark woman, naked but for a loincloth, had come up to the sentry and looked into his eyes, and the man had become like one in a trance. So the woman took his knife from its sheath and cut his throat with it, and released Lord Valerian. And there was a horrible monstrosity which accompanied her, but which lurked in the background. So we knew the woman was his Pictish half-breed mistress, by whom he had his power over the Picts. Some said old Gurah's daughter. The drunkard had pretended slumber, so they let him live. But he overheard them say that they would go to a certain hut by Lynx Creek, a few miles from the town, and there meet the retainers and Gundgerman guards who had been hiding there,
and then cross the border and bring back the hawks and the wildcats and the turtles to cut our throats. But the woman told him these tribes dared not fight without first consulting the wizard who dwelt in Ghost Swamp, and he said he would see that the wizard told them to fight. So they fled away. Then Hakon roused 12 men, and we followed, and cornered the Gundermen in the cabin on Lynx Creek, and slew most of them. But several of our men likewise were slain, and Lord Valerian and 12 others got clean away. We followed, and in fights and skirmishes slew several others, and presently all our men were slain except Hakon and I. We trailed Valerian across the border and into a camp of the war tribes near Ghost Swamp, where the chiefs were going to consult the wizard, a pre-Pictish shaman. We trailed Valerian into the swamp. He was going secretly to give the shamans instructions, and Hakon waited on the trail to slay Valerian while I stole into the camp to slay the wizard. But both of us were captured by the wizard, who gave his consent to the war, and gave them a ghastly magic to use against the white men, and the tribes went howling toward the border. But Hakon and I escaped, and slew the wizard, and followed, in time to turn their magic against them, and rout them. Wolves Beyond the Border. Draft B. Chapter 1. It was the mutter of a drum that awakened me. I lay still amidst the bushes where I had taken refuge, straining my ears to locate it, for such sounds are elusive in the deep forest. In the dense woods about me there was no sound. Above me, the tangled vines and brambles bent close to form a massed roof, and above them there loomed the higher, gloomier arc of the branches of the great trees. Not a star shone through that leafy vault. Low-hanging clouds seemed to press down upon the very treetops. There was no moon. The night was as dark as a witch's hate. The better for me. If I could not see my enemies, neither could they see me. But the whisper of that ominous drum stole through the night. Thrum, thrum, thrum. A steady monotone that grunted and growled of nameless secrets. I could not mistake the sound. Only one drum in the world makes that deep, menacing, sullen thunder. A Pictish war drum, in the hands of those wild, painted savages who haunted the wilderness beyond the border of the Westermark. And I was beyond that border, alone, and concealed in a brambly covert in the midst of the great forest where those naked fiends have reigned since time's earliest dawns. Now I located the sound. The drum was beating westward of my position, and I believed at no great distance. Quickly I girt my belt more firmly, settled war-axe and knife in their beaded sheaths, strung my heavy bow, and made sure that my quivers was in place at my left hip. Groping with my fingers in the utter darkness, and then I crawled from the thicket and went warily toward the sound of the drum. That it personally concerned me I did not believe. If the forest men had discovered me, their discovery would have been announced by a sudden knife in my throat, not by a drum beating in the distance. But the throb of the war drum had a significance no forest runner could ignore. It was a warning and a threat, a promise of doom for those white-skinned invaders whose lonely cabins and axe-marked clearings menaced the immemorial solitude of the wilderness. It meant fire and torture, flaming arrows dropping like falling stars through the darkness, and the red axe crunching through skulls of men and women and children. So through the blackness of the nighted forest I went, feeling my way delicately among the mighty boles, sometimes creeping on hands and knees, and now and then my heart in my throat when a creeper brushed across my face or groping hand. For there are huge serpents in that forest which sometimes hang by their tails from branches, and so snare their prey. But the creatures I sought were more terrible than any serpent, and as the drum grew louder, I went as cautiously as if I trod on naked swords. And presently I glimpsed a red gleam among the trees, and heard a mutter of barbaric voices mingling with the snarl of the drum. Whatever weird ceremony might be taking place yonder under the black trees, it was likely that they had outposts scattered about the place, and I knew how silent and motionless a Pict could stand, merging with the natural forest growth even in dim light, and unsuspected until his blade was through his victim's heart. My flesh crawled at the thought of colliding with one such grim sentry in the darkness, and I drew my knife and held it extended before me. But I knew not even a Pict could see me in that blackness of tangled forest roof and cloud-massed sky. The light revealed itself as a fire, before which black silhouettes moved like black devils against the red fires of hell, and presently I crouched close among the dense tamarack and looked into a black-walled glade and the figures that moved therein. There were 40 or 50 Picts, naked but for loincloths, and hideously painted, who squatted in a wide semicircle facing the fire, with their backs to me. By the hawk feathers in their thick black manes, I knew them to be of the Hawk clan, or Onayaga. In the midst of the glade there was a crude altar made of rough stones heaped together, and at the sight of this my flesh crawled anew. For I had seen these Pictish altars before, all charred with fire and stained with blood, in empty forest glades, and though I had never witnessed the rituals wherein these things were used, I had heard the tales told about them by men who had been captives among the Picts, or spied upon them even as I was spying. A feathered shaman was dancing between the fire and the altar, a slow, shuffling dance, indescribably grotesque, which caused his plumes to swing and sway about him, and his features were hidden by a grinning scarlet mask that looked like a forest devil's face. In the midst of the semicircle of warriors squatted one with the great drum between his knees, and as he smote it with his clenched fist, it gave forth that low, growling rumble which is like the mutter of distant thunder. Between the warriors and the dancing shaman stood one who was no Pict, for he was tall as I, and his skin was light in the play of the fire. But he was clad only in doe-skin loincloth and moccasins, and his body was painted, and there was a hawk feather in his hair, so I knew he must be a Ligurian, one of those light-skinned savages who dwell in small clans in the great forest, generally at war with the Picts, but sometimes at peace and allied with them. Their skins are white as an Aquilonian's. The Picts are a white race, too, in that they are not black, nor brown, nor yellow, but they are black-eyed and black-haired and dark of skin, and neither they nor the Ligurians are spoken of as white by the people of Westermark, who only designate thus a man of Hyborian blood. Now, as I watched, I saw 3 warriors drag a man into the ring of the firelight. Another Pict, naked and blood-stained, who still wore in his tangled mane a feather that identified him as a member of the Raven clan, with whom the Hawkmen were ever at war. His captors cast him down upon the altar, bound hand and foot, and I saw his muscles swell and writhe in the firelight as he sought in vain to break the rawhide thongs which prisoned him. Then the shaman began dancing again, weaving intricate patterns about the altar and the man upon it, and he who beat the drum wrought himself into a fine frenzy, thundering away like one possessed of a devil. And suddenly, down from an overhanging branch, dropped one of those great serpents of which I have spoken. The firelight glistened on its scales as it writhed toward the altar, its beady eyes glittered, and its forked tongue darted in and out. But the warriors showed no fear, though it passed within a few feet of some of them. And that was strange, for ordinarily these serpents are the only living creatures of Pict fears. The monster reared its head up on arched neck above the altar, and it and the shaman faced one another across the prone body of the prisoner. The shaman danced with a writhing of body and arms, scarcely moving his feet, and as he danced, the great serpent danced with him, weaving and swaying as though mesmerized, and from the mask of the shaman rose a weird wailing that shuddered like the wind through the dry reeds along the sea marshes. And slowly the great reptile reared higher and higher, and began looping itself about the altar and the man upon it until his body was hidden by its shimmering folds, and only his head was visible, with that other terrible head swaying close above it. The shrilling of the shaman rose to a crescendo of infernal triumph, and he cast something into the fire. A great green cloud of smoke billowed up and rolled about the altar, so that it almost hid the pair upon it, making their outlines indistinct and elusive. But in the midst of that cloud I saw a hideous writhing and changing. Those outlines melted and flowed together horribly, and for a moment I could not tell which was the serpent and which the man. A shuddering sigh swept over the assembled Picts like a wind moaning through nighted branches. Then the smoke cleared, and man and snake lay limply on the altar, and I thought both were dead. But the shaman seized the neck of the serpent and unlooped the limp trunk from about the altar and let the great reptile ooze to the ground. And he tumbled the body of the man from the stones to fall beside the monster, and cut the rawhide thongs that bound wrist and ankle. Then he began a weaving dance about them, chanting as he danced and swaying his arms in mad gestures. And presently the man moved, but he did not rise. His head swayed from side to side, and I saw his tongue dart out and in again. And Mitra, he began to wriggle away from the fire, squirming along on his belly as a snake crawls. And the serpent was suddenly shaken with convulsions, and arched its neck and reared up almost its full length, and then fell back loop on loop, and reared up again vainly, horribly like a man trying to rise and stand and walk upright, after being deprived of his limbs. The wild howling of the Picts shook the night, and I was sick where I crouched among the bushes and fought an urge to retch. I understood the meaning of this ghastly ceremony now. I had heard tales of it. By black primordial sorcery that spawned and throve in the depths of this black primal forest, that painted shaman had transferred the soul of a captured enemy into the foul body of a serpent. It was the revenge of a fiend, and the screaming of the blood-mad Picts was like the yelling of all hell's demons. And the victims writhed and agonized side by side, the man and the serpent, until a sword flashed in the hand of the shaman and both heads fell together. And gods, it was the serpent's trunk which but quivered and jerked a little and then lay still, and the man's body which rolled and knotted and thrashed like a beheaded snake. A deathly faintness and weakness took hold of me. For what white man could watch such black diabolism unmoved? And these painted savages, smeared with war paint, howling and posturing and triumphing over the ghastly doom of a foe, seemed not humans at all to me, but foul fiends of the black world whom it was a duty and an obligation to slay. The shaman sprang up and faced the ring of warriors, and, ripping off his mask, threw up his head and howled like a wolf. And as the firelight fell full on his face, I recognized him. And with that recognition, all horror and revulsion gave place to red rage, and all thought of personal peril and the recollection of my mission, which was my first obligation, was swept away. For that shaman was old Teanoga of the South Hawks, he who burnt alive my friend John, Galter's son. In the lust of my hate I acted almost instinctively, whipped up my bow, notched an arrow, and loosed, all in an instant. The firelight was uncertain, but the range was no great, and we of the Westermark live by twang of bow. Old Teanoga yowled like a cat and reeled back, and his warriors howled with amaze to see a shaft quivering suddenly in his breast. The tall, light-skinned warrior wheeled, and for the first time I saw his face.
And Mitra, he was a white man.
The horrid shock of that surprise held me paralyzed for a moment, and had almost undone me. For the Picts instantly sprang up and rushed into the forest like panthers, seeking the foe who fired that arrow. They had reached the first fringe of bushes when I jerked out of my spell of amaze and horror, and sprang up and raced away in the darkness, ducking and dodging among trees, which I avoided more by instinct than otherwise, for it was dark as ever. But I knew the Picts could not strike my trail, but must hunt as blindly as I fled. And presently, as I ran northward, behind me I heard a hideous howling, whose blood-mad fury was enough to freeze the blood even of a forest runner. And I believed that they had plucked my arrow from the shaman's breast, and discovered it to be a white man's shaft. That would bring them after me with fiercer bloodlust than ever. I fled on, my heart pounding from fear and excitement, and the horror of the nightmare I had witnessed. And that a white man, a Hyborian, should have stood there as a welcome and evidently honored guest, for he was armed. I had seen knife and hatchet at his belt. Was so monstrous, I wondered if, after all, the whole thing were a nightmare. For never before had a white man observed the dance of the changing serpent, save as a prisoner, or a spy, as I had. And what monstrous thing it portended I knew not, but I was shaken with foreboding and horror at the thought. And because of my horror, I went more carelessly than is my wont, seeking haste at the expense of stealth, and occasionally blundering into a tree I could have avoided had I taken more care. And I doubt not it was the noise of this blundering progress which brought the Pict upon me, for he could not have seen me in that pitch blackness. Behind me sounded no more yells, but I knew that the Picts were ranging like fire-eyed wolves through the forest, spreading in a vast semicircle, and combing it as they ran. That they had not picked up my trail was evidenced by their silence, for they never yell except when they believe only a short dash is ahead of them, and feel sure of their prey. The warrior who heard the sounds of my flight could not have been one of that party, for he was too far ahead of them. He must have been a scout ranging the forest to guard against his comrades being surprised from the north. At any rate, he heard me running close to him, and came like a devil of the black night. I knew of him first only by the swift, faint pad of his naked feet, and when I wheeled, I could not even make out the dim bulk of him, but only heard the soft thudding of those inexorable feet coming at me unseen in the darkness. They see like cats in the dark, and I know he saw well enough to locate me, though doubtless I was only a dim blur in the darkness. But my blindly upswung hatchet met his falling knife, and he impaled himself on my knife as he lunged in, his death yell ringing like a peal of doom under the forest roof. And it was answered by a ferocious clamor to the south, only a few hundred yards away, and then they were racing through the bushes, giving tongue like wolves, certain of their quarry. I ran for it in good earnest now, abandoning stealth entirely for the sake of speed, and trusting to luck that I would not dash out my brains against a tree stem in the darkness. But here the forest opened up somewhat. There was no underbrush, and something almost like light filtered in through the branches, for the clouds were clearing a little. And through this forest I fled like a damned soul, pursued by demons, hearing the yells at first rising higher and higher in bloodthirsty triumph, then edged with anger and rage as they grew fainter and fell away behind me. For in a straightaway race, no Pict can match the long legs of a white forest runner. The desperate risk was that there were other scouts or war parties ahead of me, who could easily cut me off, hearing my flight, but it was a risk I had to take. But no painted figures started up like phantoms out of the shadows ahead of me, and presently, through the thickening growth that betokened the nearness of a creek, I saw a glimmer through the trees far ahead of me, and knew it was the light of Fort Quanyara, the southernmost outpost of Skohira. Chapter 2. Perhaps before continuing with this chronicle of the bloody years, it might be well were I to give an account of myself, and the reason why I traversed the Pictish wilderness by night and alone. My name is Galt, Hagar's son, I was born in the province of Kanajohara. But when I was 10 years of age, the Picts broke over Black River and stormed Fort Tusculum, and slew all within save one man, and drove all the settlers of the province east of Thunder River. Kanajohara became again part of the wilderness, haunted only by wild beasts and wild men. The people of Kanajohara scattered throughout the Westermark, in Skohira, Caughnawaga, or Oriskany, but many of them went southward and settled near Fort Thundara, an isolated outpost on the Warhorse River, my family among them. There they were later joined by other settlers for whom the older provinces were too thickly inhabited, and presently there grew up the district known as the Free Province of Thundara, because it was not like the other provinces, royal grants to great lords east of the marches and settled by them, but cut out of the wilderness by the pioneers themselves, without aid of the Aquilonian nobility. We paid no taxes to any baron. Our governor was not appointed by any lord, but we elected him ourselves, from our own people, and he was responsible only to the king. We manned and built our forts ourselves, and sustained ourselves in war as in peace. And Mitra knows war was a constant state of affairs, for there was never peace between us and our savage neighbors, the wild panther, alligator, and otter tribes of Picts. But we throve, and seldom questioned what went on east of the marches in the kingdom whence our grandsires had come. But at last events in Aquilonia did touch upon us in the wilderness. Word came of civil war, and a fighting man risen to wrest the throne from the ancient dynasty. And sparks from that conflagration set the frontier ablaze, and turned neighbor against neighbor, and brother against brother. And it was because knights in their gleaming steel were fighting and slaying on the plains of Aquilonia that I was hastening alone through the stretch of wilderness that separated Thundara from Skohira, with news that might well change the destiny of all the Westermark. Fort Coignaro was a small outpost, a square fortress of hewn logs with a palisade on the bank of Knife Creek. I saw its banners streaming against the pale rose of the morning sky, and noted that only the ensign of the province floated there. The royal standard that should have risen above it, flaunting the golden serpent, was not in evidence. That might mean much or nothing. We of the frontier are careless about the delicate punctilios of custom and etiquette which mean so much to the knights beyond the marches. I crossed Knife Creek in the early dawn, wading through the shallows, and was challenged by a picket on the other bank, a tall man in the buckskins of a ranger. When he knew I was from Thundara, "By Mitra," quoth he, "your business must be urgent that you cross the wilderness instead of taking the longer road." For Thundara was separated from the other provinces, as I have said, and the little wilderness lay between it and the Bosonian marches. But a safe road ran through it into the marches, and thence to the other provinces, but it was a long and tedious road. Then he asked for news from Thundara, but I told him I knew little of the latest events, having just returned from a long scout into the country of the Ottoman, which was a lie, but I had no way of knowing Skohira's political color, and was not inclined to betray my own until I knew. Then I asked him if Hakon, Strom's son, was in Fort Coignara, and he told me that the man I sought was not in the fort, but was at the town of Skandara, which lay a few miles east of the fort. "I hope Thundara declares for Conan," he said with an oath, "for I tell you plainly it is our political complexion. And it is my cursed luck which keeps me here with a handful of rangers who watch the border for raiding Picts. I would give my bow and hunting shirt to be with our army, which lies even now at Thenitia on Ogaha Creek, waiting the onslaught of Brocas of Tor with his damned renegades." I said not, but was astounded. This was news indeed. For the Baron of Tor was Lord of Caughnawaga, not Skohira, whose patroon was Lord Thasperus of Corman. "Where is Thasperus?" I asked, and the ranger answered, a thought shortly, "Away in Aquilonia, fighting for Conan." And he looked at me narrowly, as if he had begun to wonder if I were a spy. "Is there a man in Skohira," I began, who has such connections with the Picts that he dwells, naked and painted among them, and attends their ceremonies of blood feast and—" I checked myself at the fury that contorted the Skoheran's features. "Damn you!" he said, choking with passion. "What is your purpose in coming here to insult us thus?" And indeed, to call a man a renegade was the direst insult that could be offered along the Westermark, though I had not meant it in that way. But I saw the man was ignorant of any knowledge concerning the renegade I had seen, and not wishing to give out information, I merely told him that he misunderstood my meaning. "I understand it well enough," he said, shaking with passion. "But for your dark skin and southern accent, I would deem you a spy from Caughnawaga. But spy or no, you cannot insult the men of Skohera in such manner. Were I not on military duty, I would lay down my weapon belt and show you what manner of men we breed in Skohera." "I want no quarrel," said I, "but I am going to Skandara, where it will not be hard for you to find me if you so desire." "I will be there anon," quoth he grimly. "I am Storm, Grom's son, and they know me in Skohera." I left him striding his post along the bank and fingering his knife hilt and hatchet as if he itched to try their edge on my head, and I swung wide of the small fort to avoid other scouts or pickets. For in these troublous times suspicion might fall on me as a spy very easily. Nay, this Storm Grom's son was beginning to turn such thoughts in his thick noddle, when they were swept away by his personal resentment at what he mistook for a slur. And, having quarrelled with me, his sense of personal honor would not allow him to arrest me on suspicion of being a spy, even had he thought of it. In ordinary times, none would think of halting or questioning a white man crossing the border. But everything was in a mad whirl now. It must be, if the patroon of Caughnawaga was invading the domain of his neighbors. The forest had been cleared about the fort for a few hundred yards in each direction, forming a solid green wall. I kept within this wall as I skirted the clearing, and met no one, even when I crossed several paths leading from the fort. I avoided clearings and farms. I headed eastward, and the sun was not high in the heavens when I sighted the roofs of Skandara. The forest ran to within less than half a mile of the town, which was a handsome one for a frontier village, with neat houses, mostly of squared logs, some painted, but also some fine frame buildings, which is something we have not in Thandara. But there was not so much as a ditch or a palisade about the village, which was strange to me, for we of Thandara build our dwelling places for defence as much as shelter, and while there is not a village in the width and breadth of the province, yet every cabin is like a tiny fort. Off to the right of the village stood a fort, in the midst of a meadow, with palisade and ditch, somewhat larger than Fort Quanyara. But I saw few heads moving above the parapet, either helmeted or capped, and only the spreading winged hawk of Skohera flapped on the standard. And I wondered why, if Skohera were for Conan, they did not fly the banner he had chosen, the golden lion on a black field, the standard of the regiment he commanded as a mercenary general of Aquilonia. Away to the left, at the edge of the forest, I saw a large house of stone set amidst gardens and orchards, and knew it for the estate of Lord Valerian, the richest landowner in western Skohera. I had never seen the man, but knew he was wealthy and powerful. But now the hall, as it was called, seemed deserted. The town seemed curiously deserted likewise, at least of men, though there were women and children in plenty, and it seemed to me that the men had assembled their families here for safety. I saw few able-bodied men. As I went up the street, many eyes followed me suspiciously, but none spoke except to reply briefly to my questions. At the tavern, only a few old men and cripples huddled about the ale-stained tables and conversed in low tones, all conversation ceasing as I loomed in the doorway in my worn buckskins, and all turned to stare at me silently. More significant silence when I asked for Hakon, Strom's son, and the host told me that Hakon was ridden to Thenitia shortly after sunup, where the militia army lay encamped, but would return shortly. So, being hungry and weary, I ate a meal in the tap-room, aware of those questioning eyes fixed upon me, and then lay down in a corner on a bearskin the host fetched for me, and slept, and was so slumbering when Hakon, Strom's son, returned, close upon sunset. He was a tall man, rangy and broad-shouldered, like most Westlanders, and clad in buckskin hunting shirt and fringed leggins and moccasins like myself. Half a dozen rangers were with him, and they sat them down at a board close to the door, and watched him and me over the rims of their ale-jacks. When I named myself and told him I had word for him, he looked at me closely and bade me sit with him at a table in the corner, where mine host brought us ale foaming in leathern jacks. "Has no word come through of the state of affairs in Thundara?" I asked. "No sure word, only rumors." "Very well," said I. "I bring you word from Brant, Drago's son, governor of Thundara and the council of captains, and by this sign you shall know me for a true man." And so saying, I dipped my finger in the foamy ale, and with it drew a symbol on the table, and instantly erased it. He nodded, his eyes blazing with interest. "This is the word I bring you," quoth I. "Thundara has declared for Conan, and stands ready to aid his friends and defy his enemies." At that he smiled joyfully and grasped my brown hand warmly with his own rugged fingers. "Good!" he exclaimed. "But it is no more than I expected." "What man of Thundara could forget Conan?" said I. "Nay, I was but a child in Conajahara, but I remember him when he was a forest runner and a scout there. When his rider came into Thundara, telling us that Poitin was in revolt, with Conan striking for the throne and asking our support, he asked no volunteers for his army, merely our loyalty. We sent him one word: 'We have not forgotten Conajahara.' Then came the Baron Atelius over the marches against us, but we ambushed him in the little wilderness, and cut his army to pieces. And now I think we need fear no invasion in Thundara." "I would I could say as much for Skohira," he said grimly. "Baron Thasperus sent us word that we could do as we chose. He has declared for Conan and joined the rebel army. But he did not demand western levies. Nay, both he and Conan know the Westermark needs every man it has to guard the border. He removed his troops from the forts, however, and we manned them with our own foresters. There was some little skirmishing among ourselves, especially in the towns like Koyaga, where dwell the landholders, for some of them held to Numidides. Well, these loyalists either fled away to Caughnawaga with their retainers, or else surrendered and gave their pledge to remain neutral in their castles, like Lord Valerian of Skandara. The loyalists who fled swore to return and cut all our throats. And presently Lord Brocas marched over the border. In Caughnawaga the landowners and Brocas are for Numidides, and we have heard pitiful tales of their treatment of the common people who favor Conan." I nodded, not surprised. Caughnawaga was the largest, richest, and most thickly settled province in all the Westermark, and it had a comparatively large and very powerful class of titled landholders, which we have not in Thundara, and, by the favor of Mitra, never shall. "It is an open invasion for conquest," said Hakon. "Brocas commanded us to swear loyalty to Numidides. The dog! I think the black-jowled fool plots to subdue all the Westermark and rule it as Numidides' viceroy. With an army of Aquilonian men-at-arms, Bossonian archers, Caughnawaga loyalists, and Skohira renegades, he lies at Koyaga, 10 miles beyond Ogaha Creek. The Netia is full of refugees from the eastern country he has devastated. We do not fear him, though we are outnumbered. He must cross Ogaha Creek to strike us, and we have fortified the west bank and blocked the road against his cavalry." "That touches upon my mission," I said. "I am authorized to offer the services of 150 Thundaran rangers. We are all of one mind in Thundara, and fight no internal wars, and we can spare that many men from our war with the Panther Picts." "That will be good news for the commandant of Fort Quanyara." "What?" quoth I. "Are you not the commandant?" "Nay," said he. "It is my brother Dirk, Strom's son." "Had I known that, I would have given my message to him," I said. "Brant, Drago's son, thought you commanded Quanyara. However, it does not matter." "Another jack of ale," quoth Hakon, "and we'll start for the fort so that Dirk shall hear your news first hand. A plague on commanding a fort. A party of scouts is good enough for me." And in truth, Hakon was not the man to command an outpost, or any large body of men, for he was too reckless and hasty, though a brave man and a gay rogue. "You have but a skeleton force left to watch the border," I said. "What of the Picts?" "They keep the peace to which they swore," answered he. "For some months there has been peace along the border, except for the usual skirmishing between individuals of both races." "Valerian Hall seemed deserted." "Lord Valerian dwells there alone except for a few servants. Where his fighting men have gone, none knows, but he has sent them off. If he had not given his pledge, we would have felt it necessary to place him under guard, for he is one of the few white men to whom the Picts give heed. If it had entered his head to stir them up against our borders, we might be hard put to it to defend ourselves against them on one side, and Brocas on the other. The hawks, wildcats, and turtles listen when Valerian speaks, and he has even visited the towns of the wolf Picts, and come away alive. If that were true, that were strange indeed. For all men knew the ferocity of the great confederacy of allied clans known as the Wolf Tribe, which dwelt in the west beyond the hunting grounds of the three lesser tribes he had named. Mostly they held aloof from the frontier, but the threat of their hatred was ever a menace along the borders of Skohira. Hakon looked up as a tall man in trunk hose, boots, and scarlet cloak entered the taproom. "There is Lord Valerian now," he said. I stared, started, and was on my feet instantly. "That man?" I ejaculated. "I saw that man last night beyond the border, in a camp of the hawks, watching the dance of the changing snake." Valerian heard me, and he whirled, going pale. His eyes blazed like those of a panther. Hakon sprang up too. "What are you saying?" he cried. "Lord Valerian gave his pledge." "I care not," I exclaimed fiercely, striding forward to confront the tall noble. "I saw him where I lay hidden among the tamarack. I could not mistake that hawk-like face. I tell you he was there, naked and painted like a Pict." "You lie, damn you!" cried Valerian. And whipping aside his cloak, he caught at the hilt of his sword. But before he could draw it, I closed with him and bore him to the floor, where he caught at my throat with both hands, blaspheming like a madman. Then there was a swift stamp of feet, and men were dragging us apart, grasping my lord firmly, who stood white and panting with fury, still clutching my neckcloth, which had been torn away from my throat in the struggle. "Loose me, you dogs!" he raved. "Take your peasant hands from me! I'll cleave this liar to the chin!" "Here is no lie," I said more calmly. "I lay in the tamarack last night and watched while old Teanoga dragged a raven chief's soul from his body and forced it into that of a tree serpent. It was my arrow which struck down the shaman. And I saw you there. You, a white man, naked and painted, accepted as one of the clan." "If this be true," began Hakon. "It is true, and there is your proof," I exclaimed. "Look there, on his bosom." His doublet and shirt had been torn open in the scuffle, and there, dim on his naked breast, showed the outline of the white skull which the Picts paint only when they mean war against the whites. He had sought to wash it off his skin, but Pictish paint stains strongly. "Disarm him," said Hakon, white to the lips. "Give me my neckcloth," I demanded. But his lordship spat at me and thrust the cloth inside his shirt.
When it is returned to you, it shall be knotted in a hangman's noose about your rebel neck, he snarled.
Hakon seemed undecided. "Let us take him to the fort," I said. "Give him in custody of the commander." It was for no good purpose he took part in the dance of the snake. Those Picts were painted for battle. That symbol on his breast means he intended to take part in the war for which they danced.
"But, great Mitra, this is incredible!" exclaimed Hakon. "A white man, loosing those painted devils on his friends and neighbors?"
My lord said not. He stood there between the men who grasped his arms, livid, his thin lips drawn back in a snarl that bared his teeth. But all hell burned like yellow fire in his eyes, where I seemed to sense lights of madness. But Hakon was uncertain. He dared not release Valerian, and he feared what the effect might be on the people if they saw the lord being held captive to the fort. "They will demand the reason," he argued, "and when they learn he has been dealing with the Picts in their war paint, a panic might well ensue. Let us lock him into the jail until we can bring Dirk here to question him." "It is dangerous to compromise with a situation like this," I answered bluntly. "But it is for you to decide. You are in command here." So we took his lordship out the back door, secretly, and it being dusk by that time, reached the jail without being noticed by the people, who indeed stayed indoors mostly. The jail was a small affair of logs, somewhat apart from the town, with 4 cells, and one only occupied, that by a fat rogue who had been imprisoned overnight for drunkenness and fighting in the street. He stared to see our prisoner. Not a word said Lord Valerian, as Hakon locked the grilled door upon him, and detailed one of the men to stand guard. But a demon fire burned in his dark eyes, as if behind the mask of his pale face he were laughing at us with fiendish triumph. "You place only one man on guard?" I asked Hakon. "Why more?" said he. "Valerian cannot break out, and there is no one to rescue him." It seemed to me that Hakon was prone to take too much for granted, but after all it was none of my affair, so I said no more. Then Hakon and I went to the fort, and there I talked with Dirk, Strom's son, the commander, who was in command of the town in the absence of John, Storm's son, the governor appointed by Lord Thasperus, who was now in command of the militia army which lay at Thynatea. He looked sober indeed when he heard my tale, and said he'd come to the jail and question Lord Valerian as soon as his duties permitted, though he had little belief that my lord would talk, for he came of a stubborn and haughty breed. He was glad to hear of the men Thandara offered him, and told me that he could find a man to return to Thandara, accepting the offer, if I wished to remain in Skohira a while, which I did. Then I returned to the tavern with Hakon, for it was our purpose to sleep there that night, and set out for Thynatea in the morning. Scouts kept the Skohirans posted on the movements of Brocas, and Hakon, who had been in their camp that day, said Brocas showed no signs of moving against us, which made me believe that he was waiting for Valerian to lead his Picts against the border. But Hakon still doubted, in spite of all I had told him, believing Valerian had but visited the Picts through friendliness, as he often did. But I pointed out that no white man, however friendly to the Picts, was ever allowed to witness such a ceremony as the dance of the snake. He would have to be a blood member of the clan. Chapter 3. I awakened suddenly and sat up in bed. My window was open, both shutters and pane, for coolness, for it was an upstairs room, and there was no tree nearby by which a thief might gain access. But some noise had awakened me, and now, as I stared at the window, I saw the starlit sky blotted out by a bulky, misshapen figure. I swung my legs around off the bed, demanding to know who it was, and groping for my hatchet. But the thing was on me with frightful speed, and before I could even rise, something was around my neck, choking and strangling me. Thrust almost against my face, there was a dim, frightful visage, but all I could make out in the darkness was a pair of flaming red eyes and a peaked head. My nostrils were filled with a bestial reek.
I cut one of the thing's wrists, and it was hairy as an ape's, and thick with iron muscles. But then I had found the haft of my hatchet, and I lifted it and split that misshapen skull with one blow. It fell clear of me, and I sprang up, gagging and gasping, and quivering in every limb. I found flint, steel, and tinder, and struck a light and lit a candle, and glared wildly at the creature lying on the floor. In form it was like a man, gnarled and misshapen, covered with thick hair. Its nails were long and black, like the talons of a beast, and its chinless, low-browed head was like that of an ape. The thing was a shakan, one of those semi-human beings which dwell deep in the forests. There came a knocking on my door, and Hakon's voice called to know what the trouble was, so I bade him enter. He rushed in, axe in hand. His eyes widened at the sight of the thing on the floor. "A shakan," he whispered. "I have seen them, far to the west, smelling out trails through the forests. The damned bloodhounds. What is that in his fingers?" A chill of horror crept along my spine as I saw the creature still clutched a neckcloth in his fingers, the cloth which he had tried to knot like a hangman's noose about my neck. "I have heard that Pictish shaman catch these creatures and tame them, and use them to smell out their enemies," he said slowly. "But how could Lord Valerian so use one?" "I know not," I answered, "but that neckcloth was given to the beast, and according to its nature it smelled my trail out and sought to break my neck. Let us go to the jail, and quickly." Hakon roused his rangers, and we hurried there, and found the guard lying before the open door of Valerian's empty cell, with his throat cut. Hakon stood like one turned to stone, and then a faint call made us turn, and we saw the white face of the drunkard peering at us from the next cell.
"He's gone," quoth he. "Lord Valerian's gone. Harkee, an hour agone while I lay on my bunk, I was awakened by a sound outside, and saw a strange, dark woman come out of the shadows and walk up to the guard. He lifted his bow and bade her halt, but she laughed at him, staring into his eyes, and he became as one in a trance. He stood staring stupidly. And Mitra, she took his own knife from his girdle and cut his throat, and he fell down and died. Then she took the keys from his belt and opened the door, and Valerian came out and laughed like a devil out of hell, and kissed the wench, and she laughed with him. And she was not alone, for something lurked in the shadows behind her, some vague, monstrous being that never came into the light of the lantern hanging over the door. I heard her say, 'Best to kill the fat drunkard in the next cell.' And by Mitra, I was so nigh dead of fright I knew not if I were even alive. But Valerian said I was dead drunk, and I could have kissed him for that word. So they went away, and as they went, he said he would send her companion on a mission, and then they would go to a cabin on Lynx Creek, and there meet his retainers who had been hiding in the forest ever since he sent them from Valerian Hall. He said that Teonogo would come to them there, and they would cross the border and go among the Picts, and bring them back to cut all our throats." Hakon looked livid in the lantern light. "Who is this woman?" I asked curiously. "His half-breed Pictish mistress," he said. "Half Hawk-Pict and half Lingurian. I have heard of her. They call her the Witch of Skandaga. I have never seen her, never before credited the tales whispered of her and Lord Valerian. But it is the truth." "I thought I had slain old Teonoga," I muttered. "The old fiend must bear a charmed life. I saw my shaft quivering in his breast. What now?" "We must go to the hut on Lynx Creek and slay them all," said Hakon. "If they loose the Picts on the border, hell will be to pay. We can spare no men from the fort or the town. We are enough. I know not how many men there will be on Lynx Creek, and I do not care. We will take them by surprise."
We set out at once through the starlight. The land lay silent, lights twinkling dimly in the houses. To the westward loomed the black forest, silent, primordial, a brooding threat to the people who dared it. We went in single file, bows strung and held in our left hands, hatchets swinging in our right hands. Our moccasins made no sound in the dew-wet grass. We melted into the woods and struck a trail that wound among oaks and alders. Here we strung out with some 15 feet between each man, Hakon leading, and presently we dipped down into a grassy hollow and saw light streaming faintly from the cracks of shutters that covered a cabin's windows. Hakon halted us and whispered for the men to wait while we crept forward and spied upon them. We stole forward and surprised the sentry, a Skoheran renegade, who must have heard our stealthy approach, but for the wine which staled his breath. I shall never forget the fierce hiss of satisfaction that breathed between Hakon's clenched teeth as he drove his knife into the villain's heart. We left the body hidden in the tall, rank grass, and stole up to the very wall of the cabin, and dared to peer in at a crack. There was Valerian, with his fierce eyes blazing, and a dark, wildly beautiful girl in doe-skin loincloth and beaded moccasins, and her blackly burnished hair bound back by a gold band, curiously wrought. And there were half a dozen Skoheran renegades, sullen rogues in the woolen breeches and jerkins of farmers, with cutlasses at their belts. 3 forest runners in buckskins, wild-looking men, and half a dozen Gunderman guards, compactly built men with yellow hair cut square and confined under steel caps, corselets of chainmail, and polished leg pieces. They were girt with swords and daggers. Yellow-haired men with fair complexions and steely eyes, and an accent differing greatly from the natives of the Westermark. They were sturdy fighters, ruthless and well-disciplined, and very popular as guardsmen among the landowners of the frontier. Listening there, we heard them all laughing and conversing, Valerian boastful of his escape, and swearing that he had sent a visitor to that cursed Thandaran that should do his proper business for him. The renegades sullen and full of oaths and curses for their former friends. The forest runners silent and attentive. The Gundermen careless and jovial, which joviality thinly masked their utterly ruthless natures. And the half-breed girl, whom they called Quarata, laughed, and plagued Valerian, who seemed grimly amused. And Hakon trembled with fury as we listened to him boasting how he meant to rouse the Picts and lead them across the border to smite the Skoherans in the back, while Brocas attacked from Koyaga. Then we heard a light patter of feet and hugged the wall close, and saw the door open, and 7 painted Picts entered, horrific figures in paint and feathers. They were led by old Teanoga, whose breast muscles were bandaged, whereby I knew my shaft had but fleshed itself in those heavy muscles. And I wondered if the old demon were really a werewolf, which could not be killed by mortal weapons as he boasted, and many believed. We lay close there, Hakon and I, and heard of Teanoga say that the hawks, wildcats, and turtles dared not strike across the border unless an alliance with the powerful wolfmen could be struck up, for they feared that the wolves might ravage their country while they fought the Skoherans. Teanoga said that the 3 lesser tribes met the wolves on the edge of Ghost Swamp for a council, and that the wolves would abide by the counsel of the Wizard of the Swamp. So Valerian said they would go to the Ghost Swamp, and see if they could not persuade the wizard to induce the wolves to join the others. At that, Hakon told me to crawl back and get the others, and I saw it was in his mind that we should attack, outnumbered as we were. But so fired was I by the infamous plot to which we had listened, that I was as eager as he. I stole back and brought the others, and as soon as he heard us coming, he sprang up and ran at the door to beat it in with his war-axe. At the same instant, others of us burst in the shutters and poured arrows into the room, striking down some, and set the cabin on fire. They were thrown into confusion and made no attempt to hold the cabin. The candles were upset and went out, but the fire lent a dim glow. They rushed the door, and some were slain then, and others as we grappled with them. But presently all fled into the woods except those we slew, Gundermen, renegades, and painted Picts. But Valerian and the girl were still in the cabin. Then they came forth, and she laughed and hurled something on the ground that burst and blinded us with a foul smoke, through which they escaped. All but 4 of our men had been slain in the desperate fighting, but we started instantly in pursuit, sending back one of the wounded men to warn the town. The trail led into the wilderness. The Black Stranger. Synopsis A. Conan the Cimmerian, vengefully following a Pictish war party which had raided and killed among the Aquilonian settlements on Black River, was captured by Picts and carried by them to their far western homeland. The ferocious Cimmerian killed the chief and escaped, fleeing toward the west, pursued by the enraged Picts. Throwing them off the trail, he discovered a path that wound up a cliff, and following it, discovered a cave where stood a great ebony table about which sat dead men. He stepped into the cave, and was instantly fighting for his life. On a wide stretch of beach, backed against a deep forest, stood the settlement of a Zingara nobleman who had fled with his servant and his niece and taken refuge there. His retainers had built log houses and surrounded them with a stockade. None ventured far into the forest because they feared the ferocious Picts. But the niece was seated on the sand south of the promontory which rose beyond the bay, when her companion, a flaxen-haired Ophirian waif she had picked up, came running across the sand, naked and dripping from a plunge into the ocean, and cried that a ship was coming. The Zingara girl saw as she went up the gentle slope, and with the younger girl hurried to the fort, as they called it. The nobleman instantly called in his retainers from the fishing boats and the tiny fields along the forest edge, and ran up the banner of Zingara. The ship sailed into the bay and broke out the flag of the Barracan pirates, and a Zingaran recognized the ship as that of a noted pirate. The pirates came ashore and attacked the fortress, and had almost swarmed over the stockade when another ship hove in sight, and broke out the colors of Zingara. But the pirate had already recognized it as the craft of a Zingaran buccaneer, and fearing to be trapped between 2 foes, took his men aboard and sailed away up the coast. The Zingaran anchored and came ashore with most of his men, but the nobleman distrusted him and refused to allow him to bring his men in the stockade. They camped on the beach. The Zingaran sent them out wine, and the buccaneer came into the nobleman's hall. He told the buccaneer that his ship had been wrecked in a storm, and that the increasing menace of the Picts made it imperative that he take his band away. The buccaneer offered to take them all off in return for a treasure which he said was hidden in the vicinity, and for the hand of the niece. The nobleman refused that angrily, and denied all knowledge of the treasure. The buccaneer then told of a treasure hidden by a pirate centuries before, or a century at least. He offered to have his men aid the nobleman's men in finding the treasure. Then they would sail away to some foreign port, where he would marry the niece and give up his wild ways. While they were arguing, the niece stole away to find the little Ophirian girl had slipped out, and returned to the beach to find a prized bracelet. She brought her into the banquet hall, and the girl informed the nobleman that she had seen a black man land on the beach in a queer craft. The nobleman instantly seemed seized with madness, and had the girl cruelly whipped until he saw she was telling the truth. Then he agreed to the terms set forth by the buccaneer. The niece took the child and retired in horror to her room. She and the younger girl were about to flee in desperation to the woods when they heard stealthy footsteps outside the door, which terrified them. The child said it was the black man she had seen come ashore. Before dawn, a terrible storm arose, which wrecked the buccaneer's ship on the rocky shore. At dawn, just as the storm was clearing away, far up the coast a pirate met a stranger on the beach and was killed by him. The stranger took a map from his girdle, The nobleman swore it was the black stranger who had raised the storm, a curse on his house, and the buccaneer said his men would build a ship. But just then the pirate sailed into the bay and demanded a parley. Protected by a point of land, he had ridden out the storm. He thought a Zingaran had killed his mate and stolen the map. He offered a trade. If they would give him the map, he would take off as many as he could and set them ashore some safe place. But while they argued, Conan entered and told them he had killed the man and stolen the map and destroyed it. He did not need it because he had found the treasure. He offered the plan. He and the captains would go after the treasure, leaving their men on the beach. They would divide it equally. The pirate was short of supplies. The nobleman would give them supplies. The pirate would take him off in the ship. The nobleman and the buccaneer would be left to build their own ship. After much wrangling, Conan and the sea rovers made through the woods to the cave he had discovered, where he hoped to trap them in the poison gas that filled it. But one of the nobleman's men had hurried before them and was found dead in it, and the pirate accused Conan of trying to get he and the buccaneer out of the way to seize his ship and crew. In the fight that followed, the Picts attacked them, infuriated by the black stranger having murdered a Pict and stuck a gold chain stolen by the black man that night in the fort from the nobleman. Conan joined forces with the others, and they fought their way back to the fort, where they were besieged by hundreds of howling Picts. The black man got among them and killed a buccaneer, whereupon buccaneers and pirates fell to fighting, and the Picts swarmed over the wall. Conan, running into the hall to rescue the girls, saw the nobleman hanging from a beam and the black man gloating over him. He hurled a chair and knocked the thing down, then seized the girls and took shelter in a corner of the stockade. The pirate and the buccaneer were killed in the Red Massacre, and Conan, with the girls, got away and fled in the pirate ship, anchored in a bay on the coast. The Black Stranger. Synopsis B. Conan the Cimmerian, pursued by savages in the forests near the western coast of the Pictish wilderness, takes refuge in a cavern which contains the bodies of Trinikos, a pirate admiral, and his 11 captains, and the treasure hidden by them 100 years before. On the coast, not far from the cavern, stands a small settlement founded by Count Valenso Corzetta, a Zingaran nobleman who was fled to this naked land to escape a mysterious enemy. The destruction of his galleon by a storm has marooned the whole party at that spot. Strom, a Barachan pirate, searching for the treasure of Trinikos, arrives in the bay, and believing Valenso to be in possession of the treasure, attacks the fort. While the fight is in progress, another ship sails into the bay, commanded by Black Zorono, a buccaneer, also hunting the treasure. Fearing to be caught between two enemies, Strom sails away and takes refuge in a cove several miles distant. Zorono strikes a truce with Valenso and makes him a proposal that night in the fort, having learned that Valenso knows nothing about the treasure of Trinikos, which Strom and Zorono both know is hidden somewhere near the bay. Zorono proposes that he and the Count join forces, secure the treasure, and then sail to some civilized country in Zorono's ship. In return, Zorono demands the hand of Valenso's niece, Balessa. The Count refuses, furiously, when he is thrown into a state of panic by Tina, Balessa's young protege, who tells him of a strange black man who has come out of the sea and taken refuge in the forest. Valenso almost goes mad with fear and agrees to Zorono's proposal, despite his niece's horrified protests. Later in the night, Balessa sees the black man stealing through the corridors of the fort and realizes that he is no natural human being. A storm, raised by the black man's sorcery, destroys Zorono's ship. The Man-Eaters of Zambula. Synopsis. Conan, who had been living with a wandering tribe of Zwagirs, Shemetish nomads, wandered into Zambula, a strange hybrid city in the desert on the disputed border of Stygia and the Hyrcanian domains. Zambula was inhabited by Stygians, Shemites, and many mixed breeds, and ruled over by the Hyrcanians. A satrap ruled there, one Jungir Khan, with Hyrcanian soldiers. The city contained and was adjacent to many oases with palm groves. Conan, intending to spend the night at the tavern of one Aram Baksh, was warned by a Shemite tribesman that other desert men and travelers had spent the night at Aram's house and never been seen again. He said that no bodies had ever been found on the place, but beyond the city's outskirts, the city was not walled. There was a hollow with a pit in it, where charred human bones had been found. The Shemite believed Aram was a devil in disguise who had traffic with demons in the desert. Conan gave no heed to the warning and went to Aram's house, which was on the outskirts of the city. Aram gave him a room with an opening onto a street which ran directly into the desert between groves of palms. During the night, Conan was awakened by the stealthy opening of the one door, and sprang up to cut down a huge black slave who had stolen into his room. He was a cannibal slave from Darfar, far to the south, and Conan realized that Aram was selling his guests to these beasts. Go into the street, intending to enter the tavern by another door and cut Aram down. He saw 3 blacks skulking along the street with a captive girl. He attacked them and cut them down, and hid with the girl, while a large band of them stole past, headed for the cooking pit beyond the outskirts. The girl told him she was a dancing girl in the temple of Hanuman, that she loved a young Hyrcanian soldier, and was desired by the priest of Hanuman, a Stygian, Totrasmek. She said the priest, by his magic, had driven the young soldier, and he had tried to slay her. Fleeing from him, she had been seized by the black who skulked about the streets at night, seizing and devouring all they could. As she ceased to talk, the mad soldier came upon them, and Conan knocked him senseless and bound him. Then, lifting him, he followed her to a place in the city where a Negro slave, not a cannibal, took charge of the senseless soldier, whom she had first searched for a ring and a great jewel, the only thing he would not give her. She had given him the drug given her by the priest to make him sleep, to steal this jewel, but it had driven him mad. She persuaded Conan to help her kill the priest. They went to the temple of Hanuman, and, entering, she tried to open the secret door behind the idol, but a hand seized her hair and dragged her through. A monstrous dwarf dragged her before Totrasmek, who made her dance naked between 4 cobras conjured out of smoke. Conan, trying to reach the hidden chamber by another route, killed a giant executioner, and, leaning through curtains, slew Totrasmek. She searched him after Conan had killed the dwarf, but did not find the jewel. Then she told Conan that she was a famous courtesan of the city, and the young soldier was in reality Jungir Khan, the satrap. They returned and found him dazed but sane, and she told Conan to return to the palace the next morning for his reward. He returned to the house of Aram and gave the tavern keeper in the hands of the Negroes, first slitting his tongue so he could not talk. Then he took to the desert, for he had known the girl and the soldier all along, and had himself stolen the jewel she sought. Red Nails. Draft. The woman on the horse reined in her weary steed. It stood with its legs wide braced, its head drooping, as if it found even the weight of the gold-tasseled red leather bridle too heavy. The woman drew a booted foot out of the silver stirrup and swung down from the gold-worked saddle. She made the reins fast to a tree fork and turned, hands on her hips, to survey her surroundings. They were not inviting. Giant trees hemmed in the small pool where her horse had just drunk. Clumps of undergrowth limited the vision that quested under the somber twilight of the lofty arches formed by intertwining branches. The woman shivered with a twitch of her magnificent shoulders, and then cursed. She was tall, full-bosomed, and large-limbed, with compact shoulders that denoted an unusual strength without detracting anything from the femininity of her appearance. In spite of her garb and bearing, she was all woman. Her garments were incongruous, in view of her present environs. Instead of a skirt, she wore short, wide-legged silk breeches, which stopped a hand's breadth short of her knees and were upheld by a wide sash worn as a girdle. Flaring-topped boots of soft leather came almost to her knees. A low-necked, wide-collared, wide-sleeved silk shirt completed her costume. On one shapely hip she wore a straight double-edged sword, and on the other a long dirk. Her unruly golden hair, cut even with her shoulders, was confined by a cloth of gold band. Against the background of somber, primitive forest, she posed with unconscious picturesqueness, bizarre and out of place. She should have had a background of sea clouds, masts, and wheeling gulls. There was the color of the sea in her wide eyes, and there should have been, because this was Valeria of the Red Brotherhood, whose deeds are retold in song and ballad wherever seafarers gather. She strove to pierce the sullen green roof of the arched branches and see the sky, which presumably lay above, but presently gave it up with a muttered oath. Leaving her horse where he stood, she strode off in an eastward direction, glancing back toward the pool from time to time in order to fix her route in her mind. The silence of the forest depressed her. No birds sang in the lofty boughs, nor did any rustling in the underbrush indicate the presence of any small animals. She remembered that this silence had endured for many miles. For nearly a whole day she had traveled in a realm of absolute silence, broken only by the sounds of her own flight. Ahead of her she saw an outcropping of dark, flint-like rock that sloped upward into what looked like a rugged crag rising among the trees. Its summit was lost to view amidst a cloud of encircling leaves. Perhaps its peak rose above the trees, and from it she could see what lay beyond, if indeed anything lay beyond but this apparently illimitable forest through which she had ridden for so many days. A narrow ridge formed a natural ramp that led upward. After she had ascended some 50 feet, she could no longer see the ground because of the intervening leaves. The trunks of the trees did not crowd close to the crag, but their smaller branches extended about it, veiling it with their foliage. She climbed on a while in leafy obscurity, neither able to see above or below her. But presently the leaves thinned, and she came out on a flat, shelf-like summit and saw the forest roof stretching away under her feet. That roof, which looked like a floor from her vantage point, was as impenetrable from above as from below. She glanced westward, in the direction from which she had come. She saw only the rolling green ocean stretching away and away, with only a vague blue line in the distance to hint of the hill range she had crossed days before to plunge into this leafy waste. North and south the view was the same, though the blue hill line was lacking in those directions. She looked eastward, and stiffened suddenly as her foot struck something in the litter of fallen leaves which carpeted the low shelf. She kicked some of the leaves aside and looked down on the skeleton of a man. She ran an experienced eye over the bleached frame, but saw no broken bones or any sign of violence. The man seemed to have died a natural death, though why he should have climbed to this difficult pinnacle to die she could not imagine. She mounted to the peak and looked eastward. She stiffened. Off to the east, within a few miles, the forest thinned out and ceased abruptly, giving way to a bare plain where only a few stunted trees grew. And in the midst of that plain rose the walls and towers of a man-made city. The girl swore in amazement. This passed belief. She would not have been surprised to have sighted human habitations of another sort, the beehive-shaped huts of the black people, or the cliff dwellings of the mysterious brown race which legend declared inhabited some country of this unexplored region. But it was a startling surprise to see a walled city here so many long weeks' marches from the nearest outposts of any sort of civilization. Her thoughts were scattered by the rustling of the leaves below her. She wheeled like a cat, catching at her hilt, and then she froze motionless, staring wide-eyed at the man before her. He was a tall, powerfully built man, almost a giant in size. His garb was similar to hers, except that he wore a broad leather belt instead of a girdle. Broadsword and poniard hung from this belt.
"Conan the Cimmerian!" ejaculated the woman. "What are you doing on my trail?"
He grinned hardly, and his fierce blue eyes burned with a light any woman could understand as they ran over her magnificent figure, lingering on the swell of her splendid breasts beneath the light shirt and the clear white flesh displayed between breeches and boot-tops.
"Why, hell, girl," he laughed. "Don't you know? Haven't I made my admiration for you clear ever since I first saw you?"
"A stallion could have made it no clearer," she answered disdainfully. "But I never expected to encounter you so far from the ale barrels and meat pots. Did you really follow me from Zarallo's camp, or were you whipped forth?" He laughed at her scorn and flexed his mighty biceps.
"You know Zarallo didn't have enough knaves to whip me out of camp," he grinned. "Of course I followed you. Lucky thing for you too, wench. When you knifed that fellow, you lost Zarallo's friendship, and you earned his brother's hatred."
"I know it," she replied sullenly. "But what else could I do? You know what my provocation was."
"Sure," he agreed. "If I'd been there, I'd have knifed him myself. But if a woman must live a man's life, she must expect such things."
Valeria stamped her booted foot and swore.
"Why will not men let me live a man's life?"
Again Conan's eager eyes roved her.
"Hell, girl, that's obvious. But you were wise to flee the camp. Zarallo would have had you skinned. The fellow's brother followed you, faster than you thought. He was not far behind you when I caught up with him. His horse was better than yours. He'd have caught you and cut your throat within a few more miles."
"Well?" she demanded.
"Well, what?"
He seemed puzzled.
"What of him?" "Why, what do you suppose?" he demanded. "I killed him, of course, and left his carcass for the vultures. That delayed me, though, and I almost lost your trail when you crossed the rocky spurs of the hills. Otherwise I'd have caught up with you long ago."
"And now you think you'll drag me back to Zarallo's camp?" she sneered.
"You know better than that," he retorted. "Come, girl, don't be such a spitfire. I'm not like that fellow you knifed, and you know it."
"A penniless vagabond," she taunted. He laughed at her.
"What are you? You haven't enough money to buy a new seat for your breeches. You're not fooling me with your disdain. You know my reputation. You know I've commanded bigger ships and more men than you ever did. As for being penniless, hell, what rover isn't at times? I've been rich 1,000 times in my life, and I'll roll in plunder again. I've squandered enough gold in these seaports of the world to fill a galleon. You know that, too."
"Where are the fine ships and the bold lads you commanded now?" she sneered.
"At the bottom of the sea and in hell, mostly," he replied cheerfully. "The Zingaran Royal Squadron sank my last ship off Torregis. I burned the town of Valladolid, but they caught me before I could reach the Barajas. I was the only man on board who escaped with his life. That's why I joined Zarallo's Free Companions. But the gold is scanty, and the wine is poor, and I don't like black women. And that's all who came to our camp on the Darfar border. Rings in their ears and their teeth filed. Bah! Why did you join Zarallo?"
"Red Ortho killed the captain I was sailing with and took our ship," she answered sullenly. "The dog wanted me for his mistress. I jumped overboard one night and swam ashore when we were anchored off the Kushite coast.
Off Subhala it was. There I met a Shemite trader, who was also a recruiting agent for Zarallo. He told me that Zarallo had brought his free companies south to guard the Darfar border for the Stygians. I joined an eastbound caravan, and eventually came to the camp.
"And now we've both left Zarallo to shift for himself," commented Conan. "It was madness to plunge into the south as you did. But wise, too, for Zarallo's patrols never thought to look for you in this direction. Only the brother of the man you killed came this way, and struck your trail."
"And now what do you intend doing?" she demanded.
"Turn west through the forest," he answered. "I've been this far south, but not this far east. Many days' traveling to the west will bring us to the open savannas where the black tribes live. I have friends among them. We'll get to the coast and find a ship. I'm sick of the jungle myself."
"Then be on your way," she advised. "I have other plans."
"Don't be a fool," he answered, showing irritation for the first time. "You can't survive in this forest."
"I have, for more than a week."
"But what do you intend doing?"
"That's none of your affair," she snapped.
"Yes, it is," he answered calmly. "I've followed you this far. Do you think I'll turn around and ride back empty-handed? Be sensible, wench. I'm not going to harm you." He stepped toward her, and she sprang back, whipping out her sword.
"Keep back, you barbarian dog! I'll spit you like a roast pig!"
He halted, reluctantly. "Do you want me to take that toy away from you and spank you with it?" he demanded.
"Words!"
she mocked. Lights like the sun on blue water dancing in her reckless eyes, and he knew it was the truth. No living man could disarm Valeria of the Brotherhood with his bare hands. He scowled. His feelings were a chaotic mixture of conflicting emotions. He was angry, yet he was amused and full of admiration. He was itching with eagerness to seize that splendid figure and crush it in his iron arms, yet he greatly desired not to hurt the girl. He was torn between a desire to shake her and a desire to caress her. He knew if he came nearer, her sword would be sheathed in his heart. He had seen Valeria kill too many men to have any illusions about her. He knew she was as quick and ferocious in attack as a she-tiger. He could draw his broadsword and disarm her, beat the blade out of her hand. But the thought of drawing a sword on a woman, even without intent of injury, was extremely repugnant to him. "Blast your soul, you hussy!" he exclaimed in exasperation. "I'm going to take you!" He started toward her, his anger making him reckless, and she poised herself for a thrust when a startling interruption came. "What's that?" Both of them started, and Conan wheeled like a cat, his great sword flashing into his hand. Valeria recoiled, even as she poised for her thrust. Back in the forest had risen a hideous medley of screams, the screams of terrified or agonized horses. Mingled plainly with their screams came the snap of breaking bones.
"Lions are slaying the horses!"
cried Valeria. "Lions, hell!" snorted Conan, his eyes blazing. "Did you hear a lion roar? Neither did I. Listen if those bones snap. Not even a lion could make that much noise killing a horse. Follow me, but keep behind me." He hurried down the natural ramp, and she followed, their personal feud forgotten in the code of the adventurers, the instinct to unite against common peril. They descended into the screen of leaves and worked their way downward through the green veil. Silence had fallen again over the forest. "I found your horse tied by the pool back there," he muttered, treading so noiselessly that she no longer wondered how he had surprised her on the crag. "I tied mine beside it and followed the tracks of your boots. Watch now." They had emerged from the belt of leaves and stared down into the lower reaches of the forest. Above them, the green roof spread its dusky canopy. Below them, the sunlight filtered in just enough to make a gray twilight. The giant trunks of trees less than 100 yards away looked dim and ghostly. "The horses should be beyond that thicket," whispered Conan,
making no more sound than a breeze moving through the branches.
Listen.
Valeria had already heard, and a chill crept through her veins, so she unconsciously laid her white hand on her companion's muscular brown arm. From beyond that thicket came the noisy crunching of bones and the loud rending of flesh.
"Lions wouldn't make that noise," whispered Conan. "Something's eating our horses, but it's not a lion. Look there!"
The noise stopped suddenly, and Conan swore softly. A suddenly risen breeze was blowing from them directly toward the spot where the unknown monster was hidden. The thicket was suddenly agitated, and Valeria clutched Conan's arm hard. Ignorant of jungle lore, she yet knew that no animal she had ever seen could have shaken the thicket like that.
"An elephant wouldn't make that much disturbance,"
muttered Conan, echoing her thought.
"What the devil?"
His voice trailed away in the stunned silence of incredulous amazement. Through the thicket was thrust the head of nightmare and horror. Grinning jaws bared rows of dripping yellow tusks. Above the yawning mouth wrinkled a saurian-like snout. Huge eyes, like those of a cobra 1,000 times magnified, stared unwinkingly at the petrified humans clinging to the rock. Blood smeared the scaly, flabby lips and dripped from the huge mouth. The head was farther extended, on a long, scaled neck, and after it, crushing down the briars and saplings, waddled a titan's body, a gigantic reptilian torso on absurdly short legs. The whitish belly almost raked the ground, while the serrated backbone rose higher than Conan could have reached on tiptoe. A dragon-like tail trailed out behind the monstrosity.
"Back up the crag! Quick!"
snapped Conan, thrusting the girl behind him.
"That devil can't climb, I hope, but he can stand on his hind legs and reach us."
With a snapping and crashing of underbrush and small trees, the dragon charging, and even as Conan predicted, reared up fearsomely on his short, massive hinder legs to fall with his front feet on the crag with a violence that made the rock vibrate. Hardly had the fugitives passed through the leafy screen than the huge head was darted through, and the mighty jaws snapped with a resounding clash of giant fangs. But they were out of its reach, and they stared down at the nightmare visage framed among the green leaves. Then the head was withdrawn, and a moment later, peering down through the branches that scraped against the rock, they saw it squatting on its haunches, staring unblinkingly up at them. Valeria shuddered, unnerved.
"How long do you suppose he'll squat there?"
Conan kicked the skull on the leaf-strewn shelf. This fellow must have climbed up here to escape him, or one like him. He died here of starvation. That thing never will leave here until we're both dead. I've heard legends of these things from the black people, but I never believed them before." Valeria looked at him blankly, her resentment forgotten. She fought down a surge of panic. She had proved her reckless courage 1,000 times in wild battles on sea and land, on the blood-slippery decks of warships, in the storming of walled cities, and on the trampled sandy beaches where the desperate men of the Red Brotherhood bathed their knives in each other's blood in their struggles for supremacy. She had not faltered in her long flight southward from the camp on the Darfar border, over the rolling grasslands and through the hostile forests. But the prospect now confronting her congealed her blood. A cutlass stroke in the heat of battle was nothing, but to sit idle and helpless on a bare rock until starvation slew her, besieged by a monstrous survival of an elder age. The thought sent panic throbbing through her brain.
"He must leave to eat and drink,"
she said helplessly. "He won't have to go far to do either," Conan pointed out. "He can run like a deer. Besides, he's just gorged on our horses, and like a real snake, he can go for a long time without eating or drinking. But he doesn't sleep like a real snake. Conan spoke imperturbably. He was a barbarian, and the terrible patience of the wilderness and its children was a part of his soul. He could endure a situation like this as no civilized person could endure it.
"Can we get into the trees and get away, traveling through the branches?"
she asked desperately. He shook his head. "I thought of that. The branches scrape the crag down there, but they're too light. Branches too light for spear handles, and vines no thicker than cords. They'd break with our weight. Besides, I've got an idea that devil could tear up any tree around here by its roots."
"Well, are we to sit here on our rumps until we starve?" she cried furiously. "I won't do it. I'll go down there and cut his damned head off."
Conan had seated himself tranquilly on a rocky projection. He looked up admiringly at her blazing eyes and tense, quivering figure, but realizing that she was in just the mood for any madness, he let none of his admiration sound in his voice. "Sit down," he grunted, catching her by the wrist and pulling her down on his knee. Without meeting any resistance, he took her sword away from her and shoved it back in its sheath. "Sit still and calm down. You'd only break your steel on his scales. We'll get out of this jam some way, but we won't do it by getting chewed up and swallowed." She made no reply, nor did she offer any resistance to his arm about her waist. She was frightened, and the sensation was new to Valeria of the Red Brotherhood. So she sat on her companion, or captor's, knee, with a docility that would have amazed Count Zarallo, who had atrophized her as a she-devil out of hell's seraglio. Conan played idly with her curly yellow locks, seemingly intent only upon his conquest. Neither the skeleton at his feet nor the monster crouching below him disturbed his mind in the slightest. The girl's restless eyes, roving the leaves below them, rested on the darkly crimson fruit she had noticed when she first climbed the crag. They were similar to fruit she had found in the forest and eaten during her flight from Zarallo's camp. She was aware of both thirst and hunger, though neither had bothered her until she knew she could not descend from the crag to find food and water.
"We need not starve," she said. "There is fruit."
Conan glanced where she pointed. "If we ate that, we wouldn't need the bite of a dragon," he grunted. "That's what the black people of Kush call the apples of Derketa. Derketa is the queen of the dead. Drink a little of the juice, or spill it on your flesh, and you'd be dead before you could climb to the foot of this crag."
"Oh!"
She lapsed into dismayed silence. There seemed no way out of their predicament. She thought of something, and called Conan's attention to the view eastward. He stood on the pinnacle and stared out over the forest roof. "That's a city, right enough," he muttered. "Was that where you were going when you tried to send me off alone to the coast?" She nodded. "Well, who'd have thought to find a city here? So far as I know, the Stygians never penetrated this far. Could it be black people? I see no herds on the plain, no sign of cultivation or people moving about."
"How could you hope to see all that at that distance?" she demanded.
He shrugged his shoulders and stepped down from the pinnacle. Suddenly he swore. "Why in Crom's name didn't I think of it before?" Without answering her question, he descended to the belt of leaves and stared down through them. The great brute squatted below, watching the crag with the frightful patience of the reptile folk. Conan spat a curse at him, and then began cutting branches. Presently he had 3 long, slender shafts, about 7 feet long, but each no larger than his thumb. "Branches too light for spear handles, and creepers no thicker than cords," he repeated a previous statement. "But there's strength in union. That's what the Aquilonian renegades used to tell us Cimmerians when they came into the hills to raise an army to invade their own country. But we fight by clans and tribes."
"What the devil has that got to do with those sticks?" she demanded.
You wait and see." Cutting lengths of vines, he placed the sticks together, and drawing his poniard, wedged the hilt between them at one end. Then with the vines he bound them into a compact bundle, and when he had completed, he had a spear of no small strength, with a sturdy haft 7 in length.
"What good will that do?" she demanded. "You told me that a blade couldn't pierce his scales."
"He doesn't have scales all over him," answered Conan. "There's more than one way of skinning a panther." Moving down to the edge of the leafy belt, he reached the spear up and carefully thrust it through one of the apples of Derketa, drawing carefully aside to avoid the darkly purple drops that dripped from the pierced fruit. Presently he withdrew the blade and showed her the blue steel stained a dull purplish crimson. "I don't know whether it will do the job or not," quoth he. "There's enough poison there to kill an elephant almost instantly, but, well, we'll see." Valeria was close behind him as he let himself down among the leaves. Cautiously holding the poisoned pike away from him, he thrust his head through the leaves and addressed the monster.
"What are you waiting down there for, you misbegotten offspring of a parent of questionable morals?"
was one of his more printable inquiries.
"Stick your ugly head up here again, you long-necked bastard! Or do you want me to come down there and kick you loose from your illegitimate spine?"
There was more of it, some of it couched in eloquence that made Valeria stare, in spite of her profane education among the seafarers. And it had its effect on the monster. Just as the incessant yapping of a dog worries and enrages more constitutionally silent animals, so the clamorous voice of a man rouses fear in some bestial bosoms and insane rage in others. Suddenly, and with appalling quickness, the mastodonic brute reared itself on its mighty hind legs and elongated its neck and body in an effort to reach this vociferous pygmy whose clamor was disturbing the primeval silence of its horrible realm. But Conan had judged his distance precisely. Some 5 feet below Conan, the mighty head crashed terribly but futilely through the leaves. And, as the monstrous mouth gaped like that of a great snake, Conan drove his spear into the red angle of the hinge of the jawbone. He struck downward with all the strength of both arms, driving the long poniard blade deep into flesh, bone, and muscle. Instantly the jaws clashed together, severing the triple-woven shaft and almost precipitating Conan from his perch. In fact, he would have fallen but for the girl behind him, who caught his sword-belt in a desperate grasp. He clutched at a rocky projection and grinned his thanks back at her. Down on the ground, the monster was wallowing like a dog with pepper in its eyes. He shook his head from side to side, pawed at it, and opened his mouth to its fullest extent again and again. Presently, he got a huge front foot on the stump of the shaft and managed to tear the blade out. Realizing who was the author of his annoyance, he threw up his head, jaws wide and spouting blood, and glared up at the crag with such concentrated and intelligent fury that Valeria trembled and drew her sword. With harsh, grating roars, the monster hurled himself at the crag that was the citadel of his enemies. Again and again his mighty head crashed upward through the leaves, snapping vainly on empty air. He hurled his full weight again and again against the rock until it vibrated from base to crest, and rearing upright he gripped it with his front legs like a man and tried the impossible feat of tearing it from the ground bodily. This exhibition of primordial fury chilled the blood in Valeria's veins, but Conan was too close to the primitive himself to feel anything but a fascinated interest. To the barbarian, no such gulf existed between himself and other men and the animals as existed in the conception of Valeria. The monster below them, to Conan, was merely a form of life differing from himself mainly in shape. He attributed to it characteristics similar to his own, and believed its roars and bellowings were merely counterparts of the curses he had bestowed upon it.
Feeling a kinship with all wild things, even dragons, it was impossible for him to experience the sick horror that assailed Valeria at the sight of the monster's wrath. He watched it tranquilly and pointed out the various changes that were taking place in its voice and its actions. "The poison's taking hold," he said with conviction.
"I don't believe it."
To Valeria, it seemed preposterous to suppose that any lethal thing could have any effect on that mountain of muscle and ferocity. "There's pain in his voice," declared Conan. "First he was merely angry because of the stinging in his jaw. Now he feels the bite of the poison. Look, he's staggering. He'll be blind in a few more minutes. What did I tell you?" For suddenly the dragon had lurched about and went crashing off through the underbrush.
"Is he running away?"
inquired Valeria uneasily. "He's making for the pool. The poison makes him thirsty. Come on, he'll be blind when he gets back, if he does get back. But if he can make his way back to the foot of the crag and smell us, he'll sit there until he dies, and others of his kind may come at his cries. Let's go!"
"Down there?"
Valeria was aghast. "Sure, we'll make for the city. We may run into 1,000 of the brutes, but it's sure death to stay here. Down with you, in a hurry! Follow me!" He went down swiftly like an ape, pausing only to aid his slower companion, who, until she saw the Cimmerian climb, had fancied herself the equal of any man in the rigging of a ship or on the sheer of a cliff. They slid silently to the ground, though Valeria felt as if the beating of her heart must surely be heard for miles. No sound came from the forest except the gurgling and lapping that indicated that the dragon was drinking at the spring. "As soon as his belly is full, he'll be back," muttered Conan. "It may take hours for the poison to work." Somewhere beyond the forest, the sun was sinking to the horizon. The forest was a misty twilight place of black shadows and dim vistas. Conan gripped Valeria's wrist and glided away from the crag's foot. He made less noise than a breeze blowing among the tree trunks, but Valeria felt as if her soft boots spoke of their flight to all the forest. "I don't think he can follow a trail," muttered Conan. "No wind blowing. He could get our body scent if it blew toward him."
"Mitra grant that the wind blow not,"
she breathed. She gripped her sword in her free hand, but the feel of the shagreen-bound hilt inspired only a feeling of helplessness in her. It was little over a mile to the edge of the forest. They had covered most of the distance when they heard a snapping and crashing behind them. Valeria bit her lip to check a cry.
"He's on our trail,"
she whispered fiercely, galvanized. Conan shook his head. "He didn't smell us at the rock, and he's blundering about through the forest, trying to pick up our scent. Come on. There's no safety for us in this forest. He could tear down any tree we'd climb. Make for the plain. If he doesn't catch our scent, we'll make it. The city is our only chance." They stole on until the trees began to thin out. Behind them, the forest was a black, impenetrable ocean of shadows. The ominous crackling still sounded behind them as the dragon blundered in his erratic course.
"There's the plain ahead,"
breathed Valeria.
"A little more and we'll—"
"Crom!" swore Conan.
"Mitra!"
whispered Valeria. Out of the east a wind had sprung up. It blew over them directly into the black forest behind them. Instantly, a horrible roar shook the woods. The aimless snapping and crackling of the bushes changed to a purposeful crashing as the dragon came like a hurricane straight toward the spot from which the scent wafted. "Run!" snarled Conan, his eyes blazing like those of a trapped wolf. "It's all we can do!" Sailors' boots are not made for sprinting, and the life of a pirate does not train one for a runner. Within 50 yards, Valeria was panting and reeling in her gait, and behind them the crashing gave way to a rolling thunder as the monster broke out of the thickets and into the clearer country. Conan's iron arm about the woman's waist half lifted her. Her feet scarcely touched the earth as she was borne along at a speed she could have attained herself. A quick glance over his shoulder showed Conan that the monster was almost upon them, coming a war galley in front of a hurricane. He thrust Valeria from him with a force that sent her staggering a dozen feet to fall in a crumpled heap at the foot of the nearest tree, and wheeled in the path of the thundering Titan. Convinced that his death was upon him, the Cimmerian acted according to his instinct and hurled himself full at the awful face that was bearing down on him. He leaped, striking and slashing like a wildcat, felt his sword cut deep into the scales that sheathed the mighty snout, and then a terrific impact knocked him rolling and tumbling for 50 feet with all the wind and half the life battered out of him. How the stunned Cimmerian regained his feet, not even he could ever have told. But he thought only for the girl lying dazed almost within the path of the hurtling fiend, and before the breath came whistling back into his gullet, he was standing over her with his sword in his hand. She lay where he had thrown her, but she was struggling to a sitting posture. The dragon had not touched her, neither with tearing tusks or trampling feet. It had been a shoulder or front leg that struck Conan, and the blind monster rushed on, forgetting the victims it had scented in the sudden agony of its death throes. Headlong in its course it thundered until its low-hung head crashed into a gigantic tree in its path. The impact tore the tree up by the roots and must have dashed the brains from the misshapen skull. Tree and monster fell together, and the dazed humans saw the branches and leaves contorted and shaken by the convulsions of the creature they hid, and then grow quiet. Conan lifted Valeria to her feet, and together they started eastward at a reeling run. A few moments later they emerged into the still twilight of the treeless plain. Conan paused an instant and glanced back at the black forest behind him. Not a leaf stirred. Not a bird chirped. It stood as silent as it must have stood before animal life was created. "Come on," muttered Conan, taking his companion's hand. "The woods may be full of those devils. We'll try that city out there on the plain." With every step they took away from the black woods, Valeria drew a breath of relief. Each moment she expected to hear the crashing of the bushes and see another giant nightmare bearing down upon them. But nothing disturbed the silence of the forest. With the first mile between them and the woods, Valeria breathed easy. The sun had set, and darkness was gathering over the plain, lightened a little by the stars that made stunted ghosts out of the mimosa shrubs. "No cattle, no plowed fields," muttered Conan. "How do these people live?" "Perhaps the fields and grazing lands are on the other side of the city," suggested Valeria. "Maybe," he grunted. "I didn't see any from the crag, though." The moon came up behind the city, etching walls and towers blackly in the yellow glow. Valeria shivered. Black against the moon, the strange city had a somber, sinister look. Perhaps something of the same feeling occurred to Conan, for he stopped, glanced about him, and grunted. "We stop here. No use arriving at their gates in the night. They probably wouldn't let us in. Besides, we're tired, and we don't know how they'll receive us. A few hours' rest will put us in better shape to fight or run." He led the way to a bed of cactus which grew in a circle, a phenomenon common to the southern desert. With his sword he chopped an opening, and motioned Valeria to enter. "We'll be safe from snakes here, anyhow." She glanced fearfully back toward the black line that indicated the forest, some 6 miles away.
"Suppose a dragon comes out of the woods?"
"We'll keep watch," he answered, though he made no suggestion as to what they would do in such an event. "Lie down and sleep. I'll keep the first watch." She hesitated, but he sat down cross-legged in the opening, facing toward the plain, his sword across his knees, his back to her.
Without further comment, she lay down on the sand inside the spiky circle.
"Wake me when the moon is at its zenith," she directed.
He did not reply, nor look toward her. Her last impression, as she sank into slumber, was of his motionless figure, immobile as a statue hewn out of bronze, outlined against the low-hanging stars. Chapter. Valeria awoke with a start to the realization that a gray dawn was stealing over the desert. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. Conan was squatting beside the cactus, cutting off the thick pears and dexterously twitching out the spikes.
"You didn't awake me," she accused. "You let me sleep all night."
"You were tired," he answered. "Your posterior must have been sore after that long ride. You pirates aren't used to horseback."
"What about yourself?"
she retorted. "I was a Kozak before I was a pirate," he answered. "They live in the saddle. I snatch naps like a panther watching beside the trail for a deer to come by. My ears stay awake while my eyes sleep." And indeed, the giant Cimmerian seemed as much refreshed as if he had slept the whole night on a gold bed. Having removed the thorns and peeled off the tough skin, Conan handed the girl a thick, juicy cactus leaf. "Eat that pear. It's food and drink to a desert man. I was a chief of the Zwagirs once, desert men who live by plundering the caravans."
"Is there anything you haven't been?"
inquired the girl, half in derision, half in fascination. "I've never been king of an Iborian kingdom," he grinned, taking an enormous mouthful of cactus. "But I've dreamed of being even that. I may too someday. Why shouldn't I?" She shook her head in wonder and fell to devouring her pear. She found it not unpleasing to the palate and full of a cool and thirst-satisfying juice. Finishing his meal, Conan wiped his hands on the sand, rose, ran his fingers through his thick black mane, hitched at his sword belt, and said, "Well, let's go. If the people in that city are going to cut our throats, they may as well do it now, before the heat of the day begins." His grim humor was unconscious, but Valeria reflected that it might be prophetic. She touched her sword hilt as she rose. Her terrors of the night were past. The roaring dragons of the distant forest were like a dim dream. There was a swagger in her bearing as she moved off beside her companion. Whatever perils lay ahead of them, their foes would be men, and Valeria of the Red Brethren had never seen the face of the man she feared. Conan glanced down at her as she strode along beside him with her easy, swinging stride that matched his own. "You walk more like a hillman than a sailor," he said. "You must be an Aquilonian. The sons of Darfar never burnt your white skin brown."
"I am from Aquilonia," she replied.
His compliments no longer antagonized her. His evident admiration pleased her. After all, the desire of Conan the Cimmerian was an honor to any woman, even to Valeria of the Red Brotherhood. The sun rose behind the city, turning the towers to a sinister crimson. "Black last night against the moon," grunted Conan, his eyes clouding with the abysmal superstition of the barbarian. "Blood red against the sun this dawn. I like not that city." But they went on, and as they went, Conan pointed out the fact that no road ran to the city from the west. "No cattle have trampled the plain on this side of the village," said he. "No plough has touched the earth for years, maybe centuries. No track shows in the dust. But look, once this plain was cultivated." Valeria saw the ancient irrigation ditches and the long, dried stream bed. On each side of the city, the plains stretched to the forest edge that marched in a vast, dim ring. Vision did not extend beyond that ring. The sun was high in the eastern sky when they stood before the great gate in the western wall, in the shadow of the lofty rampart. The city lay silent as the forest they had escaped. Rust flecked the iron bracings of the heavy bronze gate.
Spider webs glistened thickly on hinge and sill and bolted panel.
"It has not been opened for years," exclaimed Valeria, awed by the brooding silence of the place.
"A dead city," grunted Conan. "That's why the ditches were broken, and the plain untouched."
"But who built it? Who dwelt here? Where did they go? Why did they abandon it?"
"Who can say? There are deserted, mysterious cities scattered about in desert spots of the world. Maybe a roving tribe of Stygians built it long ago. Maybe not. It doesn't look like Stygian architecture much. Maybe they were wiped out by enemies, or a plague exterminated them."
"In that case, their treasures may still be gathering dust and cobwebs there,"
suggested Valeria, the acquisitive instincts of her profession waking her, prodded too by feminine curiosity.
"Can we open that gate? Let's go in and explore a bit."
Conan eyed the heavy portal dubiously, but placed his massive shoulder against it and thrust with all the power of his muscular calves and thighs. With a rasping screech of rusty hinges, the gate moved inward, and Conan instinctively drew his sword and peered in. Valeria crowded him to stare over his shoulder. They both expressed surprise. They were not looking into an open street or court as one would have expected. The opened gate gave directly into a long, broad hall that ran away and away until its vista was rendered indistinct by distance. It must have been 150 feet broad, and from floor to ceiling it was a greater distance. The floor was of a curious, dull red stone that seemed to smolder as if with a reflection of flames. The walls were of a curious, semi-translucent green substance. "Jade, or I'm a Shemite," swore Conan.
"Not in such quantities," protested Valeria.
"I've looted enough of the Khitan caravans to know what I'm talking about," he asserted. The ceiling was vaulted and of some substance like lapis lazuli, adorned with great green stones that shone with a poisonous radiance. "Green firestones," growled Conan. "That's what the people of Punt called them. They're supposed to be the petrified eyes of the golden serpents. They glow like a cat's eyes in the dark. This hall would be lighted by them at night, but it would be a devilish, ghostly illumination. Let's look about. We may find a cache of jewels." They entered, leaving the door ajar. Valeria wondered how many centuries had passed since the light of outer day had filtered into that great hall. But light was coming in somewhere, and she saw its source. It came through some of the doors along the side walls which stood open. In the splotches of shadow between, the green jewels winked like the eyes of angry cats. Beneath their feet, the lurid floor smoldered with changing hues and colors of flame. It was like treading the floors of hell with evil stars blinking overhead. "I believe this hallway goes clean through the city to the eastern gate," grunted Conan. "I seem to glimpse a gate at the other end." Valeria shrugged her white shoulders. "Your eyes are better than mine, though I'm accounted sharp-eyed among the sea rovers." They turned into an open door at random and traversed a series of empty chambers, floored like the hall, with the same green jade walls, or walls of marble or ivory. Bronze or gold or silver frieze-work adorned the walls. In some of the ceilings the green firestones were set. In some they were lacking. Tables and seats of marble, jade, or lapis lazuli were plentiful throughout the chambers, but nowhere did they find any windows or doors that opened into streets or courts. Each door merely opened into another chamber or hall. Some of the chambers were lighter than others, through a system of skylights in the ceilings, opaque but translucent sheets of some crystalline substance.
"Why don't we come to a street?" grumbled Valeria. "This palace, or whatever we're in, must be as big as the palace of the king of Turan."
"They must not have perished of plague," said Conan, meditating upon the mystery of the empty city. Otherwise we'd find skeletons. Maybe the city became haunted and everybody got up and left. Maybe hell, broke in Valeria. We'll never know. Look at these friezes. They portray men. Conan scanned them and shook his head. I never saw people like them. But there's the smack of the East about them. Vendaya, maybe, or Kosala. Were you a king in Kosala? She asked, masking her keen interest in derision. No, but I was a war chief of the Afghulis who dwell in the Himalayan mountains above the borders of Vendaya. These people might have been Kosalans. But why the hell should Kosalans be building a city this far to the west? The friezes portrayed slender, dark-skinned men and women with finely chiseled features. They wore long robes and many jeweled ornaments. Their complexion, cleverly reproduced, was olive. Easterners, all right, grunted Conan. But from where I don't know. Let's climb that stair. The stair he mentioned was an ivory spiral that wound up from the chamber they were traversing. They mounted and came into a larger chamber, which also was without windows. A greenish skylight let in a vague radiance. Hell! Valeria sat down disgustedly on a jade bench. The people who lived in this city must have taken all their treasures with them. I'm getting tired of wandering around here at random. Let's have a look through that door over there, suggested Conan. You have a look, advised Valeria. I'm going to sit here and rest my feet. Conan disappeared through the door, and Valeria leaned back with her hands clasped behind her head and thrust her booted legs out in front of her. These rooms and silent halls, with their gleaming green clusters of ornaments and smoldering crimson floors, were beginning to depress her. She wished they could find their way out of the maze into which they had wandered and emerge into a street. She idly wondered how many furtive, dark feet had rustled over those flaming floors in past centuries, how many deeds of cruelty and mystery those flaming ceiling gems had looked down upon. It was a faint noise that brought her out of her reflections. She was on her feet with her sword in her hand before she realized what it was that had disturbed her. Conan had not returned, and she knew it was not him she had heard. The sound had come from somewhere beyond a door that stood opposite from the one by which the Cimmerian had gone. Soundlessly on her soft leather footgear, she glided to the door and looked through. It opened on a gallery that ran along a wall above a hall. She crept to the heavy balustrades and peered between them. A man was stealing along the hall. The unexpected shock of seeing a stranger in a deserted city almost brought a startled oath to Valeria's lips. Crouching down behind the stone balustrades, with every nerve tingling, she glared at the stealthy figure. The man in no way resembled the figures depicted on the frieze. He was slightly above middle height, very dark-skinned, though not negroid. He was naked but for a scanty loincloth that only partially covered his muscular hips and a broad leather girdle about his lean waist. His long black hair hung in lank strands about his shoulders. He was gaunt, but knots and cords of muscles stood out on his arms and legs. There was no symmetry of contour. He was built with an economy that was almost repellent. Yet it was not so much his physical appearance that impressed the woman who watched him as his attitude. He slunk along the wall in a semi-crouch, darting glances to right and left. She saw the cruel, curved blade in his right hand shake with the intensity of whatever emotion it was that made him tremble as he stole along. He was afraid, was shaking in the grip of some frightful terror. That he feared some imminent peril was evident. When he turned his head, she caught the blaze of wild eyes along the lank hair. On his tiptoes, he glided across the hall and vanished through an open door, first halting and casting a fiercely questioning look about him. A moment she heard a choking cry, and then silence again. Who was the fellow? What did he fear in this empty city? Plagued by these and similar questions, Valeria acted on impulse. She glided along the gallery until she came to a door which she believed opened into a room over the one in which the dark-skinned stranger had vanished. To her pleasure, she came upon a gallery similar to the one she had just quitted, and a stair led down into the chamber. This chamber was not as well lighted as some of the others. A trick of the skylight above caused a corner of the chamber to remain in shadow. Valeria's eyes widened. The man she had seen was still in the chamber. He lay face down on a dark crimson carpet on the floor. His body was limp, his arms spread wide. His wide-tipped sword lay near his hand. She wondered why he should lie there so motionless. Then her eyes narrowed as she stared down at the rug on which he lay. Beneath and about him the carpet showed a slightly different color, a deeper, brighter crimson. Shivering slightly, she crouched down closer behind the balustrade. Suddenly another figure entered the silent play. He was a man similar to the first, and he came in by a door opposite that through which the other had entered. His eyes widened at the sight of the man on the floor, and he spoke something in a staccato voice. The other did not move. The man stepped quickly across the floor, gripped the shoulder of the prostrate figure, and turned him over. A choking cry escaped him as the head fell back limply, disclosing a throat that had been severed from ear to ear. The man let the corpse fall back into the puddle of blood on the carpet, and sprang to his feet, shaking like a leaf. His face was a mask of fear. But before he could move, he halted, frozen. Over in the shadowy corner, a ghostly light began to glow and grow. Valeria felt her hair stir as she watched it. For dimly visible in its glow there floated a human skull, a skull with blazing green eyes. It hung there like a disembodied head, growing more and more distinct. The man stood like an image, staring fixedly at the apparition. The thing moved out from the wall, and as it emerged from the shadows, it became visible as a man-like figure whose torso and limbs, stark naked, shone whitely, like the hue of bleached skulls. The bare skull on its shoulders still glowed with the lurid light, and the man confronting it seemed unable to take his eyes from it. He stood motionless, his sword dangling from his fingers. On his face, an expression like that on the face of a man in a mesmeristic trance. The horror moved toward him, and suddenly he dropped his sword and fell on his knees, covering his eyes with his hands, dumbly awaiting the stroke of the blade that now gleamed in the apparition's hand as it reared above him like death triumphant over mankind. Valeria acted according to her wayward impulse. With one lithe movement she was over the balustrade and dropped to the floor behind the figure. It wheeled like a cat at the pad of her soft boot on the floor, and even as it turned, her keen blade lashed down, severing shoulder and breastbone. The apparition cried out gurglingly and went down, and as it fell, the phosphorescent skull rolled clear, revealing a lank-haired head and a dark face now contorted in the convulsion of death. Beneath the horrific masquerade, there was a human being, a man similar to the one kneeling supinely on the floor. The latter looked up at the sound of the blow and cry, and now he glared in wild-eyed amazement at the white-skinned woman who stood over the corpse with a dripping sword in her hand. He staggered up, yammering as if the surprise had almost unseated his reason. She was amazed to realize that she understood him. He was gibbering in the Stygian tongue, though in a dialect unfamiliar to her.
"Who are you? Whence do you come? What do you in Xuchotl?"
Then rushing on, without waiting for her to reply.
"But you are a friend or a goddess. Goddess or devil, it makes no difference. You have slain the living skull. It was but a man after all. We thought it was a demon they conjured out of the catacombs below the city. Listen."
He stiffened again, straining his ears with painful intensity. The girl heard nothing.
"We must hasten," he whispered. "They are all around us here. Perhaps even now we may be surrounded by them. They may be creeping upon us even now."
He seized her wrist in a convulsive grasp she found it hard to break. "What do you mean by they?" she demanded. He stared at her uncomprehendingly for a moment, as a man stares when confronted by a stranger in ignorance of something commonplace to himself.
"They?"
he repeated vaguely.
"Why, the people of Jekalank, the folk of the man you killed. They who dwell by the northern gate."
"You mean to say men live in this city?" she exclaimed, dumbfounded.
Aye.
He was writhing in the impatience of apprehension.
Come quick. We must return to Tecuhltli."
"Where the hell is that?" she demanded bewilderedly.
"The region by the south gate."
He had her wrist again and was urging her to follow him. Great beads of perspiration dripped from his dark forehead. His eyes blazed with pure terror. "Wait a minute," she growled, flinging off his hands. "Keep your fingers off me, or I'll split your skull. What's all this about? Who are you? Where would you take me?" He shuddered, casting glances to all sides, and speaking so fast and in such fear that his words were jerky and all but incoherent.
"My name is Tecuhltli. I am from the Tecuhltli. The man who lies with his throat cut and I came into the disputed region to try and ambush some of the Jekalank. But we became separated, and I returned here to find him with his gullet slit. The dog who wore the skull must have done it. But perhaps he was not alone. Others may be stealing from Jekalank. The gods themselves shudder when they hear what these demons have done to captives."
He shook as with an ague, and his dark skin grew ashy at the thought. Valeria stared at him with a frown of bewilderment. She sensed intelligence behind this rigmarole, but it was meaningless to her.
"Come,"
he begged, reaching for her hand and then recoiling as he remembered her warning.
"You are a stranger. How you came here I do not know, but if you were a goddess come to aid us of Tecuhltli, you would know all that transpires in Xuchotl. You must be from beyond the great forest. But you are our friend, or you would not have slain the dog who wore the glowing skull. Come quickly, before the Jekalank fall on us and slay us."
"But I can't go," she answered. "I have a friend somewhere nearby." The flaring of his eyes cut her short as he stared past her with a ghastly expression. She wheeled just as 4 men rushed through the doors of the chamber, converging on the pair in the center of the room. They were like the others she had seen, the same knotted muscles standing out on otherwise gaunt limbs, the same lank, blue-black hair, the same mad glare in the staring eyes. They were armed and clad like the man who called himself Tecuhltli, but on the breast of each was painted a white skull. There were no challenges or war cries. Like blood-mad tigers, the men of Jekalank sprang at the throats of their enemies. Tecuhltli met them with the fury of desperation, parried the stroke of a curved blade, and grappling with the wielder, bore him to the floor, where they rolled and wrestled in murderous silence. The other 3 swarmed on Valeria, their weird eyes red with the murder lust. She killed the first who came in reach, her long, straight blade beating down his curved sword and splitting his skull. She stepped aside to avoid the stroke of another, even as she turned the blade of the third with her sword. Her eyes danced and her lips smiled without mercy. Again she was Valeria of the Red Brotherhood, and the hum of her steel was like a bridal song in her ears. Her sword darted past a blade that sought to parry, and sheathed 6 inches of its point in a leather-guarded midriff. The man gasped and went to his knees. His mate lunged in ferocious silence, his eyes like a mad dog's. He rained blow on blow in a whirlwind of steel, so furiously Valeria had no opportunity to strike back. She fell back coolly, parrying the wild blows and watching her opportunity. He could not long keep up that whirlwind of flailing strokes. He would tire, would weaken and hesitate, and then her blade would slide smoothly into his heart. A sidelong glance showed her T'Chotl crouching on the breast of his prostrate enemy and striving to break the other's hold on his wrist and drive home a dagger. Sweat beaded the forehead of the man facing her, and his eyes were red as coals. Smite as he would, he could not break past or beat down her guard. She stepped back to draw him out, and felt her thighs locked in an iron grip. She had forgotten the wounded man on the floor. Crouching on his knees, he held her in an unbreakable grasp, and his mate croaked in triumph and began working his way around to come at her from the left side. Valeria wrenched and tore savagely, but in vain. She could free herself of this clinging menace with a downward flick of her sword, but in that instant the curved blade of the taller man would crash through her skull. The wounded man hung on and began to worry at her thigh with his teeth like a beast. She reached down with her left hand and gripped his long hair, forcing his head back so his white teeth and rolling eyes gleamed up at her. The tall Shakalank cried out fiercely and leaped in, smiting hard. Awkwardly she parried the stroke, and it beat the flat of her blade down on her head so she saw sparks flash before her eyes, and staggered. Up went the sword again, with a low, beast-like cry of triumph. And then a giant form loomed behind the Shakalank, and steel flashed like an arc of blue lightning. The cry of the Shakalank broke short, and he went down like an ox beneath the poleaxe, his brains gushing from his skull that had been split to the throat.
"Conan!"
gasped Valeria. In a gust of passion she turned on the Shakalank who still grasped her, and whose long hair she still held in her left hand.
"Dog of hell!"
Her blade swished as it cut the air, and completed the upswinging arc with only a blur in the middle. The body slumped, spurting blood, and she hurled the severed head across the room.
"What the devil's going on here?"
Conan bestrode the corpse of the man he had killed, broadsword in hand, glaring about him in amazement. T'Chotl was rising from the still figure of the last Shakalank, shaking red drops from his dagger. The Tecuhtli was bleeding from a stab deep in the thigh. He stared wildly at Conan, his eyes dilated.
"What is all this?"
Conan demanded. He had not yet recovered from his surprise at finding a savage battle going on in the midst of a city he had thought empty and uninhabited. Returning from an aimless exploration of the upper chambers, he had found Valeria gone, and had followed the unexpected sounds of strife. Coming into the room, he had been astounded to see the girl engaging in a furious tussle with these strange and alien figures.
"5 dead Shakalank!"
exclaimed T'Chotl, his dilated eyes reflecting a ghastly joy.
5 dead! The gods be thanked!
He lifted quivering hands on high, and then, with a fiendish convulsing of his dark features, he spat on the corpses and kicked them, dancing in his ghoulish glee. His recent allies eyed him in amazement, and Conan asked, in Aquilonian, "Who is this madman?" Valeria shrugged her shoulders. "He says his name's T'Chotl. From his babblings I gather that his people live at one end of this crazy city, and these others at the other end. Maybe we'd better go with him. He seems friendly." T'Chotl had ceased his dancing, and he turned to them, triumph struggling with fear in his repellent countenance.
"Come away now," he chattered. "Come on, come with me. My people will welcome you. 5 dead dogs! Not in years have we slain so many of the devils at one time without losing a man. Nay, 1 man we lost, but we slew 5. My people will honor you. But come, it is far to Tecuhtli. At any moment the Shakalanks may come on us in numbers too great even for your swords."
"All right," grunted Conan. "Lead the way." T'Chotl turned instantly and made off across the chamber, beckoning them to follow, which they did, having to move swiftly to keep on his heels.
"What sort of a place can this be?"
muttered Valeria under her breath.
"Crom knows," answered Conan. "I've seen his kind before, though. There's a tribe of them living on the shores of Lake Zuad, near the Kushite border. They're a sort of mongrel Stygians,
mixed with another race that wandered into Stygia from the east some centuries ago, and were absorbed by them. They're called Tlazetlans. I'm willing to bet they didn't build this city, though. They were traversing a series of chambers and halls, and T'Chattle's fear did not seem to diminish. He kept twisting his head on his shoulders to stare back fearfully and strain his ears for sounds of pursuit.
"They may have prepared an ambush for us," he whispered.
"Why don't we get out of this infernal palace and take to the streets?" demanded Valeria.
"There are no streets in Xuchotl," he answered. "No squares or open courts. All the buildings are connected. Rather, all are under one great roof. The only doors opening into the outer world are the city gates, through which no one has passed for 50 years.
"How long have you dwelt here?" asked Conan.
"I was born in Tekutli, and I am 35 years old. For the love of the gods, let us be silent. These halls may be full of lurking devils. Olmec shall tell you all when we reach Tekutli."
They moved on with the green firestones blinking overhead and the flaming floors crackling under their feet, and it seemed to Valeria as if they fled through hell, guided by a lank-haired goblin. Through dim-lit chambers and winding corridors they moved swift and silent until Conan halted them. "You think some of your enemies may be ahead of us, intending to ambush us?" he said.
"They prowl through these halls at all hours," answered T'Chotl, "as do we. The chambers and corridors between Tekutli and Shakalank are a hunting ground owned by no man. Why do you ask?"
"Because men are in the chambers ahead of us," answered Conan. "I heard steel clink against stone." Again a shaking seized T'Chotl, and he clenched his teeth to keep them from chattering.
"Perhaps they are your friends,"
suggested Valeria.
"We cannot chance it,"
he answered, and moved with frenzied activity. He wheeled aside and led them down a winding stair to a dark corridor. Into it he plunged recklessly.
"It may be a trick to draw us into it,"
he hissed, great beads of perspiration standing out on his brow.
"But we must chance it that they have laid their ambush in the rooms above. Come swiftly now."
They groped their way along the black corridor and were presently galvanized by the sound of a door opening softly behind them. Men had come into the corridor behind them.
"Swiftly!"
panted T'Chotl, a note of hysteria in his voice, and fled away down the corridor. Conan and Valeria followed him, Conan keeping to the rear, while the swift patter of flying feet drew closer and closer. Their pursuers knew the corridor better than he did. He wheeled suddenly and smote savagely in the dark, felt his blade jar home, and heard something groan and fall. The next instant the corridor was flooded with light as T'Chotl threw open a door. Conan followed the Tekutli and the girl through the door, and T'Chotl slammed it and shot a bolt across it, the first Conan had seen on any door. Then he turned and ran across the chamber, while behind them the door groaned and strained inward under heavy pressure violently applied. Conan and Valeria followed their guide through a series of well-lighted chambers and up a winding stair and along a broad hall. They paused at a powerful bronze door, and T'Chotl said,
"This is Tekutli."
Chapter. He knocked cautiously, and then stepped back and waited. Conan decided that the people on the other side of the door had some way of seeing whoever stood before it. Presently, the door swung noiselessly back, revealing a heavy chain across the entrance. Spearheads bristled, and a fierce countenance regarded them suspiciously before the chain was removed. T'Chotl led the way in, and as soon as Conan and Valeria were inside, the door was closed, heavy bolts drawn, and the chain locked into place. 4 men stood there, of the same lank-haired, dark-skinned breed as T'Chotl, with spears in their hands and swords at their hips. They regarded the strangers with amazement, but asked no questions. They had come into a square chamber that opened into a broad hall. One of the 4 guards opened the door, and they entered the hall, which, like the guard chamber, was lighted from above with a narrow, slot-like skylight, on each side of which winked the green fire gems.
"I will take you to Olmec, who is Prince of Tecuhltli," said Techotl,
and straightway led them down the hall and into a broad chamber where some 30 men and women lounged on satin-covered couches. These sat up and stared in wonder. The men were of the same type as Techotl, all except one, and the women were equally dark and strange-eyed, but were not unbeautiful in a weird, dark way. They wore sandals, gold breastplates, and scanty silk skirts supported by gem-crusted girdles, and their black manes, cut square at the shoulders, were confined by silver circlets. On a wide ivory seat on a jade dais sat a man and a woman who differed subtly from the others. He was a giant, as tall as the Cimmerian and heavier, with an enormous sweep of breast and the shoulders of a bull. Unlike the others, he was bearded, with a thick blue-black beard which fell almost to his broad girdle. He wore a robe of purple silk which reflected sheens of changing color with his every motion, and one wide sleeve, drawn back to the elbow, revealed a forearm massive with corded muscles. The band which confined his thick black locks was set with sparkling jewels. The woman, who sprang to her feet with a startled exclamation at the sight of Valeria, was tall and lithe, by far the most beautiful woman in the room. She was clad even more scantily than the others, for instead of a skirt she wore merely a broad strip of gilt-worked cloth fastened to the middle of her girdle, which fell below her knees. Another at the back of her girdle completed that part of her costume. Her breastplates and the circlet about her temples were adorned with jewels. She sprang to her feet as the strangers entered. Her eyes, passing over Conan, fixed themselves with burning intensity on Valeria. The people in the chamber rose and stared. There were youngsters among them, but the strangers saw no children.
"Prince Olmec,"
spoke Techotl, bowing low, with arms outspread and palms turned upward,
"I bring allies from the outer world. In the hall of Tezcotl, the living skull slew Chickmec, my companion."
"The living skull," the people breathed fearfully.
"Aye, then came I, and found Chickmec lying with his throat cut. Before I could flee, the living skull came upon me, and when I met the glare of his eyes I became as one paralyzed. I could not move. I could only await the stroke. Then came this white-skinned woman and struck him down, and lo, it was only a dog of Shakalank, with white paint upon his skin and a mask upon his head. We have trembled in fear of him, deeming him a fiend the magic of the Shakalankas had invoked from the catacombs. But he was only a man, and now he is a dead man." An indescribably fierce exultation edged the last sentence, and was echoed in the low, savage exclamations from the crowding people. "But wait!" exclaimed Techotl. "There is more. While I talked with the woman, 4 Shakalankas came upon us. One I slew. There is a stab in my thigh to prove how desperate was the fight. 2 the woman killed. But we were hard-pressed when this man came into the fray and split the skull of the 4th. Aye, 5 crimson nails there are to be driven into the pillar of vengeance."
He pointed to a black column of ebony which stood behind the dais. Hundreds of red dots showed there, the bright scarlet heads of heavy nails driven into the black wood.
"1 red nail for a Shakalank life," exulted
Techotl, and the faces of the listeners were contorted with horrible exultation. "Who are these people?" asked Olmec, and his voice was like the deep, low rumble of a bull. None of the people of Shukotl spoke loudly. It was as if they had taken into their souls the silence of the empty halls and deserted chambers. "I am Conan, a Cimmerian," answered the barbarian briefly. "This woman is Valeria of the Red Brotherhood.
We deserted from an army on the Darfar border, far to the north, and are trying to reach the coast." The woman on the dais spoke hastily. Her burning eyes had never left Valeria's face.
"You can never reach the coast. You must spend the rest of your lives in Xuchotl. There is no escape."
"What do you mean?" growled Conan, clapping his hand to his hilt and stepping about so as to face both Dais and the rest of the room at the same time. "Are you saying that we're prisoners?" "She did not mean that," interposed Olmec. "We are your friends. We would not restrain you against your will. But I fear other circumstances will make it impossible for you to leave Xuchotl." His eyes also rested on Valeria, and he lowered them quickly. "This woman is Tassila," he said. "She is Princess of Tekotli. But let food and drink be brought our guests. Doubtless they are hungry and weary from travel." He indicated the ivory table, and Conan and Valeria seated themselves, while Techotl placed himself on hand to attend them. He seemed to consider it a privilege and honor to see after their needs. The other men and women hastened to bring food and drink in gold vessels and dishes, and Olmec sat in silence on his ivory seat, watching them from under his broad black brows. Tassila sat beside him, chin cupped in her hands and her elbows resting on her knees. Her dark, enigmatic eyes, burning with a cryptic light, did not leave the supple figure of Valeria. The food was unfamiliar to the wanderers, some sort of fruit, but palatable, and the drink was a light crimson wine that had a heady tang. "How you won through the forest is a wonder to me," quoth Olmec. "In bygone days 1,000 fighting men were not too many to carve a way through its perils." "We encountered a bench-legged monstrosity about the size of a mastodon," said Conan carelessly, holding out his wine goblet, which Techotl filled with evident pleasure. "But when we'd killed it, we had no further trouble." The wine vessel slipped from Techotl's hand to crash on the floor. His dusky skin went ashy. Olmec started to his feet, an image of dumbfounded amazement, and from the others breathed up a low gasp of awe or terror. Conan glared about him in bewilderment. "What's the matter? What are you all gaping about?" "You slew the dragon?" stammered Olmec. "Why not? It was trying to eat us. There's no law against killing a dragon, is there?" "But dragons are immortal," exclaimed Olmec. "No man ever killed dragon. No man ever could. The 1,000 fighting men of our ancestors who fought their way to Xuchotl could not prevail against them. Their swords broke like twigs against their scales. If your ancestors had thought to dip their spears in the poisonous juice of Derketa's apples," quoth Conan, with his mouth full, "and jabbed them in the eyes or the mouth or somewhere like that, they'd have seen that dragons are no more immortal than anything else. The carcass lies at the edge of the trees, east of the city. If you don't believe me, go and look for yourself." Olmec shook his head, hardly seeming able to credit his own ears. "It was because of the dragons that our ancestors took refuge in Xuchotl," said he. "They dared not plunge into the forest again. Scores of them were slain and devoured by the monsters before they could reach the city." "Then your ancestors did not build Xuchotl?" asked Valeria. "It was ancient when they first came into the land. How long it had stood here, not even its degenerate inhabitants knew." "Your people came from Lake Zuad?" questioned Conan. "Aye. Half a century ago, part of the tribe of Tlazitlans rebelled against the Stygian kings, and being defeated in battle fled southward. For many weeks they wandered over desert, grasslands, and hills, and at last came into the great forest, 1,000 fighting men with their women and children. It was in the forest that the dragons fell upon them and slew and devoured many. So the people fled in a frenzy of fear before them, and at last came into the plain and saw the city of Xuchotl in the midst of it. They camped before the city, not daring to plunge into the forest beyond,
for the night was made hideous with the noise of the battling monsters who made war upon each other incessantly. But they remained in the forest. The people of the city shut the gates and shot arrows at them from the walls. The Tlazitlans were imprisoned on the plain, as if the ring of forest had been a great wall, for to venture into the woods would have been suicide. Then there came secretly to their camp one of their own blood, who, with a band of exploring soldiers, had wandered into the forest long before when he was a young man. The dragons had slain all but him, and he had been admitted into the city. His name was Tolkemec. A flame lighted the dark eyes at the mention of the name, and some of the people muttered under their breath and spat. He agreed to open the gates to the warriors. He asked but that all captives taken be delivered into his hands. That night he opened the gates. The warriors swarmed in, and the walls of Xuchotl ran red. Only a few hundred folk dwelt here, decaying remnants of a once great race. Tolkemec said they came from the east, from old Kosala, when the ancestors of the Kosalans came up from the south and drove them out. They came westward and built a city here in the plain. Then, after centuries, the climate changed. A forest grew where grasslands had rolled, and the dragons came in bellowing herds up from the southern swamps to hem the people of the city in the ring of open plain, even as we are now hemmed. Well, our fathers slew the people of Xuchotl, all except 100 which were given living into the hands of Tolkemec, who had been a slave among them. And for many days and nights the halls re-echoed to their screams under the agony of his torturing. So our fathers dwelt here, for a while in peace. Tolkemec took a girl of the tribe to wife, and because he had opened the gates, and because he knew the art of making the Xuchotl wine, and of cultivating the fruit they ate, fruit which obtains its nourishment out of the air and is not planted in soil, he shared the rule of the tribe with the brothers who led the rebellion and the flight, Xotalanc and Tecutli. For a few years they dwelt in peace within the city. Then Olmec's eyes rested briefly on the silent woman at his side. Tecutli took a woman to wife. Xotalanc desired her, and Tolkemec, who hated Xotalanc, aided Tecutli to steal her. Aye, she came willingly enough. Xotalanc demanded her back, and the council of the tribe decided that the matter should be left to the woman. She chose to remain with Tecutli. But Xotalanc was not satisfied. There was fighting, and gradually the tribe broke up into 3 factions, the people of Tecutli and the people of Xotalanc. Already they had divided the city between them. Tecutli had the southern part of the city, Xotalanc the northern part, and Tolkemec dwelt with his family by the western gate. The factions fought bitterly, and Tolkemec aided first one side and then the other, betraying each faction as it pleased him. At last, each faction retired to a place it could defend well. The people of Tecutli, who had their dwellings in the chambers and halls on the southern end of the city, blocked up all doors except one on each tier, which could be easily defended. Xotalanc did the same, and so likewise did Tolkemec. But we of Tecutli fell on Tolkemec one night and butchered all his clan. Tolkemec we tortured for many days, and finally cast him into a dungeon to die. Somehow he managed to escape and drag himself into the catacombs which lie beneath the city, and where lie the bodies of all the people, Xuchotlan or Tlazitlan, who ever died in the city. There, without doubt, he died, and the superstitious among us swear that his ghost haunts the catacombs to this day, wailing among the bones of the dead. 50 years ago the feud began. I was born in it. All in this chamber, except Tassila, were born in it. Most have died in it. We are a perishing race. There were hundreds in each faction when it began. Now we number but some 40 men and women.
How many Shotolankas there are we do not know, but I doubt if they are more numerous than we. For 15 years no children have been born to us, and since we have slain no children among the Shotolankas, I think it is the same with them. We are dying. But before we die, we hope to finish the ancient feud and to wipe out the remnants of our enemies." And with his weird eyes blazing, Olmec told the story of that grisly feud, fought out in silent chambers and dim halls under the gleam of green fire jewels, on floors smoldering with the flames of hell. Xotalanc was dead long ago, slain in a grim battle on an ivory stair. Tecuhltli was dead, flayed alive by the maddened Xotalankas who had captured him. Olmec told of horrible battles fought in black corridors, of bloody fights waged under the gleam of the fire jewels, of ambushes, treachery, cruelties, of tortures inflicted by both factions on helpless captives, men and women, tortures so ghastly that even the barbarous Cimmerian shrugged his shoulders. No wonder Tecuhltli had trembled with the terror of capture. Valeria listened spellbound to the tale of that hideous feud. The people of Xuchotl were obsessed with it. It was their only reason for existence. It filled their whole lives. Each expected to die in it. They remained within their barricaded quarter, occasionally stealing forth into the disputed land of empty corridors and chambers that lay between the opposite ends of the city. Sometimes they returned with frantic captives, or with grim tokens of victory in fight. Or perhaps they did not return at all, or returned only as severed heads cast down before the bolted bronze doors. It was particularly ghastly, these people, shut off from the rest of the world, caught together like rabid rats in a trap, butchering each other through the years, crouching and creeping through the sunless corridors to maim and murder. And while Olmec talked, Valeria felt the blazing eyes of the woman Tassila fixed forever upon her. "And we can never leave the city," said Olmec. "For 50 years no one has stepped outside the gate except the victims bound and thrown forth for the dragon. And of late years even that has been discontinued. Once the dragon came from the forest to bellow about the wall. We who were born and raised here would fear to leave it, even were the dragon not there." "Well," grunted Conan, "with your leave we'll take our chance with the dragons. This feud is none of our business, and we don't care to get mixed up in it. If you'll show us the south gate, we'll be on our way." Tassila's hands clenched, and she started to speak, but Olmec interrupted her. "It is nearly nightfall. Wait at least until morning. If you wander forth into the plain tonight, you will certainly fall prey to the dragons." "We crossed it last night without seeing any," answered Conan, "but perhaps it would be better to wait until morning. But no later than that. We wish to reach the west coast, and it's a march of many weeks, even if we had horses." "We have jewels," offered Olmec. "Well, listen," said Conan. "Suppose we do this. We'll help you clean out those Xotalankas, and then we'll all see what we can do about wiping out the dragons in the forest." They were showed into ornate chambers, lighted by the slot-like skylights. "Why don't the Xotalankas come over the roofs and shatter the glass?" Conan demanded.
"It cannot be broken,"
answered Tecuhltli, who had accompanied him into his chamber.
"Besides, the roofs would be hard to clamber over. They are mostly spires and domes and steep ridges."
"Who is this Tassila?" Conan asked. "Olmec's wife?" Tecuhltli shuddered and glanced about him before answering.
"No, she is Tassila. She was the wife of Xotalanc, the woman about which the feud began."
"What are you saying?" demanded Conan. "That woman is young and beautiful. Are you trying to tell me that she was a wife 50 years ago?"
"Aye, she was a full-grown woman when at Slazatlan's journey from Lake Zuad. She is a witch who possesses the knowledge of perpetual youth. But a grisly knowledge it is. I dare not say more."
And with his finger at his lips, he glided from the chamber. Valeria awoke suddenly on her couch. There were no fire gems in the room, but illumination was supplied by a jewel. In the weird, dusky glow of the fire gems, she saw a shadowy figure bending over her. She was aware of a delicious, sensuous languor stealing over her that was not like natural sleep. Something had touched her face, awakening her. The sight of the dim figure roused her instantly. Even as she recognized the figure as the sullen Yasala, Tassila's maid, she was on her feet. Yasala whirled lithely, but before she could run, Valeria caught her wrist and wrenched her around to face. "What the devil were you doing bending over me? What's that in your hand?" The woman made no reply, but sought to cast the object away. Valeria twisted her arm in front of her, and the thing fell to the floor. A great, black, exotic blossom on a jade-green stem. "The Black Lotus!" said Valeria between her teeth. "You were trying to drug me. If you hadn't accidentally awakened me by touching my face with that blossom. Why did you do it? What's your game?" Yasala maintained a sulky silence, and with an oath Valeria whirled her around, forced her to her knees, and twisted her arm up behind her back. "Tell me, or I'll tear your arm out of the socket." Yasala squirmed in anguish as her arm was forced excruciatingly up between her shoulder blades, but a violent shaking of her head was the only answer she made. "Slut!" Valeria cast her from her to sprawl on the floor. The pirate bent over her prostrate figure, her eyes blazing. Fear and the memory of Tassila's burning eyes stirred in her, rousing all her ruthless anger and tigerish instinct of self-preservation. The chambers were as silent as if Xuchotl were in reality a deserted city. A thrill of panic throbbed through Valeria, rendering her merciless. "You came here for no good reason," she muttered, her eyes smoldering as it rested on the sullen figure with its lowered head. "There's some foul mystery here. Treason or intrigue. Did Tassila send you? Does Olmec know you came?" No answer. Valeria cursed venomously and slapped the woman first on one side and then the other. The blows resounded in the room. Valeria turned and tore a handful of cords from a nearby hanging. "You stubborn bitch," she said between her teeth. "I'm going to strip you naked and tie you across that couch and whip you with my sword belt until you tell me what you were doing here." "Why don't you scream?" she asked sardonically. "Who do you fear? Tassila or Olmec or Conan?" "Mercy," whispered the woman presently. "I will tell." Valeria released her. Yasala was quivering, her limbs and body. "Wine," she begged, indicating the vessel on the ivory table with a trembling hand. "Let me drink. Then I will tell you." She rose unsteadily as Valeria picked up the vessel. She took it, raised it to her lips, and then dashed the contents full into the Aquilonian's face. Valeria reeled backward, shaking and clawing the stinging liquid out of her eyes, and her misty sight cleared enough to let her see Yasala dart across the room, fling back a bolt, throw open the door, and run down the hall. The pirate was after her instantly, sword out and murder in her heart. The woman turned a corner in the corridor, and when Valeria reached it, she found only an empty hall and an open door that gaped blackly. A damp, mouldy scent reeked up from it, and Valeria shivered. That must be the door that led to the catacombs. Yasala had taken refuge there. Valeria advanced to the door and looked down the flight of steps that vanished quickly into utter blackness. She shivered slightly at the thought of the thousands of corpses lying in their stone niches down there, wrapped in their mouldering cloths. She had no intention of groping her way down. Yasala doubtless knew every turn and twist of the subterranean passages. Valeria was drawing back, baffled, when a sobbing cry welled up from the blackness. Faintly human words were distinguishable, and the voice was that of a woman.
"Oh, help! Help! In Set's name! Ah!"
It trailed away, and Valeria thought she heard the echo of a fiendish tittering. Valeria felt her skin crawl. What had happened to Yasela down there in the thick blackness? That it had been she who cried out, the pirate did not doubt. But what peril could have befallen her? Was one of the Xotalankas lurking down there? Olmec had assured them that the south end of the catacombs were walled off from the rest, too securely for their enemies to break through from that direction. Besides, that tittering had not sounded like a human being at all. Valeria closed the door and hurried back down the corridor. She regained her chamber and shot the bolt behind her. She was determined to make her way to Conan's room and urge him to join her in an attempt to fight their way out of that city of devils. But even as she reached the door, a long-drawn scream of agony rang through the halls. Chapter. It was the yelling of men and the clang of steel that brought Conan bounding from his couch, broadsword in hand and wide awake. In an instant he had reached the door and flung it open, even as T'Chotl rushed in, eyes blazing, sword dripping and blood streaming from a gash in the neck.
"The Xotalankas!"
he croaked, his voice hardly human.
"They are within the doors!"
Conan thrust past him and ran down the narrow corridors, even as Valeria emerged from her chamber. "What the devil is it?" she called.
"T'Chotl says the Xotalankas are in,"
he answered hurriedly.
"That racket sounds like it."
They ran into the throne room and burst upon a wild scene of blood. Some 20 men and women, their black hair streaming and the white skulls gleaming on their breasts, were locked in combat with a somewhat larger number of T'Chotli. The women on both sides fought as madly as the men. Already the room was strewn with corpses, the greater number of which were T'Chotli. Olmec, without his robe and naked but for a breechclout, was fighting before his throne, and as Conan and Valeria entered, Tassila ran from an inner chamber with a sword in her hand. The rest was a whirling nightmare of steel. The feud came to a bloody end there. The losses of the Xotalankas had been greater, their position more desperate than the T'Chotli had realized. Driven to frenzy by the word, gasped by a dying man, that mysterious white-skinned allies had joined their enemies, they had cast all in one furious onslaught. Though how they gained entrance into T'Chotli remained a mystery until after the battle. It was long and savage. The surprise had aided the Xotalankas, and 7 of the T'Chotli were down before they knew their foes were on them. But still they outnumbered the Xotalankas, and they too were fired by the realization that it was the death grip at last, and heartened by the presence of their allies. In a melee of this sort, no 3 Tlazadlans were a match for Conan. Taller, stronger, and quicker than they, he moved through the whirling mass with the shirty and devastating force of a hurricane. Valeria was as strong as a man, and her quickness and ferocity outmatched any that opposed her. Only 5 women were with the Xotalankas, and they were down and their throats cut before Conan and Valeria reached the fighting. And presently, only T'Chotli and their allies lived in the great throne room, and the staggering, blood-stained living set up a mad howling of triumph.
"How came they in T'Chotli?"
roared Olmec, brandishing his sword.
"It was Shotmek,"
stammered a warrior, wiping blood from a great gash across his shoulder.
"He heard a noise and placed his ear against the door while I went to the mirrors to look. I saw the Xotalankas outside the door, and one played on a pipe. Shatmek leaned frozen against the door, as if paralyzed by the strains of music that whispered through the panels. Then suddenly the music changed to a shrill keening, and Shatmak screamed like one in agony, and like a madman he tore open the door and rushed out with his sword lifted. A dozen blades struck him down, and over his body the Shotolankas surged into the guardroom.
"The pipes of madness," muttered Olmec. "They were hidden in the city. Old Tolkamek used to speak of them. The dogs found them somehow. There is great magic hidden in the city. If we could only find it." "Are these all of them?" demanded Conan. Olmec shrugged his shoulders. Only 30 of his people were left. Men were driving 20 new crimson nails into the ebony column. "I do not know." "I'll go to Shotalank and see," said Conan. "No, you won't either," he said to Valeria. "You've got a stab in your leg. You'll stay here and get it bandaged. Shut up, will you? Who'll go and guide me?" T'Chotl limped out.
"I'll go."
"No, you won't. You're wounded." A man volunteered, and Olmec ordered another to go with the Cimmerian. Their names were Yanath and Topal. They led Conan through silent chambers and halls until they came to the bronze door that marked the boundary of Shotalank. They tried it gingerly, and it opened under their fingers. Oddly, they stared into the green-lit chambers. For 50 years no man of Tecuhltli had entered those halls, save as a prisoner going to a hideous doom. Conan strode in, and they followed. They found no living men, but they found evidences of the feud. In a chamber there stood rows of glass-like cases, and in these cases were human heads, perfectly preserved, scores of them. Yanath stood staring at them, a wild light in his wild eyes.
"There is my brother's head," he murmured, "and my sister's son, and my father's brother."
Suddenly he went mad. The sanity of all the Tlazitlans hung on a hair trigger. Howling and frothing, he turned and drove his sword to the hilt in Topal's body. Topal went down, and Yanath turned on Conan. The Cimmerian saw the man was hopelessly mad, so he sidestepped, and as the maniac went past, he swung a cut that severed shoulder bone and breast, and dropped the man dead beside his dying victim. Conan knelt beside Topal, and then caught the man's wrist as, with a dying effort, he drove a dagger at the Cimmerian's breast.
"Crom!"
swore Conan. "Are you mad too?"
"Olmec ordered it,"
gasped the dying man.
"He bade me slay you while returning to Tecuhltli."
And with the name of his clan on his lips, Topal died. Conan rose, scowling. Then he turned and hurried back through the halls and chambers, toward Tecuhltli. His primitive sense of direction led him unerringly back the way they had come. And as he approached Tecuhltli, he was aware of someone ahead of him, someone who gasped and panted and advanced with a floundering noise. Conan sprang forward and saw T'Chotl crawling toward him. The man was bleeding from a deep gash in his breast.
"Conan!" he cried. "Olmec has taken the yellow-haired woman. I sought to stay him, but he struck me down. He thought he had slain me. Slay Olmec, take her, and go. He lied to you. There was but one dragon in all the forest, and if you slew it, there is no fear, but you can win through to the coast. For many years we worshipped it as a god, and offered up victims to it. Haste! Olmec has taken her to the—"
His head slumped down, and he died. Conan sprang up, his eyes like live coals. So that was why Olmec gave orders to Topal that he should be slain. He might have known what was going on in that black-bearded degenerate's mind. He raced recklessly, counting his opponents in his mind. There could not be more than 14 or 15 of them. In his rage, he felt able to account for the whole clan single-handed. But craft conquered, or rather controlled, his berserk rage. He would not attack through the door by which the Xotalankas had come. He would strike from a higher or a lower level. Doubtless half a century of habit would cause all the doors to be locked and bolted anyway. When Topol and Yanath did not return, it might rouse fears that some of the Xotalankas still survived. He went down a winding stair and heard a low groan ahead of him. Entering cautiously, he saw a giant figure strapped to a rack-like frame. A heavy iron ball was poised over his breast. His head rested on a bed of iron spikes. When this became unbearable, the wretch lifted his head, and a strap fastened to his head worked the iron ball. Each time he lifted his head, the ball descended a few inches toward his hairy breast. Eventually it would crush him to a pulp. The man was gagged, but Conan recognized him. It was Olmec, Prince of Tekotli. When Valeria retired into the chamber indicated by Olmec, a woman followed her and bandaged the stab in the calf of her leg. Silently that woman retired, and as a shadow fell across her, Valeria looked up to see Olmec staring down at her. She had laid her blood-stained sword on the couch. "She has done a clumsy job," criticized the Prince of Tekotli, bending over the bandage. "Let me see." With a quickness amazing in one of his bulk, he snatched her sword and threw it across the chamber. His next move was to catch her in his giant arms. Quick as he was, she almost matched him. For even as he grabbed her, her dirk was in her hand and she stabbed murderous at his throat. Somehow he caught her wrist and then began a savage wrestling match in which his superior strength and weight finally told. She was crushed down on a couch, disarmed and panting, her eyes blazing up at him like the eyes of a trapped tigress. Though Prince of Tekotli, Olmec moved in haste and silence. He gagged and bound her and carried her along corridors and hallways to a secret chamber. There, before he could have his will of her, came Tassila. He hid the girl, and he had a clash of wits with Tassila in which she persuaded him to drink wine with her. He did so, and was instantly paralyzed. She dragged him into a torture room and stretched him on the rack where Conan found him. Then she carried Valeria back to the throne chamber where the survivors were gathered, after having carried the bodies of the slain into the catacombs. 4 had failed to return, and men whispered of the ghost of Tolkemec. She prepared to suck the blood from Valeria's heart to retain her own youth. Meanwhile, Conan had released Olmec, who swore to unite forces with him. Olmec led the way up a winding stair, where he struck Conan from behind. As they rolled down the stair, Conan lost his sword, but strangled the prince with his bare hands. Conan's leg was broken, but he hobbled to the throne room where he stumbled into a trap set for him. Then, from the catacombs, came old Tolkemec, who slew all the Tekotli with his magic, and while he was so... Draft stops here. The 52nd, and probably last, page of the typescript is apparently lost. Hyborian Genesis, Part 3. Notes on the Creation of the Conan Stories, by Patrice Louinet. As he was completing A Witch Shall Be Born, Robert E. Howard probably felt that he could sell almost any Conan story he submitted to Weird Tales. By 1934, after several years of hardship, including 2 years early in his career during which he did not sell a single story, Howard had become one of the stars of the magazine. Which was, according to editor Farnsworth Wright, the best of the Conan stories submitted to date. Praise for Howard and his Conan stories could be found in the letter column of almost every issue of Weird Tales, and by far the most revealing factor, the Texan was present in 10 of the 12 issues published in 1934, 8 of these featuring Conan, with the last 4 winning cover privilege, an impressive record. Howard had been immersed in Conan for months. People of the Black Circle had been written in February and March. The Hour of the Dragon was begun just afterward and sent to its intended British publisher on May 20th. And A Witch Shall Be Born had been completed by early June. Howard's sole respite during those months was the short visit of his colleague E. Hoffman Price in April. Early in June, then, Howard took his first vacation in a long time. He later informed his correspondent, August Derleth, that he had completed several weeks of steady work, and told him that a friend and I took a brief trip into southern New Mexico and extreme western Texas, saw the Carlsbad Caverns, a spectacle not to be duplicated on this planet, and spent a short time in El Paso. First time I'd ever been there. The friend in question was Truett Vinson, one of Howard's best friends since high school, about whom we'll have more later. The two men left Cross Plains, Howard's hometown, in early June and were gone for a week. That the trip proved enjoyable is attested by mentions of it in almost all of Howard's letters of the following weeks, with the visit to the Carlsbad Caverns in New Mexico as the high point of the short holidays. Howard was particularly impressed by these natural wonders and waxed at length about them to his correspondents, notably H.P. Lovecraft. "I cannot describe the fantastic wonders of that great cavern. You must see it yourself to appreciate it. It lies high up among the mountains, and I never saw skies so blue and clear as those that arch titanically above those winding trails up which the traveler must labor to reach the entrance of the cavern. They are of a peculiarly deep hue, beggaring attempts at description. The entrance of the cavern is gigantic, but it is dwarfed by the dimensions of the interior. One descends seemingly endlessly by winding ramps for some 700 feet. We entered at 10:30 o'clock and emerged about 4. The English language is too weak to describe the cavern. The pictures do not give a good idea. For one thing, they exaggerate the colors. The coloring is really subdued, somber rather than sparkling. But they do not give a proper idea of the size, of the intricate patterns carved in the limestone throughout the millenniums. In the cavern, natural laws seem suspended. It is nature gone mad in a riot of fantasy. Hundreds of feet above arched the great stone roof, smoky in the mist that eternally rises. Huge stalactites hung from the roof in every conceivable shape, in shafts, in domes, in translucent sheets like tapestries of ice. Water dripped, building gigantic columns through the ages. Pools of water gleamed green and weird here and there. We moved through a wonderland of fantastic giants whose immemorial antiquity was appalling to contemplate. Shortly upon his return to Cross Plains, Howard set out to write yet another Conan story, The Servants of Bit Yakin. The story is not a particularly memorable one, with a rather unconvincing plot and insipid heroine, but it has a setting markedly different from the other Conan tales, taking place entirely in a vast natural wonder filled with caves and subterranean rivers, which was evidently greatly inspired by Howard's visit to the Carlsbad Caverns. As he concluded to Lovecraft, "God, what a story you could write after such an exploration! Anything seemed possible in that monstrous twilight underworld, 750 feet below the earth. If some animate monster had risen horrifically from among the dimness of the columns and spread his taloned anthropomorphic hands above the throng, I do not believe that anyone would have been particularly surprised." Howard probably decided he could write the tale himself, after all. The result is not quite satisfying, but it was paving the way for greater things to come. For the first time in the series, Howard was weaving elements of his own country into his Conan tales. It was a timid first step, to be sure, but an important one nonetheless. The story is not mentioned in any of the extant Howard letters, and no record of submission survives. It was accepted by Farnsworth Wright for $155, payable on publication, and published in the March 1935 issue of Weird Tales.
Some confusion exists as to Howard's original title for the tale. The story first appeared in Weird Tales under the title Jewels of Gwalior. Howard wrote 3 drafts. The first is untitled, while the second and third are titled The Servants of Bit Yakin. The third draft has come to us as a carbon of the version sent to Weird Tales, hence the definitive one. A third title, Teeth of Gwalior, appears in a listing found among Howard's papers long after his death, from which the information on the price paid by the magazine comes. This listing was not prepared by Howard himself, though evidently derived from either an original Howard document or series of documents. From internal evidence, it appears that this page was prepared well after the story was published and was very probably intended as a listing of stories sold to Weird Tales to establish what was owed to Howard's estate by the magazine following his death. In his listings of sales, Howard, as a general rule, would always give the published version's title rather than his own, which is the case in this document. The Slithering Shadow over Zuthal of the Dusk, Shadows in the Moonlight over Iron Shadows in the Moon. It seems quite probable, then, that Teeth was simply an error. Perhaps Howard himself, in giving the title, was remembering the name of the necklace in the story, and the later transcription carried forward the error. In the weeks that followed, Howard once again decided to experiment with his Conan stories. The attempt itself did not result in a complete story, but it led to a major evolution in the series. If The Servants of Bit Yakin timidly borrowed from a place Howard had visited, this time the Texan opted for a definitely American setting, at the price of an eviction of the Cimmerian himself from his Hyborian world. In the second part of 1934, it was possible to detect a growing distancing of Howard from his Cimmerian creation, notably in the conversations he had with Novaline Price, whom he began dating in August. In October, he confided to her that he was getting a little tired of Conan. This country needs to be written about. There are all kinds of stories around here. The author to whom Howard looked when it came to finding inspiration for this new tale was one of his favorites, Robert W. Chambers. Howard's library included 3 of this author's novels dealing with the American Revolution: The Maid at Arms, 1902, The Little Red Foot, 1921, and America, or The Sacrifice, 1924. These novels were to provide the background and inspiration for Howard's next tale of the Hyborian Age, Wolves Beyond the Border. A lot of confusing and erroneous information on Howard's use of the Chambers material had appeared over the years, until Howard scholar Rusty Burke set the record straight. All the conclusions on the exact degree of that influence originate with Burke's research, or are derived from his pioneering efforts. As he had done in 1932 when he made the decision to write The Hyborian Age to give more coherence to his Hyborian world, Howard first proceeded to jot down a series of notes that would help him feel more at ease with the events and locale he was to write about. There can be no doubt at all that Chambers' novels were very much in Howard's mind when he wrote this. Almost all the names are taken nearly verbatim from the novels. Skohira for Skohari, Oriskany for Oriskony, Kanawaga for Kanawaga, etc. The situation and events Howard describes in his document also clearly evoke Chambers' dramatization of the American Revolution. More names derived from Chambers would find their way into Wolves Beyond the Border. Wolves is one of the most intriguing Conan fragments precisely because it is not, strictly speaking, a Conan story. It was not the first time Howard had attempted to do something different with Conan, and, as we are about to see, not the first time he experimented with another character because he was starting to feel out of contact with one of his creations. Shortly before he wrote his novel The Hour of the Dragon, Howard had attempted another story in which Conan is only an off-stage presence for a significant part of the tale. In that case, however, Conan's absence was confined to the first chapters of a story which was envisioned as a novel. As the synopsis for the complete story attests, the Cimmerian was intended as a prominent character, if not actually the protagonist of the story.
The situation can be seen as a parallel to that of A Witch Shall Be Born, in which the Cimmerian acts mostly off-stage. But in the case of Wolves Beyond the Border, the situation is markedly different, most notably due to the fact that this is a first-person narrative in which Conan makes no appearance, though he is mentioned several times in the course of the story. A very similar situation had arisen a few years earlier in Howard's career, and makes for an interesting comparison. In 1926, Howard created Kull the Atlantean, his first epic fantasy character, about whom the Texan wrote or began a dozen tales. In 1928, however, Howard apparently started to lose interest in his character. He then began, but never completed, a very intriguing fragment in which the major character was not Kull, who was relegated to a minor role, but his friend Brule, the Pictish warrior, whose characteristics were markedly different in that tale than in his previous appearances. Kull was apparently becoming merely a supporting character in his own series, in quite the same fashion Conan seems to be in Wolves Beyond the Border. Howard never completed the fragment, but from that moment on the character of Kull underwent a drastic evolution. It is quite striking to see that in those two fragments the offstage characters are barbarians who have become, or are becoming, kings of civilized countries. And in both fragments, the sentiments of the new protagonists when it comes to politics are about the same. Compare the following. The people of Kanajohara scattered throughout the Westermark, in Skohira, Kanawaga, or Oriskani, but many of them went southward and settled near Fort Thandara. There they were later joined by other settlers for whom the older provinces were too thickly inhabited, and presently there grew up the district known as the Free Province of Thandara, because it was not like the other provinces, royal grants to great lords east of the marches and settled by them, but cut out of the wilderness by the pioneers themselves, without aid of the Aquilonian nobility. We paid no taxes to any baron. Our governor was not appointed by any lord, but we elected him ourselves from our own people, and he was responsible only to the king. We manned and built our forts ourselves, and sustained ourselves in war as in peace. And Mitra knows war was a constant state of affairs, for there was never peace between us and our savage neighbors, the wild panther, alligator, and otter tribes of Picts. From Wolves Beyond the Border. We of the islands are all one blood, but of many tribes, and each tribe has customs and traditions peculiar to itself alone. We all acknowledge Niall of the Tathili as over-king, but his rule is loose. He does not interfere with our affairs among ourselves, nor does he levy tribute or taxes. He takes no toll of my tribe, the Borni, nor of any other tribe. Neither does he interfere when two tribes go to war, unless some tribe encroaches on the three who pay tribute. And when the Lemurians or the Celts or any foreign nation or band of reavers come against us, he sends forth for all the tribes to put aside their quarrels and fight side by side, which is a good thing. He might be a supreme tyrant if he liked, for his own tribe is very strong, and with the aid of Alusia, he might do as he liked. But he knows that though he might, with his tribes and their allies, crush all the other tribes, there would never be peace again. From the untitled Kull fragment. Here are more than passing resemblances. In both instances, the peculiar political turmoil can also be read as a mirror of a similar turmoil taking place in Howard's psyche, connected to the social situation of his regular protagonists, Kull, the king of Alusia, and Conan, the soon-to-be king of Aquilonia. In both instances, the Picts, only mentioned once so far in the Conan series, in The Phoenix on the Sword, appear as the necessary catalysts for the change. Brule is a Pict, and the threat they pose to the Aquilonian settlement triggers the events of Wolves Beyond the Border. The Picts, the savages forever present in Howard's universe, force the Howardian characters to reveal their true nature. As was the case with the Kull fragment, then, Howard did not complete Wolves Beyond the Border. His first draft diminished to part story, part synopsis, while the second was simply abandoned. The tale was probably at the same time too derivative of Chambers, and too much a necessary exercise before Howard could fully tackle this new phase of his character's evolution. To say that Beyond the Black River was born on the ashes of Wolves Beyond the Border would be belaboring the obvious. This time, however, Howard got rid almost entirely of the Chambers influence. There is no plot element in Black River which can be traced back to Chambers, and only a few names still show the initial connection. For instance, Kanajohara was carried on from Wolves, and Balthus was derived from the Baltus of the Little Red Foot. Beyond the Black River is pure Howard. The tale was particularly dear to Howard. To August Derleth he remarked that he wanted to see if he could write an interesting Conan yarn without sex interest. He was a little more explicit with Lovecraft, writing that his latest sale to Weird Tales was a 2-part Conan serial. Beyond the Black River, a frontier story. In the Conan story, I've attempted a new style and setting entirely. Abandoned the exotic settings of lost cities, decaying civilizations, golden domes, marble palaces, silk-clad dancing girls, etc., and thrown my story against a background of forests and rivers, log cabins, frontier outposts, buckskin-clad settlers, and painted tribesmen. It was to Novaline Price that Howard fully bared his sentiments toward that story. Bob began to talk, but he was not berating civilization. Instead, he was praising the simple things that civilization had to offer. Standing on street corners, talking with friends, walking with the warmth of the sun on your back, a faithful dog by your side, hunting cactus with your best girl. I sold Wright a yarn like that a few months ago. He turned and looked at me, his eyes turbulent. I'm damned surprised he took it. It's different from my other Conan yarns. No sex. Only men fighting against the savagery and bestiality about to engulf them. I want you to read it when it comes out. It's filled with the important little things of civilization. Little things that make men think civilization's worth living and dying for. He was excited about it because it was about this country, and it sold. He had a honing to write more about this country, not an ordinary cowboy yarn or a Wild West shoot-'em-up, though God knew this country was alive with yarns like that waiting to be written. But in his heart he wanted to say more than that. He wanted to tell the simple story of this country and the hardships the settlers had suffered, pitted against a frightened, semi-barbaric people, the Indians, who were trying to hold on to a way of life and a country they loved. But a novel depicting the settlers' fear as they tried to carve out a new life, and the Indians' fear as they tried to hold on to a doomed country. Why, girl, all that would make the best damn novel ever written about frontier life in the Southwest. I tried that yarn out to see what Wright would do about it. I was afraid he wouldn't take it, but he did. By God, he took it. Beyond the Black River is considered by many Howard scholars to be his best story, encapsulating the essence of his philosophy. Barbarism is the natural state of mankind. Civilization is unnatural. It is a whim of circumstance, and barbarism must always ultimately triumph. Indeed, all the characters who are not barbarians meet their doom in the tale. Tiberius the merchant, presented as the epitome of civilized decadence, is of course the first example, portrayed with evident scorn as a man unwilling or unable to adjust his civilized ways to life on the frontier. But even the woodsmen, born to civilization but having lived their lives on the frontier, cannot hope to prevail. They were sons of civilization, reverted to a semi-barbarism. Conan was a barbarian of 1,000 generations of barbarians. They had acquired stealth and craft, but he had been born to these things. He excelled them even in lithe economy of motion. They were wolves, but he was a tiger. The frontiersmen, Balthus and Valenus, all died because of this, and Howard's genius was not to sacrifice his story for the sake of the usual conventions of the genre. Much has been written about the exact signification of the last paragraph of the story. Many erroneously credit the statement to Conan, as if it were his sentiment. But it is not Conan, but an unnamed forester who utters these words. That the barbarians always ultimately triumph is a simple report of what has just transpired. Only Conan and the Picts have survived the ordeal, because it was their nature to survive. That Conan had in fact more in common with the Picts he was fighting than with the Aquilonians had been made clear by Howard earlier in the story. But some day a man will rise and unite 30 or 40 clans of the Picts, just as was done among the Cimmerians, when the Gundermen tried to push the border northward years ago. They tried to colonize the southern marches of Cimmeria, destroyed a few small clans, built a fort town, Venarium. You've heard the tale.
So I have indeed, replied Balthus, wincing. My uncle was at Venarium when the Cimmerians swarmed over the walls. The barbarians swept out of the hills in a ravening horde without warning, and stormed Venarium with such fury none could stand before them. Men, women, and children were butchered. Venarium was reduced to a mass of charred ruins, as it is to this day. The Aquilonians were driven back across the marches, and have never since tried to colonize the Cimmerian country. But you speak of Venarium familiarly. Perhaps you were there?
I was, grunted the other. I was one of the horde that swarmed over the walls.
Then you too were a barbarian,
he exclaimed involuntarily. The other nodded, without taking offense. I am Conan, a Cimmerian. The import of this passage was not merely to give some additional biographical information on the Cimmerian, but rather to make explicit the connection between Conan and the Picts. Conan is a barbarian, as ferocious as the Picts and much more intelligent, and this is why he will survive. The insistence on Conan's elemental nature, much more marked than in any of the previous tales of the Cimmerian, very probably provoked the emergence of Balthus as the character readers, and Howard himself, could relate to. Critic George Sithers once noted that Howard had undoubtedly projected himself and his dog Patches into this story under the guise of Balthus and Slasher. As a civilized man himself, Howard could no more hope to prevail in the Hyborian age than his civilized characters. It was a rare thing indeed in pulp fiction to see a tale concluding with so bleak an ending, in which most of the characters die, and the situation is worse at the end of the story than it was at its beginning. Howard was here trying to deliver a message, much more than to simply add another Conan story to his bibliography. Beyond the Black River was bought by Farnsworth Wright in early October 1934. It was published as a serial in the May and June 1935 issues of Weird Tales, but without the honors of the cover. Either Wright wanted to add some variety to his covers — he hadn't granted the Servants of Bit Yakin cover privilege either — or the lack of a semi-naked heroine prevented him from doing that. The cover for the May 1935 issue did not feature an undressed woman, though, so that question must remain unanswered. In the months of October and November 1934, Howard was apparently too much occupied with his romance with Novelyn Price to devote any time to writing new Conan tales. At about the time Beyond the Black River was accepted, though, Howard received bad news from England. Just got a letter informing me that the English company which had promised to bring out my book, the Conan novel The Hour of the Dragon, had gone into the hands of the receiver. Just my luck. The yarn's in the hands of the company which bought up the assets, but I haven't heard from them. The novel was, however, soon returned. Howard very probably touched it up very slightly, sent it to Weird Tales later in the year, and soon received news that it was accepted, probably in early January 1935. Wright was apparently satisfied that Howard was returning to less experimental tales. Wright says it's my best Conan story so far. In December, as he was informing Lovecraft of the sale of Beyond the Black River and commenting on its unusual tone, he added, "Someday I'm going to try my hand at a longer yarn of the same style, a serial of 4 or 5 parts." It appears that Howard didn't wait very long before writing this serial. The Black Stranger is one of those Howard stories for which we have no information regarding composition, but the writing date can be estimated around January and/or February 1935, thanks to the partial drafts of other stories found on the backs of the pages of several drafts. On the back of The Black Stranger are found several pages for stories composed in December 1934 and early 1935. It seems reasonable enough to suppose that Howard began work on that serial after his revision and the acceptance of The Hour of the Dragon. The Black Stranger was evidently conceived as a follow-up of sorts to Beyond the Black River, featuring once again Conan opposed to the Picts, and once again it was a very experimental tale, as the Cimmerian isn't introduced until halfway through the novelette-length story. He is, of course, featured in the first chapter, but his identity is not revealed to the reader. The Black Stranger has never received the critical attention it is due, primarily because it was not published in its original form until 1987, when Carl Edward Wagner included it in an anthology. In all its previous appearances, the story had been mercilessly butchered. The tale is simple enough on its surface, mixing elements of piratical adventure and Indian warfare, but should definitely not be dismissed in a cavalier way, as has been done sometimes. The Black Stranger is an extremely complex tale once one has understood that it is replete, consciously or unconsciously, with autobiographical elements, much more so than any of the stories Howard had written to date. The story is set on the coasts of the Hyborian Age's equivalent of the United States, at a time which would roughly correspond to our 17th century. It is the tale of early settlers, of a sort, on a continent that is still largely dominated by wild tribes, the Hyborian Age equivalent of Native Americans. A child is prominently featured, a rare occurrence in a Howard tale. Tina is quite a mystery to the reader. She is presented as a pitiful waif, taken away from a brutal master encountered on that long voyage up from the southern coasts. What few children appear in Howard's fiction all share an unhappy youth. All are orphans or have been abandoned by their parents, and Tina is no exception. In this case, however, Balessa has apparently adopted the child as her own. A mysterious black man is hiding in the forest around the settlers' stockade. "Art thou like the black man that haunts the forest round about us?" asks the heroine of Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter of her husband, Roger Chillingworth. Hawthorne's novel, published in 1850, presents points of remarkable resemblance to Howard's tale. Both stories are centered around a woman and her child, real or adopted, forced to live in a hostile environment, victims of the scorn of the men around them. The time frame and settings are remarkably similar, and Pearl, the young heroine of Hawthorne's novel, is a child as strange and fey as Tina. In both stories, the child is frightened by a mysterious black man, almost always off stage. There is too much similarity to consider this a simple matter of coincidence. Hawthorne was not represented in Howard's library, and he is never mentioned by Howard in any of the surviving papers. That he had read Hawthorne, perhaps as part of his schooling, seems more than probable, though. The Scarlet Letter seems to have furnished a lot of background for the Black Stranger, even though the events themselves have nothing in common. All this invites a different reading of the tale, in which Tina may be seen as a fatherless child, particularly sensitive to the presence of the black man. Readers familiar with Howard's biography will be even more startled, for in Hawthorne's novel, Pearl's mother is named Hester, and the father she does not know, counterpart to Tina's black man, is the blue-eyed physician, Roger Chillingworth. Howard's mother's name was Hester, and she was married to a blue-eyed physician. The Black Stranger apparently failed to sell to Weird Tales, though no record for this survives. Wright was perhaps irritated by Howard's experimental forays, and probably around February or March 1935, for the first time in many months, rejected a Conan tale. Howard decided to salvage what he could, and rewrote the story. He invented a new character, Terence Volmea, an Irish pirate, to replace Conan, got rid of all the Hyborian references, and submitted the new story, rechristened Swords of the Red Brotherhood, to his agent Otis Adalbert Klein in late May 1935. The new version was circulated for several years and was sold in 1938, but the magazine which was to publish it folded, so this version didn't see print until 1976. The next Conan tale would be anything but experimental. The Man-Eaters of Zambula was apparently written around March 1935, judging from the stories found on the back of the draft pages. It is a routine Conan story, similar in quality to those Howard had been forced to write when he was in dire need of money. Surrounded by such masterpieces as Beyond the Black River, The Black Stranger, and the future Red Nails, it more than pales in comparison. It seems that Howard borrowed the settings from the various Middle Eastern adventures he was writing at the same time, featuring his characters Kirby O'Donnell and Francis Xavier Gordon, while borrowing some of the premises of an unsold detective story, Guests of the Hoodoo Room, which very likely preceded the Conan story by a few months. Guests also featured cannibals capturing poor wretches by way of a rigged hotel room. The plot is rather unconvincing, but Howard probably knew this wouldn't prevent Wright from accepting the story. The scene in which Zabibi Nefertari dances naked amid the snakes seems to have been written with only one goal in mind: to win the cover spot. Brundage's cover illustration for that story is indeed a remarkable one. That it does not feature the Cimmerian was something Howard was growing accustomed to. Of the 9 Weird Tales covers illustrating a Conan story, the Cimmerian himself was portrayed in only 3. On December 22, 1934, Howard presented Novelyn Price with a most surprising Christmas present. Expecting a history book, she was presented instead with a copy of The Complete Works of Pierre Louis. "A history?" I asked, bewildered. He shifted his weight in his chair and grinned. "Well, yeah, it's a kind of history." Then Bob said the book described very vividly our rotting civilization. After Bob left, I sat down, unwrapped the book, and began to look at it very carefully. I read the inscription again, trying to make sense out of it. The French have one gift, the ability to gild decay and change the maggots of corruption to the hummingbirds of poetry, as demonstrated by this volume. Some time later, Novelyn was questioning Howard about this very peculiar present. "Bob, why did you give me that book by Pierre Louis?" He whirled and looked at me. "Didn't you like it?" "It was a little too strong for my blood," I said defensively. "I didn't read too much of it." "Read on. You lead a sheltered life. You don't know what's going on in the world." That irritated me. "I don't care to know things like that," I said hotly. "It seems to me knowing about them doesn't make the world a better place. It only makes you a silent partner." "You're a silent partner whether you like it or not." He was getting warmed up now. "You see, girl, when a civilization begins to decay and die, the only thing men or women think about is the gratification of their body's desires. They become preoccupied with sex. It colors their thinking, their laws, their religion, every aspect of their lives. That's what I'm trying to tell you, girl. Men quit reading fiction because they only want true stories of men's sexual exploits. A few years ago, I had a hard time selling yarns about sex. Now I'm going to have to work to catch up with the market. Damn it to hell, girl, sex will be in everything you see and hear. It's the way it was when Rome fell. Girl, I'm working on a yarn like that now, a Conan yarn. Listen to me. When you have a dying civilization, the normal, accepted lifestyle ain't strong enough to satisfy the damned insatiable appetites of the courtesans and, finally, of all the people. They turn to lesbianism and things like that to satisfy their desires. I am going to call it the Red Flame of Passion." The Red Flame of Passion was quite evidently the story that was to become Red Nails. But Howard wasn't yet ready to commit his idea to paper. A few months later, around late April or May 1935, Howard had yet another conversation on the subject with Novolin. Bob volunteered that he wasn't through writing Conan stories. I was sorry about that, for I don't much care for Conan, what little I've scanned through. Bob said he had an idea for a Conan yarn that was about to gel. Hadn't got to the place where he was ready to write it. All he'd done so far was make a few notes, put it aside to let it lie there in his subconscious till it was fully built up. "What's this one about?" I asked. "I think this time I'm going to make it one of the sexiest, goriest yarns I've ever written. I don't think you'd care for it." "Not if it's gory." I looked at him, a little puzzled. "What do you mean, sexy stories?" "My God, my Conan yarns are filled with sex." I couldn't see that the Conan yarns Bob had brought me to read had any sex in them. Gore, yes. Sex, no. "You have sex in the Conan yarns?" I said unbelievingly. "Hell yes, that's what he did. Drinking, whoring, fighting. What else was there in life?" Red Nails was still not to be written for another few weeks, though. One reason was Weird Tales' shaky financial situation. On May 6, 1935, Howard wrote to Farnsworth Wright, "I always hate to write a letter like this, but dire necessity forces me to. It is, in short, an urgent plea for money. As you know, it has been 6 months since The People of the Black Circle, the story the check for which is now due me, appeared in Weird Tales. Weird Tales owes me over $800 for stories already published and supposed to be paid for on publication. Enough to pay all my debts and get me back on my feet again, if I could receive it all at once. Perhaps this is impossible. I have no wish to be unreasonable. I know times are hard for everybody, but I don't believe I am being unreasonable in asking you to pay me a check each month until the accounts are squared. Honestly, at the rate we're going now, I'll be an old man before I get paid up, and my need for money now is urgent." Howard's need for money was real, as his mother's health was declining at an alarming rate, and the medical expenses to care for her were soaring. It took yet another serious incident in Howard's life to make the story gel. Early in the summer, Novolin Price began dating one of Howard's best friends, Truett Vinson, without telling him. Howard discovered this a few weeks later, just as he and Truett were about to take a trip together to New Mexico. Vinson and Howard were gone a week, and we can only imagine Howard's state of mind during those few days. The high point of the visit was Lincoln, home of the famous bloody Lincoln County War. It was during this visit that Howard found the last elements he needed to write Red Nails. For all their pseudo-Aztec names, Xucatl and its inhabitants found their origin not in Lake Zouad, but in the little New Mexican town. The following passage from Howard's July 23, 1935 letter to Lovecraft is a lengthy one, but it is indispensable to understanding what Howard was trying to do in Red Nails. "Vinson and I came to the ancient village of Lincoln, dreaming amidst its gaunt mountains like the ghost of a blood-stained past. Of Lincoln, Walter Noble Burns, author of the saga of Billy the Kid, has said, 'The village went to sleep at the close of Lincoln County War and has never awakened again. If a railroad never comes to link it with the faraway world, it may slumber on for 1,000 years. You will find Lincoln now just as it was when Murphy and McSween and Billy the Kid knew it. The village is an anachronism, a sort of mummy town. I can offer no better description. A mummy town. Nowhere have I ever come face to face with the past more vividly. Nowhere has that past become so realistic, so understandable. It was like stepping out of my own age into the fragment of an elder age that has somehow survived. Lincoln is a haunted place. It is a dead town, yet it lives with a life that died 50 years ago. The descendants of old enemies live peacefully side by side in the little village. Yet I found myself wondering if the old feud were really dead, or if the embers only smoldered and might be blown to flame by a careless breath. I have never felt anywhere the exact sensations Lincoln aroused in me, a sort of horror predominating. If there is a haunted spot on this hemisphere, then Lincoln is haunted. I felt that if I slept the night there, the ghosts of the slain would stalk through my dreams. The town itself seemed like a bleached, grinning skull. There was a feel of skeletons in the earth underfoot. And that, I understand, is no flight of fancy. Every now and then, somebody plows up a human skull. So many men died in Lincoln. Lincoln is a haunted town. Yet it is not merely the fact of knowing so many men died there that makes it haunted to me. I have visited many spots where death was dealt wholesale. But none of these places ever affected me just as Lincoln did. My conception of them was not tinged with a definite horror as in Lincoln. I think I know why. Burns, in his splendid book that narrates the feud, missed one dominant element entirely, and this is the geographical, or perhaps I should say topographical effect on the inhabitants. I think geography is the reason for the unusually savage and bloodthirsty manner in which the feud was fought out, a savagery that has impressed everyone who has ever made an intelligent study of the feud and the psychology behind it. The valley in which Lincoln lies is isolated from the rest of the world. Vast expanses of desert and mountains separate it from the rest of humanity, deserts too barren to support human life. The people in Lincoln lost touch with the world. Isolated as they were, their own affairs, their relationship with one another, took on an importance and significance out of proportion to their actual meaning. Thrown together too much, jealousies and resentments rankled and grew, feeding upon themselves, until they reached monstrous proportions and culminated in those bloody atrocities which startled even the tough West of that day. Visualize that narrow valley, hidden away among the barren hills, isolated from the world, where its inhabitants inescapably dwelt side by side, hated and being hated, and at last killing and being killed. In such restricted, isolated spots, human passions smolder and burn, feeding on the impulses which give them birth, until they reached a point that can hardly be conceived by dwellers in more fortunate spots. It was with a horror, I frankly confess, that I visualized the reign of terror that stalked that blood-drenched valley. Day and night was a tense waiting until the thunder of the sudden guns broke the tension for a moment, and men died like flies. And then silence followed, and the tension shut down again. No man who valued his life dared speak. When a shot rang out at night and a human being cried out in agony, no one dared open the door to see who had fallen. I visualized people caught together like rats, fighting in terror and agony and bloodshed, going about their work by day with a shut mouth and an averted eye, momentarily expecting a bullet in the back, and at night, lying shuddering behind locked doors, trembling in expectation of the stealthy footstep, the hand on the bolt, the sudden blast of lead through the windows. Feuds in Texas were generally fought out in the open, over wide expanses of country. But the nature of the Bonito Valley determined the nature of the feud. Narrow, concentrated, horrible. I have heard of people going mad in isolated places. I believe the Lincoln County War was tinged with madness. Upon returning to Cross Plains in late June 1935, Howard at last sat down to write the story which had been germinating in his mind for so many months. If the bloody Lincoln County War, his handling of sex in the Conan stories, the particularly strained situation between Novolin, Vincent, and himself, and his mother's rapidly deteriorating health furnished the immediate background to the new Conan story, several prototypes also helped give form to the tale. More than 2 years earlier, he had completed the Conan story Zuthal of the Dusk, which has justly been considered a precursor of sorts to Red Nails. The arrival of Conan and a woman in a city cut off from the rest of the Hyborian world, in which they have to face an evil woman and decadent inhabitants, is the basic framework common to both stories.
Zuthal of the Dusk is a rather inferior Conan tale, probably because Howard was not yet an accomplished enough writer to give it the treatment he felt it deserved. The heroine was insipid, and the story was clearly exploitative. However, Howard commented to Clark Ashton Smith that it really isn't as exclusively devoted to sword slashing as the announcement might seem to imply. Among Howard's papers was also found a synopsis for a Steve Harrison detective story that bears strong similarities to the Conan tale. The synopsis is undated, but was probably written only a few months before the Conan story. There had been an old feud between the Wiltshaws and the Richardsons, of which the present sets were the last of each line. Another family, the Barwells, had been mixed up in the feud until, harried by both Richardsons and Wiltshaws, the last of that line, a grim, gaunt woman, had gone away with her infant son, 35 years before, swearing vengeance on both clans. Eventually, Harrison discovered that Dr. Ellis was really Joe Barwell, who had returned and lived in the town 10 years to consummate his vengeance. Howard had no problem amalgamating the two Barwells of the Harrison synopsis into Tolkamek. Another character in the Harrison synopsis, Esau, a tall, gangling man of great, awkward strength, a neurotic, really strong as a bull, was a probable inspiration for Olmec, a giant with an enormous sweep of breast and the shoulders of a bull, with the biblical association of Esau's name reinforcing the connection to the hairy Olmec. Red Nails is the counterpart to Beyond the Black River. With the latter, Howard wrote his ultimate barbarism versus civilization tale, with the conclusion that barbarism must always ultimately triumph. He also stated that civilization is unnatural. Red Nails was the story in which he would expand on that theme. In all the stories he had written on the subject, the decadent and decaying phase of his civilizations, kingdoms, countries, or cities was never allowed to be carried out in its entirety. Once divided and thus weakened, the civilized people were systematically wiped out by hordes of barbarians waiting at the gates. In Beyond the Black River, the Picts played that part. In The Gods of Baal-Sagoth, a 1930 tale whose construction is quite similar to that of Red Nails, the Red people carried out the destruction. Red Nails would be different in the sense that no tribe of barbarians would be lurking at the gates of Xuchotl. For the first time in Howard's fiction, the civilizing process, with its decadent and decaying phases, is carried out to its inevitable end. Xuchotl is an unnatural city, in the sense implied in Beyond the Black River. To be civilized is to be entirely removed from nature and its forces. This is the reason why the city is not only cut off from the rest of the Hyborian world and its barbarian tribes, it is also, and equally importantly, cut off from nature itself. Xuchotl is completely paved, walled, and roofed. The light is artificial, and so is the food. The Xuchotlans eat fruit which is not planted in soil, but obtains its nourishment out of the air. As to the Xuchotlans themselves, all, save Tassila, were born in the city. Xuchotl is the epitome of a decayed civilization, as Howard conceived it. It is the place where, as he had it, the abnormal becomes normal. Given these premises, the outcome of the story is not a surprise. As had been the case with Beyond the Black River, Howard had a message to deliver, and he was ready to follow his assigned course right to the end. Red Nails is so rich a story that we can't hope to explore it in detail within the scope of this essay. A lot could be said about the relationship between Conan and Valeria, for instance, in which it is quite tempting to see a parallel with that of Howard and Novelyn Price, who had quite a temper. Valeria of the Red Brotherhood is indeed a welcome change from some of Howard's more passive female characters. He had, however, portrayed strong and interesting women characters before Valeria, and his meeting with Novelyn, such as Beilit in Queen of the Black Coast and Sonia of Rogotino in the historical adventure The Shadow of the Vulture. In Tassila,
the female vampire who refuses to die, feeding on younger women, fighting for the attentions of Conan, and thus jealous of Valeria, it is more than tempting to see a fictional representation of Howard's mother, who always was hostile toward Novelyn Price. Olmec could then be seen as Howard's father, and the whole story is an allegorical tale in which Howard and Novelyn set foot in the decayed universe that has become the Howard house. Howard sent red nails to Farnsworth Wright on July 22, 1935. The next day he wrote Clark Ashton Smith, "Sent a 3-part serial to Wright yesterday. Red Nails, which I devoutly hope he'll like. A Conan yarn, and the grimmest, bloodiest, and most merciless story of the series so far. Too much raw meat, maybe, but I merely portrayed what I honestly believe would be the reactions of certain types of people in the situations on which the plot of the story hung." To Lovecraft, he later commented, "The last yarn I sold to Weird Tales, and it may well be the last fantasy I'll ever write, was a 3-part Conan serial which was the bloodiest and most sexy, weird story I ever wrote. I have been dissatisfied with my handling of decaying races in stories, for the reason that degeneracy is so prevalent in such races that even in fiction it cannot be ignored as a motive and as a fact if the fiction is to have any claim to realism. I have ignored it in all other stories, as one of the taboos, but I did not ignore it in this story. When, or if you ever read it, I'd like to know how you like my handling of the subject of lesbianism." One wonders if lesbianism was indeed the central theme of Red Nails to Howard. The story only touches on the subject because of the vampiric nature of Tassila, but this was nothing new after Le Fanu's Carmilla. As Howard mentions, the story was accepted by Weird Tales, which began its serialization a few days after Howard's suicide and ended it as news of his death was announced in the magazine. It was the last Conan story. Howard's interests and output in the last year of his life were increasingly Western-oriented, but he didn't write a fantasy story in that period. A few short weeks before his death, he wrote that he was contemplating writing a fantasy. 2 drafts for that unfinished weird story, set in 16th century America, were found among his papers after his death, proof that he had not entirely abandoned the idea of writing fantasy tales. Whether he would have eventually returned to Conan after some time is a question that must remain unanswered. In 1935, Howard sent several stories to England via his agent Otis Adelbert Klein. The stories, sent to Weird Tales representative in the United Kingdom, included several Conan tales, which were sent on 25 September. Beyond the Black River, A Witch Shall Be Born, and The Servants of Bit Yakin. It seems probable Howard had no real hopes for these, as he had tear sheets of Weird Tales pages sent, not actual transcripts. Anyway, nothing ever came out of this. Howard's last work on Conan occurred in March 1936, when 2 fans, John D. Clark and P. Schuyler Miller, sent him a letter in which they attempted to establish the chronology of the Conan tales. Howard's letter, reproduced in this volume, is essential to the reader interested in Conan's biography, though Howard was perhaps having some fun with the 2 fans. For instance, he wrote that Conan made his first journey beyond the boundaries of Cimmeria. This, strange to say, was north instead of south. Why or how I am not certain, but he spent some months among a tribe of the Seer, fighting with the Vanir and the Hyperboreans. Clark and Miller couldn't possibly know that Howard was referring here to The Frost Giant's Daughter, the second written Conan tale, which had been rejected by Wright and was still unpublished in its original form. With his reply, Howard included a map, expanded from the very rough ones he had prepared in 1932. It was to be the last work he would do on Conan. Robert E. Howard committed suicide on June 11, 1936. Conan the Cimmerian, however, is still with us. In spite of some difficult years, he has managed to survive and shows no signs of weakness. The barbarian's longevity wouldn't have surprised Howard. The barbarian must always ultimately triumph. This concludes The Conquering Sword of Conan. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.